Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the
ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They tryna get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop.
party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my
like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's fine money, I do all the work, yeah, I keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Yeah, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans.
All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans.
All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Get up now. Get up. Get out. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now.
Get up. Get out. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get out. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night,
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody, please, your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on yao. Pop on now, yeah, I'm a kite ying my pound, 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 pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out out. Pepper pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพักกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิลด้วย one punch. You win ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the world short. You just catfish. Capital said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and phone ที่คือ competition ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, yeah, yeah, boom. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the most competitive region in the world. Yeah, you heard me. Here in VCT EMEA, you cannot take anything for granted. Well, anything besides the fact that we come to you live just as always from our wonderful Riot Games arena here in Berlin, Germany. I'm Kakuka and I will be your host for the day, and joining me on this journey, first we have CNED. Welcome back on the desk.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing great, so happy to have you here. And of course, Mitch joining us as well.
Hello, feels a little underwhelming being beside a legend. My God, good to see you, CNED.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for welcoming me, Kakuka.
Yeah, we love having you on the show. Of course, you're recurrent, so please keep coming over. Did you watch the games yesterday? Because of course, this is the second day of week 2, and we already had some action happening yesterday.
Yeah, like yesterday, it was I watched the games. It was really good games. Like BBL and Liquid game was it was really competitive. But last map I think went some brutal from Liquid. Like they just destroyed the BBL in the last map. It was yeah, good game.
Yeah, it is good seeing last week losing teams bouncing back and finding their footing. What did you think of the matches?
Yeah, especially when we talk about stakes, I think for this squad, both of them, Liquid and BBL, being 1-1, it sets them up for some interesting sort of week 3, week 4 drama. But it was disappointing to see them being so one-sided. The ace that we just saw there took all the disappointment away, though, in the second game. My goodness, Fluorescent was on fire yesterday, but it still wasn't enough. And it's heartbreaking for Apex as well, because talking about the impact of those games, they're 0-2, and on Haven, it was 13-11 against them. They were so desperately close, and I think a lot of it, in fact, 2 rounds in particular I can point to, came down to just the comp diff of the Neon being aggressive in mid, going into the window, and how ready their opponents were for it. So for Apex, they're the first team to go down 0-2, and now it's going to be really hard for them to climb, certainly to the top of the board, but even depending on their next results with some big opponents that they're coming up against, tournament life is going to be tough to hold on to.
Yeah, Sina, do you see any surprises there in the groups, or is everything as you expected? Of course, it's only 1 week, but do you see any surprises, or everything as you thought it would be?
I think maybe like KC, like Karmine Corp, could be maybe like, of course, as you said, it's like just first week, but I didn't expect them to lose BBL, to be honest. But other than that, like right now, everything can change. It's just 1 week. But other than that, everything is Gucci.
Exactly, right? Every team can still make playoffs. Everybody is still in the running. KC will have a chance of redeeming themselves tomorrow. But let's take a look at the matches that we have for today, because we have some juice coming in. We're speaking about the losing teams from last week having some redemption to be found yesterday. And today we're going to see 2 teams that won last week, being Foot and Gentlemates. And then the first Spanish derby that we're going to get in 2025 with Team Heretics going up against Giant X. Do you have some early predictions for the second one, the Heretics Giant X?
You don't have the first one.
I know what you're going to say for the first one.
I think it will be 2-0, like for Heretics. I believe.
Okay, so Sina, as I said, we love having you here, and it is Thursday. I don't know if you know, but this year it's 5 years of Valorant, the 2nd of June, and we created this segment called Throwback Thursday, where we look back at so many good moments that we've had in the history of Valorant. You've been in some of them, so we have Tom Biz ready in the studio that has prepared a very special segment just for you. Okay. Tom Biz, take it away.
Thank you.
Yes, I have. We have got a segment ready and raring to go. And as you can see, it is called Subtly Improved. Now, this is going to be one of those segments where basically there are some legendary moments within EMEA, and we've subtly improved them just a little bit, and our desks will have to guess what the changes might be. So I think we should get into our very first image on our screen right about now. As you can see, we do like a little bit of a make-a-wish here over at VCT EMEA, and this is, of course, the lovely Yinsu. But who, desk, has Yinsu replaced?
Okay, Sinet, I'm going to go to you first. Can we see the image back so you can... do you remember the moment? I'm not going to say, even though I think it's a bit obvious, but, you know, some people might not remember. Who do you think Yinsu is standing?
Like, it's from Masters Berlin. So I see Chronicle, Shadows, and Redgar. So there is 2 players missing, which is Defo and Nuts. But I believe from the perspective I see, and you know, like it should be Defo, I guess.
I think you got it right, didn't he, Tom?
Who could have guessed that one? That's crazy. I'm actually realizing I'm just in the way of Chronicle at the moment. Don't want to cover out a Chronicle, but yeah, of course, that was Defo. It was a little bit easy, but that one was more so we wanted to make dreams come true for Yinsu. I know that she's definitely watching at the moment.
Wanted to be a part of Gambit?
Exactly. So let's move on to our next image. Now, I have a feeling this one is my personal favorite. Sliggy living his best life at the moment in one of his favorite jerseys. But over to the desk, who has Sliggy replaced?
Mitchman, I'm going to come to you for this one.
I think I recognize those thighs, and I reckon I could recognize them anywhere. I believe that's Artis.
I think it's Dumbros, will be.
You think it's Dumbros?
It was the FPX, no? In that time.
I think you need to take a look at them both again and then just make that assumption. Tom Biz, what's the result?
It's crazy. You guys are so good at this game. It is going to be the lovely Artist making it back, of course.
He always is iconic.
Yeah, and obviously, Sliggy only wishes he could look that good. Never mind. Well, I have
Never skip a leg day.
Yeah, I have something for myself here, because obviously, as a commentator, what we always dream of is lifting a trophy of our own, and of course, it couldn't get any better than that. But yeah, pretty iconic moment. Obviously, our guys, I'll go this way. Minnie's looking as happy as ever, over the moon for the win. But who have I know it's hard to tell, but who have I replaced?
All I'm going to say before we jump into this one is that I am a little bit disappointed that you did not put yourself on top of Dirke. But
too obvious. It's too obvious.
Yeah, honestly, I'm going to take that. Who do you think is replacing?
like
the
let's go
members
one by
again.
one again. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Alpha,
Chrome,
Chronicle,
you see Alpha.
Boster, Mini, Durke, and one missing player. He's not with us, but Leo, I guess.
You speak with him as if he's left us. Oh, he's fine, okay? He's fine. He's
but he's not
fine.
in EMEA. Yeah, what I meant.
Well, for now. Tombis, is that Leo?
It's crazy. You're so good at this game. I can't believe that you're getting all of these correct. The man
Yes,
that we,
you're doing great,
again, we are
guys.
wishing that he is back in EMEA sometime soon. But yeah, that is Leo. Now, I will say the next image may be a little bit concerning for some viewers. So if you have a bit of a dodgy stomach, feel free to look away now. We will bring up the next image onto our screen. It's a very, very difficult one. I think I might have to hand this one over to is it Charles Neddington? CNed? Who could this be?
Do you reckon? Have you ever seen that trophy before?
No, like I wasn't playing that game. Yeah. Good moments. It was, I think, CNET. I don't know. I think.
It looks like CNET to me, to be
it's
fair.
Oh, good guess. Good guess. Well done.
What was your fondest memory besides, winning the entire thing?
What's the funniest memory?
Your fondest,
Fondest.
like the one that you keep in your heart from that tournament, besides the winning, because I assume that everything looks way more positive when you look back.
Like, what was? I think when we won, I just don't know what to do after winning. I just stand up, and like I couldn't understand I win the champions.
You couldn't believe it?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. And,
What did you think of when you got to your bed that night, being like,
I
well,
said,
now I did it, so,
yeah,
so what
I
now?
have flight tomorrow, so that was the first thing. That was the first thing I think. But yeah, it was a good moment, and I was thinking, could I feel this like again in the
Can
future?
I ask a question?
Yes.
'Cause I imagine when you start out playing and competing, and obviously for you, you'll notice I'm a little better than a lot of people out there. Did you ever imagine, or what was the moment, if you remember, as you got further into that tournament, that you thought, I might win this, we might be the best here? Like, did you ever feel like you had hit the top of the top in the scene?
Like when I'm going to talk about tournament. Like when we go to tournament, we were really like, for me, it was a tournament like we always played. Like
Oh, it's okay. It happens to me too. Don't worry.
Had to be one of us.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the like I was feeling I always be in the tournaments. I'm playing tournaments since I started the game, so it was very normal moment for me, to be honest, when I go to tournaments. So, but when we go out of groups and I realize we are a really good team and we can win this tournament, because we were playing always with Gambit in that tournament and before that, and we were always beating them. They are beating us. We were always playing, and I knew it. Some of us, like Gambit or us, will win the champions when we go to that tournament.
And you were absolutely right. So, in the future, I know that we will see it again. So, keep at it. But, time to move away from the past and focus in the present. I got a chance to talk to Mini ahead of today's matchup. So, take a look at this. I'm now joined by Mini from Gentlemates, the new IGL. Welcome, Mini. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling excited to play.
So, speaking about that IGL that was very surprising last week, I want you to tell people how that actually came into fruition, because from what I've heard, it was a decision that was made even before Robbie BK was benched. So how did that happen, you being in the IGL position?
I mean, like, the results on scrims and like in the officials were not as we would like to or like kind of expect to, and we were not moving that fast, kind of, when Robbie was still IGLing. So we were just thinking we might try this because we were not moving, and that kind of how we just put me in IGL, was like, let's try something new. Like, we're really trying hard to make it work with Robbie IGLing, but it was just like still not coming. So we just tried like new thing. I like the new thing. Everyone else liked the new thing, and still IGL, so it's nice.
We like it too. We like it too. What was the first thing that you wanted to address the moment that you were given that power? What was the one thing that you wanted to fix, number one? As in, this is going to be my first task as an IGL.
I think there was nothing like really I want to fix, but I just wanted to make sure everyone's gonna help me really, really hard, to become really good IGL, because I cannot just become boaster from day to another, so I just wanted really like everyone to help me, the coaches to help me, and everyone just like give me a lot of feedback, and yeah, that was it.
Oh my God, I mean, the feedback is definitely helping. We see it on the server as well, as your performance was definitely not affected by having some extra tasks. Last week, you and Kamik were saying about how you specifically were very excited about being able to play against a Turkish team. Foot is on the other side today. What do you think of them as an opponent?
I'm excited to play Turkish team, you know, because all my life I'm hearing like about Turkish teams, but I don't think I ever faced like Turkish team in official, even VCL. So I'm excited for a new challenge, you know, to face a Turkish team, and I'm excited how it's gonna go today.
We love it first here. And lastly, very quickly, also speaking about the IGL on the other side, Mr. Fallen also had a great performance on the other side. A little bit nervous to go up against him?
Nah, for sure not. Like, I just need to focus on myself, focus on my team, and as long as we play our like optimal game, like we'll win.
Okay, thank you very much, and best of luck in your game.
Thank you.
Apparently every team just have to play their game, right, Tombis? But when we look at this two IGLs, Mini was quite the surprise last week.
Yeah, I think the main worry going into the week was, is he going to be able to keep up that level while having to lead the team, while have to like micromanage, make the calls, have a new player, like all of these additional things that you kind of think, that's going to be difficult to do on the fly. And the answer was absolutely not. He made it look easy, very, very comfortable. And I think that's going to be important today because it's going to be similar when he eventually goes up against Mr. Farland as well.
Yeah, exactly, because I think we can say the same. Wouldn't you agree, Mitch?
Yeah, 100%. I think the thing for Foot, though, is like you look at the depth of their roster, and historically, it does, even if it's not Mr. Fallen, there's someone else to step it up. And that's the concern when you come up against them. But for Gentlemates, I think they've certainly got that. No lack of depth on their squad. For Mini, though, I'm curious to hear, though, that, you know, in his interview, he's saying he's never IGL'd up against, or never played against, and never IGL'd clearly against a Turkish team. I think that is going to be one of the biggest challenges for him in adapting to how they play.
There's always a first time. And speaking about first times and things that also surprised us, we also saw Zeus going in the operator and having a lot of impact when we look at the side of Foot, right? That they're going to be taking the stage in just a moment. But we were surprised to see that composition that we saw on Lotus coming in from them. Yeah. And his individual performance was actually pretty good.
It's all right. But 33 and 18 or something like that. I mean, look, I'm not a big fan of the comp itself, but hell, if you've got a guy like that going to drop 33, fair enough. I mean, bring the jet out, but it's going to hit a wall eventually, you have to think.
He almost got 60 kills in the whole series, so at
Let
that point you just kind of go like, yeah, you do you. I'm not going to critique you even if I don't like the comp, I don't like the methodology so much. If someone can run into angles and take down half the other team, great.
Well, exactly. Let's wait no further. Let's welcome both of our teams, Foot and Gentlemates, onto the stage as they go up against each other.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy, my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slippin' slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said pop.
Foot and Gentlemates, both of these teams currently leading Group Omega, but only one of them will leave today with the 2-0 victory. Tombis, any expectations when we look at the map, Vito?
It's going to be a very interesting one because I feel like Foot have a couple of strong maps coming into the ball, but ultimately we've seen Mate ban Ascent, which they also haven't really been playing too much. And then the Haven ban almost looks like a target. Like, okay, we're going to take out what the opposition likes to play and force them into weaker grounds. Mate have then gone for Icebox, which I think we said, Mitch, when we were talking, it's a bit of a gamble when you don't know what they're going to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming in with some unknowns and Foot starting on the attack side as well. If you talk about challenges against a team like this is where I think it's going to shine through more than ever. And also the Ascent being taken out by Mates, it frees up that second round ban. So I think Foot get a good bit of molding over this veto to take it where they want. Ending up on Lotus, you know, it might be a fair enough middle ground between the two, but you have to lean slightly towards Foot if that jet comp is still going to be brought out to the same effect as before. Granted, though it was a 14-12 against Koi, you might want to change it up, but it's a short enough turnaround.
I'm a bit more worried about the first two, because I think Fracture has been a pretty horrific map, at least at kickoff when we were watching mates play it. Like, they managed 9 rounds in 2 maps, and on the opposing side, they beat Fnatic and Liquid. Like, you're talking about 2 of the best teams at kickoff. Like, Liquid actually ended up making it the whole way. So I'd say one team in an incredibly good spot, another team in an incredibly weak spot. Unless they've managed to massively change things, and the addition of Kamik, I'll say it rises their firepower. I don't think there's any arguments there, but that needs to be such a huge change going into map number 2.
Yeah, exactly. And as we jump into Agent Select, yes, Foot has not played it yet, and it's going to be both the KO and the Tejo coming on their side. Mitch, what do you make of this composition?
Well, obviously for mates as well, sticking with the same sort of a comp, I think this is going to allow them to bring the fight to Foot a little bit. For Foot, bringing this out to bear, I'm not against it, to be honest. You're going to have a lot of potential. You're matching the KO for that information.
Triple initiator.
The main thing is, though, the way that Foot have been consistently playing this Tejo, like, look at their Pearl the other week. It was phenomenal. So the ideas they come in with could be great, but they don't have that same, the seizes that they've had before.
But it's also not
Mr.
Mr. Fallen. Like, Mr. Fallen has been the one playing that Teo the majority of the time. He's been very impactful with it. But Yedaje, we know through and through as a Sentinel player. So I'm now excited to see what he's going to bring on this Agent.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday, we saw the triple initiator, and it did not look good, obviously from a different team. What do we expect when we move on to the second half?
Playing without Sentinel as well, to be honest, for Foot, I think coming onto the defensive side, there could be a lot of problems for them there. Maybe Yedaje will be hybriding in for that map control.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's not wait any longer. Hazakaira, please take us to Icebox.
And take us to Icebox, we will do exactly. Look, Cairo, triple initiator before the KO buffs even come in. We are truly in the end times.
Listen, I'm looking forward to this, though. You look towards Gentlemates, new IGL, kind of new player now. Kamik's already had his debut second game, and going up against Foot, who feel as if they've been the same roster forever, right? That Cole that's stuck around, Zeus, who's been absolutely frying. And, well, a new map to look forward to with a new comp, a triple initiator one.
Let's see if he can continue the trend of which we've seen so far up against the Waylay, yet to register a win, that Agent, against a non-mirror opponent. And, well, it's the first player that drops. Click goes down. That's a kill for Atta, and some time and space to work with for Foot.
At least 2 of the initiators. Stopping that Eldron going any further forward. The Teo, though, picking up the slack, because Foot don't seem to be stopping, but they are going at a very slow pace.
To the site now, finally flashed up, they fall. It's a double up between Zeus and Yedaje. Those newer players injected into the Ancient squad, as you say before, and they hold firm, but just for a moment. Japan, one back, still plenty to try and recover this, but Foot are falling one at a time. Players out of position, and now a chance to reset in the retake.
This is really winnable. The drone trying to help Mini get back into sight. Doesn't need the information, just playing heads up. Atta captain already low, cracks his head. Go! Wow. And so is the rest of Foot. A brilliant way to start Icebox.
That's an electric beginning for Gentlemates. They won both pistols on this map last time out against Liquid, and they'll pick the first one up here as well. Click getting investigative, and that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on, using the Waylay Refract very often paired up with the light speed to get into those deep positions. But then here, Foot, for a team who have been around for so long,
good, guys,
like you said, not playing in tandem there whatsoever.
It looked like a disconnect, and it's something that's really out of character for Foot, just because they have always had this sort of characteristic, right, where fundamentally they are so solid. Listen, it's only pistol round though. Getting the outlaw on Zeus, as well as a heavy shield.
Mini has a Vandal, of course, as well. Very strong start to him on the IGL. A role which he has held on to before. He had that mantle on Enterprise. And Canna here does get punished by the Outlaw, so Zeus already finding some value, and that is a weapon which can be returned.
There's 2 players still within touching distance of one Outlaw bullet. One of those is the rifle of Mini.
They, at the very least, have read it pretty well. They've got 3 bodies towards this side of the map. Click again looking to try and do some of the mid-rounding solo. He's not going to be greeted with any information right now as Ata Captain sat back. The nut comes in, and while there's little plant protection here for Foot, they're going to be able to get the spike on the deck on the B site.
While all that action's going down, there is a late luck coming in from the A side. One to keep your eyes on Ata Captain making his way forward. But mates, they need to get onto this spike soon.
Zeus has to be the main tool right now to try and dissuade the push as it comes in, but it's the rifle back in Yetterjay's hands that has already dealt the damage. The captain falling and the rest of the team need to follow this one up. They can't, straight into the face of opposition. The Outlaw oppresses yet again, and it's a 5 versus 2 in Foot's favor. They won't make the same mistake this time. A double peak together will net Yetterjay yet another, as that's going to be the scoreline, tied up right out the gate.
There's the last player as well, very well played. An in-zone flawless by Foot. From the get-go though, there seemed to be a plan about how Foot wanted to go about this. The fact that they had that heavy shield Outlaw, which is so out of the ordinary from Valorant.
I mean, yeah, Valorant's the name of the game after all, Cara, but I completely agree with you. Foot have done this a couple of times. We saw it against Koi or Lotus, where Mr. Fallen was taking the hit on the pistol round, for example. Yetu loving things as always. And now back to winning ways immediately. They've doubled up on the Outlaw as well. So just looking to punish what is next to nothing here for Gentlemates.
It's a really tough one, being on the defense as well. Your economy immediately being broken.
Very quick over-rotation from mates called off the back of this mini. Just going to snatch straight at it. That's fine. Zeus goes down. That's the tip of the spear blunted for now. 4-on-4 situation as the drone clears out. Foot just taking these mid-rounds to reset.
Standing ahead.
Time. Me as well. I mean, mates though are not. They commit every single player towards this site, looking to play outside of the wall and click. Well, he'll get one playing through it.
And mates do have quite a lot of tools to deny a potential plant here as well. You've got to be looking at the molly and the fragment that's just been thrown out by Kamek. They are forcing the issue, and now Ata's in position.
Kada trying to get rid of himself, but the pistol's not quite working out at all. Classics, you're not expecting the most. Kamek Sheriff though, yeah, there you go. It's the expected outcome. It will be a second for Foot.
Yeah, mates just running themselves into the ground a little bit there. As I said before, I've actually been fairly impressed with some of the defender-sided calls that we've seen from Mini so far. To flesh out that point I mentioned earlier, his time spent on Enterprise, he was the IGL there in Challengers, his main stint in Tier 2. He resided over Benji at that point in time, you know. The guy has skin in the game. It's more in the mid-round, I think, where we had been a little bit concerned, and when we flip over to that attack side, but for now you can see his performance isn't hindered either.
But remember, he also IGL'd the team to second in East back, all the way back in Tier 2.
Did, but that's not going to count for much here as Click again has tried to make an opening duel happen for himself. 7-18 in terms of those first engagements versus Liquid. It's a stat that he'll be wanting to rid of, and well, that doesn't have looked to have changed so far.
He's trying to flood out into backside A just in case that hit was coming through at the same time though. Kada's going to wander.
We're in the coal mine, but in terms of information, it's just Ata on the extremity yet again, playing a traditional lurk role as the rest of Foot creep closer. This contact piece has scaled quite far up, and now they will be without that Viper when the execute comes through. No smokes.
Yeah, Foot may feel as if their hand has been forced here as well. At the same time, they're still trying to come through, but it doesn't work out. Mate's creating a little bit of chaos, but Zeus, well, he's trying to be the lone one on top of 410, making it work. The rifle's Foot hitting, and now it's just the late luck of Kada that has to rescue this round.
You expect this position as well, Kada in behind. Zeus is holding from top 410, is a fairly laboured duel, but Cracks can haul them over the line. So with Foot now having a third round under their belt, and the bye broken of Gentlemates, things are looking on the up for them.
Yeah, it is looking on the up for Foot, and this is something that we're going to have to keep a tab on if mates can get their economy under control, because on the defence, very difficult to do so. You don't have that extra economy from the spike plants, etc.
It's a big round from Zeus as well. That head-to-head between him and Click, not something that we've spoken about all too much so far. But you're talking about a player who has highest ACS, or did until the floor show took place last night, in the league. Same stat which he had in Turkey the year before.
Something for this round. I know we saw BBL using a lot of the ultimates on ecos, but Mates do have things to work with here, right? You're looking at that lockdown, you're looking at the annihilation. If Gentle Mates can put themselves in a position where they can try and capitalise, force players back, you look at that B long, it can be very difficult to hold them there, right? Quick peek out confirms what Foot are up to. Mr. Fallen will be the one to get the pick. Foot's annihilation, though, is the one that's going to be used.
Yeah, it's a small win for Mates in this position, right? Trying to bait out any kind of ultimates that they possibly can. Still a couple left in the war chest for Foot at this point in time. It's Cracks and Attacaptain that will be looking to try and build towards theirs in terms of player positions, though. It's Cracks furthest out towards yellow.
Let's just saved it. Going forward, is able to get one, but I mean, that's all it's realistically going to be when you look at Foot's rifles, the way they're playing off one another. Excellently done. That will be 4.
And after that initial blip that we saw in the pistol round, and it being the one which Mates have been able to post so far, the spacing is looking a lot better for Foot, and I think that's something that we've got to be thinking about. When we talk of the player change and what it is that Zeus brings to the table, different to CNED, as we've had him on the desk here as well. He plays with a rifle in his hands. He's amongst the pack. It helps support players like Cracks that you're seeing on the KO, on the Fade, that have that clearing utility, that are close neck to you. That's a discussion we'll get into in a little bit, I think, on his behalf. But yeah, Zeus is very well integrated into this team already, and with that timing kickoff under their belt, you can see the improvements that they've made.
Right now, coaching staff for Gentle Mates wanting to stop things and have a chat, because realistically, when we look at the rounds and how they've gone, the only round that Gentle Mates have won has technically been a clutch, right, when you think about it. And
Yeah,
it's that pistol round.
Yeah, it's just individual heroics, things like this. Something to keep tabs on at this point in time. Goked leading the charge in terms of the discussions in the timeout. We know that Mini, in terms of what his position is as the in-game leader, it is the sort of the pre-round calls. We're keeping a closer eye on the mid-round. He's become a lot more vocal since Robbie BK's departure. It was an idea that they've been flirting with up until that point anyway, but now having fully committed to it, I think the importance here as well is just, is there any preparation that they can go off? Because for as much as we lauded Gentlemates having brilliant anti, we haven't seen Foot play this map since, the international stage last year.
No, I think we saw them play it in the off-season.
The off-season, yeah. But for VCT, I think the last result is best left, if you remember the result.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. Well, as for this round, we look towards A as the initial bout goes off. Zeus already up, and well, there's at least 3 players here for Gentlemates.
With that toxic screen up, they've just been looking to play behind it. Hunter's Fury coming in, Armageddon the way back. They're fighting forwards here, Gentlemates, and it's working out. Zipan on the Tahoe yet again, starting to already feel quite familiar for him. But closing that gap, getting the space back towards Maze. They can't move any further than the brackets before Zipan gets his second, and Click puts his foot down. Finally, Maze retaliating with some proactive defense. Foot falling flat, in zone flawless.
Magic stuff, brilliantly played by Mates. Just felt as if Foot were maybe caught by their own pace in there. You saw it like trying to ult through, create a little bit of chaos, and it was Mates that were thriving in it. As for Foot, they just didn't really get a grasp of where the positioning was of certain players. They would look away, you can see right now. Oh, it's a lovely...
Saturate.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
All good. I do really like this from Gentlemates, though, staying proactive, and I think this is something that we will have to critique Foot for. When you're running triple initiator, we saw the issues with it from BBL yesterday. If you're not making the most of that clearing utility, it comes in cycles. You have plenty of signatures in there, such as the 0 point, for example, that KO knife. You want to be using that off rip and then seeing where you can find value for it then later in the round.
I think as well, though, when you look at Foot's composition and what they're running with the triple initiator, this is obviously going to be their best half in terms of they can be oppressive with their utility, the clearing, etc. But when they move on to this defense, is that lack of a sentinel going to be an issue?
That's the question, right? You're kind of wondering, do they play heavier for retake? Are they getting aggressive? Are you putting Zeus in dangerous positions? Is that what the setup is? Because when I think of Gentlemates, for example, and how they play, you would assume that it was centered around Click, and while we do have a brief intermission here with a tech pause, I think it's nice to reopen a discussion that was being had late last year, over on Twitter by JT. I mean, he started it as the analyst for Gentlemates now. He was with Heroic Valkyries at the time, just talking about the kind of system that was being run on SK with Click and how much value you can get from a player like him.
Yeah, I mean, when you think towards his position in Tier 2 and the ceiling that he was able to reach performance-wise, he really was the hyper carry. And I think for now, and especially when you see how Click is playing the Whaley, it's very much gaining ground, right? Clearing the space.
Yeah, he was in the top percentile last year for first engagements, and that one SK half a round on average more than any other team in Tier 2 and above. So that's the reason why Click got picked up. You know, he can have those moments, but the big, point that centered off that was that it can take a lot of resources to try and set that up sometimes. Whereas here, in this version of Gentlemates, like you already said, he doesn't feel like a player that you're relying on to throw a boatload of utility at. He is just creating the space for the rest of his team off the back of his own play.
Yeah, Foot going for a timeout here. Obviously, the last round not going as well as it possibly could. Gentlemate's doing really well at being proactive on the defence and using ultimates to great effect. So after Gentlemates have made their changes, Foot are going to make theirs now.
Just wondering here, I guess, as well, how Mini wants to try and use the lockdown at any point in time. You're getting close to a pit as well. Ultimates which you can control areas of the map pretty decisively. And with Atta still having his own pit, right, that is the logical counter that you would think of.
Another thing though, right, if you are Foot, Cracks close to his null command, that could be an easy way to get yourself in towards sites and stop any of those sort of ultimates coming online, and then maybe create a further plan, taking more space towards screens, for instance, where that lockdown would usually go down.
And to just then bring that back to the game state, we're coming into a big ult cycle, ladies and gents, if you couldn't tell. These next couple of rounds could decide how the rest of the half ends up looking, whether Foot can stay in front, because that's what they're trying to aim and do right now. Zeus leading the line, top side B.
Already taking that space, although Cracks has been left towards mid, and is going to confirm an advantage for Foot. Spike goes down. What does the post plant look like?
They are very restricted right now, and the pit's just going to fall immediately. Mini still holding on to the lockdown, doesn't need it. His second kill already before Yetijay is forced to face the music. He'll get one, but that's not enough. So much more that mates are able to do, completely constricting Foot.
Mini looks like a superstar every time we see him in a game, map to map. As an IGL as well, the responsibility that he holds, not just because of the calling, but just performance-wise as well.
Yeah, and when you then begin to draw that comparison between him and Mr. Fallen on the other side for Foot, a player who, has also gone through the same kind of process as Mini, where he was regarded one of the best up-and-coming IGLs out of Turkey.
They're scared now.
And yes, you can tell, Click starting to intensify things just a little bit more. Is that promise has been delivered on for Foot, that they've made international events now, but whereas for mates, it is a process.
So far, the way Foot have been playing this attack, very straightforward, very to the point, executing maybe a little bit slower, but sticking to one side of the map, right? Right now, this is the first real proper default that we're seeing. Spike not committed anywhere, exploring every avenue.
Yeah, need to be a little bit careful here. It was just Kamek towards B, but a rotation made. Kada supporting, has the toxic screen towards A. Mid left completely open. After Foot made that move in the previous round, the expectation from mates is that, you don't double dip, you're not going back. So they set up accordingly, and with that self-drone finding info A, they should have the read.
Should do. It looks like they're committing to it. Want to re-clear mid though, just to be sure there's not any late lurks that we saw from Cracks in that last round. Null command invested, straight in. Mates can't stop anything at the minute in terms of utility, so they're held back.
Yeah, as I said before, there is little plant security here, so it's really just the null command you're relying on to actually get this one down. But as they drop back into a deeper post plant, look at the ults that Mate have to come back in with. Even just a lockdown well placed through the middle of sight from Mini could be all the difference in re-securing long.
See Mr. Fallen, he's already wanting to try and take more space, and the wall's done so well. It's just a quick spam. Mates haven't thought about this, and it's such a simple way to deal with the lockdown. Trying to get out of the wall, and it's Mr. Fallen with 3, Atta Captain with 2, and Foot get 5.
Mr. Fallen says, you want to see a fragging IGL? I'm going to show you one. Taking matters into his own hands, and it just feels like a slight oversight from Gentlemates. I mean, you invest the Lockdown, and it's just cut short. The second layer from Atta is so well timed as well after they hadn't really been present mid. As we say, they didn't start the round with any pressure there. Mate's happy to give it up, but then they pay a hefty price as the round drags on.
It's so hard as well, because you see mates, they pay a little bit of attention, they clear before going for that retake. And then again, as you said, that extra layer, that late luck coming back through it. Similar round in terms of where the players' positionings are. Spike actually committed towards the B side once again. Kamek hanging around like he did last time. No punish though.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, 0 point, just tagging up 3 players, taking the drone offline, not maximizing the space. You can see Foot always leaving at least one player towards A, whether it's a lurk or just waiting for Click to throw himself at the belt. There's a big gap towards Snowman here, and so Click is holding on from Kitchen, but it's an isolated duel, one which Click will win.
Be right back.
Oh, head glitch there. Sorry, it's not a head glitch, you know what I mean, head peek. I'm so used to it from old esports, but Kada gets fallen, Kamek helping the lone, the Viper in towards this Foot, right at a stop here. No way out, no way to try and rescue this, and Click's got the information needed to lay up the slam dunk of an in-zone flawless.
Brilliant, and even just that double light speed from Click over the top towards the end signifies to you at home what exactly his role is in the team. Again, just creating space for the rest of his team. Kind of like how you've seen a Neon player before just use that slide to open up some extra space and drag the crosshair away from position. Kamek does a brilliant job here holding sight, and you know, with what he was saying after the game last week as well, saying he feels like he has more responsibility in this team as well as like the second caller as things have been reshuffled a little bit. He gets the reinforcements that he wants. Into the next gun round, Foot will want a response, otherwise the scoreline's tied again.
Utility coming through, and it's the drone usually to try and identify the position of the B player. Look at Kamek though, he was the player that was being Valor up B, he's now towards Kitchen, and you can see Gentlemate's thinking about actually starting to move up on the A side. Instead they're going to pull back, not capitalising off the stealth drone information.
Take flight. And I wonder what Foot do with this too, because it wasn't quite caught on screen, but as we shift back to the players, I think 2 or 3 of them suppressed towards B long. This is such an important area of the map for the attackers, because you've got to go clearing it, and that's what Kada's going to do. Face checking around the corner of yellow. It's Zeus to solo peek it into the poison. Choked alive, cracks. And with Click up the guts of mid as well, he'll cut off the rotate for good measure. This is, well, I was going to say a potential back-to-back in-zone flawless, but you know, damned not to happen as soon as those words leave my lips. Mate, very good, mate.
Poor pattern, mate. But with that being said, what we are seeing is some very good rounds. Kada doing very well to hold on to yellow, and you can see the partnership with Kamek on this B side of the map.
In terms of that KO utility, we saw a few times before from Mate with it being Zipan on that role, but obviously the change making sense in terms of comfortability. Kamek, one of his more played agents, is suiting them so well in terms of the supportive flashes. So light towards this B side though, they've been able to do a lot more than the sum of their parts so far.
It's the first time we've seen Gentlemates really trying to be aggressive.
And how do you get out here as well? The Armageddon's right behind them, they've got to fight yellow.
They've got to try and get something, and well, they've already got one. Kamek got brought low, and they're looking still to keep going forward. The KO flash, the flashpoint, absolutely picture perfect, and so is the luck from Atta Captain.
Finding crazy timings as Yetu's just going to add more fuel to the fire. Mini last left, and that Armageddon just boxed in the rest of Mate. Nowhere that they could possibly go. Mini 1 kill deep into the clutch effort, but it goes no further. The 6th secured at long last for Foot.
Hey, listen, at least they're going to come into towards the next half at an even scoreline at the bare minimum. They'll be wanting to capitalise now, push it forward to 7, taking the advantage, because they've been sitting on this for so long. This advantage.
Seeing the flash here into yellow as well, so well timed to take down those 2 players, and that's one of the problems as well. When you are a little lighter on the hold, you have to consider what space you're able to hold on to, and then Teho doing Teho things makes you completely adjust the scales once again, as there was no retreat in sight. On round of the half, Kamek holding onto an op, but it's the first thing that gets spotted.
Same again that we saw previously with the Hunt's Fury being used off-rip on A, but Foot scaling so much slower compared to last time. Scared of what Gentlemates could do on the A side.
Well, and because they know it, they've set up an alarm bot as well. Mini has deep control to where the orb is. Not really been fighting for this kind of control all too often, but it's a nice early heads up. A little bit of pressure put towards B. Atta deposited late. His value in a lot of these rounds has come from the lurks, but he looks to be backing away while the drone's coming up.
Re-cleared out. I mean, at the same time, the Gentlemates identify that as the lurker and start to commit towards A with the pressure that's coming on and the spike being down. It certainly looks like it. Trading even going one better. Now in a 3 versus 2, and you still have Click's ultimate to be used.
Still holding on to it. Gonna send it in a little bit earlier, and actually it's just a solo play. Click right in, refracts back, but you've only got 10 points of health, and all of a sudden the pool isn't looking as healthy as it was before. But Mini still stands tall, nearly on for the ace, but it's snatched away at the final moment. And now Yeti with a chance to close the half. To step back as the stun drops, and Zipan will finally confirm it. We'll be all even.
We certainly will, Hazard. Going all even, and I think that's complementary to both teams and how they've played this half so far. A very nice back and forth between the two.
Absolutely has been the kind of start that they would have wanted. But we've got a word from the birthday boy. Let's hear about Click's experiences at kickoff and how he's feeling about this game against Foot.
In first, the kickoff was really exciting, to be honest. I was anyway looking up to it. I remember the first game was like also really exciting because I don't know how many viewers we had. Like alone our CEO, this guy had like 300, 400K on Twitch, you know? So it was really fun to play, and there were also a lot of fans. So it was just like first time in my life I see stuff like this, you know, that so many people, so many just fans cheering at you.
Nice. I'm ready big, guys. I'm ready big.
Against Foot, but I just look forward to it, to be honest, because I like a lot of people say like Turkish teams they shoot really hard, you know, and like I know this is also my strength. So like I literally it's full ego fight. They want to aim fight, bro. I go aim fight. If the better one, like the better one will win, you know. So I really look forward for this match.
He'll be hoping for a result today to cap off what is his 19th birthday. So happy birthday to Click, and for everyone in the arena, I don't exactly expect you all to sing him a song. It's a Thursday afternoon after all, but yeah, for everyone watching at home, go send some wishes to the guy.
Yeah, exactly. Get it in the chat. But with that being said, has a long way to go. 12 rounds remaining. Only takes 7 of them to finish out this map.
5 of the last 7 going the way of Gentlemates means that they have managed to wrangle themselves a little bit of control into this second half. And the attack, where you look to that Waylay once again, as I said before, the only win for Waylay so far was against another Waylay comp ran by Liquid. It was Mates that won it, but her track record in all other maps, still 0 wins, still on the donut, and we just want to get that first little bite of the donut. You know, we want that first win.
Yeah, but again, we've already hinted towards it, how Foot want to play on this defend, almost maybe like an attack as you start to look towards mid here, and the fact that 2 initiators are right behind Zeus.
Yeah, and there's a flash coming in as well to just incentivize the peak. Click playing forwards into the refract, falls back Zeus, double kill.
Easy as that. At the same time, Mates are going to pivot, try and get on towards A, and hopefully get a spike plant down.
To tap just for now, they are looking for extra jewels, something to just move the needle back and help the numbers, the man count, as they do trail by just the 1 for now, looking for a fight.
At the same time, because they've been tapping the spike and trying to beat everyone in for a peak, Foot are all here. They're ready for this.
Who's taking the contact? Mini having a little bit of a look. 2 players towards screen as Zeus gets yet another dashes pass to set up Atta as Foot come crashing back through. The A site their own. A 7th round has secured the lead again.
You can see what Gentlemates are trying to do, but it's the tee up in towards mid, taking the advantage and also being so disciplined in the retake.
That's one of the advantages that Foot have coming into this as well, is that there is tape on how Gentlemates like to play Icebox, whereas nothing can be said, the inverse. It was another A pistol that we saw from them previously, and that's why they go for the mid setup, right? You can get a nice quick early flank if we do see a repeat. I mean, Mates did try and interact with it a little bit, didn't work out for them, and they're not going to be fancying their chances of any kind of an outlaw buy on the second round this time.
I don't think so. Almost something similar when you look towards mid. This time it's the 3 initiators that are trying to take that space once again.
Cracks cross-map knife, so Garage already confirmed to be vacant, and with Mate grouping up towards A, is a 4-player stack.
A load of damage. That's why it's going to be easy for Click to trade out. At the same time, though, you have to try and gain control of backside. Stop players peeking you, and it's Mr. Fallen's Ghost that's actually the one doing the most damage. It's not looking good at all, as Mini Sheriff tries to get to work, but it will work at nothing. That's a 2-round advantage that Foot are able to grab.
And responding really well to the setup as well. Like, I think Yetu had huge value from his special delivery there. A birthday present for Click, perhaps, dropped on towards default. No one capitalizing directly off the back of the stun as you see it land in there. But Mr. Fallen in and amongst it, 16 and 7 as it stands. It's both IGLs leading the way. I don't really know how that works, but hey, big brain, big aim.
Hey, listen, that's what it's got to be, right? Still be long. Look at Zeus, he's ready for this. A tee up, it's absolutely gorgeous. Can't quite get the third though, but it's teed up at a captain in towards Garage.
At a captain's already parked up in the garage. Hangs around here too long, he's gonna get a ticket, mates. Need to clear this space out, but they've not really considered it at all. He is going to remain to be that deep deposit, and while Mini's not going to give away any steps, it's a stab in the back that you're just waiting for.
This 0-point lead could be absolutely massive. At the same time, though, at a captain.
Wait,
how does he play this? He cleared it. Absolutely perfect. Mates doing well to try and convert from a bad position, and Kamek finishing it off with a little cherry on top.
I like that from Kada. Walks around, clamps the tire in the end finally, like, yeah, mate, you've been here for far too long. You thought I forgot about you? No, I'm coming back for that one. So,
it's like being VAR'd, isn't it? Like, you think you've just scored it and it gets brought back.
Yeah, the celebration swiftly muted. I mean, this was brilliant from Zeus to just kick things off. 2 kills off the back of the flash, and then Kada taking control of the situation as
good job.
One of the more experienced heads on this team, I think it's fair to say, after doing his fair share of work in challenges as well.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at both teams because they're essentially both products of the Tier 2 system.
Foot, different age, debut yet.
Mid though, Mini's found a little pocket to work within.
Could he be cooking up in the kitchen here? I mean, this is a very cautionary drone that's going to come out from Mr. Fallen. And yeah, Click does find the kill towards yellow. So right now, Mini is a big yellow distraction. And as the drone flares off on his position, Mates get into theirs, right on the site, digging heels in on B. Zeus clawing one back as he always does, but so much work left to be done.
Still need to get on the spike. Oh, nearly denied yet, Tiji. Almost able to flick back. Still though, a significant advantage.
Zeus, one more kill, would have had the dash up, but the player who charges in front this round is Click, tying the scoreline 8 apiece.
I mean, massive from Mini, right? Finds a little gap, and taking damage from the spam or wherever it's come from. But on top of that, as you said perfectly, a big yellow distraction for Boot to try and collapse upon, but at the same time it put Mates into a position to try and swing towards deep mid, towards those back positions, and yeah, it just lost so much space there.
I think too, when you have this at home, you can make these really deep clears, and I think the synergy between the dash on Click and obviously Kamek's flashes as well, you're seeing the value. Ada keeping an eye on Garage, 1v1 opposite number, nice shot at her. Does this force Mates' hands? They've still got over a minute and 20 seconds to play around with, but now feeling A inclined, Refract is enabled. It gets the saturate off, but with the suppression, he is locked into this site, and so is the rest of the team.
Spike should be easy to go down. Blade's being used, that rifle can be chucked over to one of Zeus's teammates. That's exactly what happened.
Crack still has both flashes here on the way back through, and Zeus with blades in hand. We're looking to take a fight, but instead mates want to go on the offensive, or at the very least, just slow them down with the hinder.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really hard to try and get back into. You've got to be thinking salvos are still there. Mini still has the nano swarms as well as Kamek having his molly.
Already bought half of the time off the spike, and that will continue to tick away. Zeus removes the first of those players as Krax gets onto the defuse. Deep positioning from mates. They need to try and get back on the line. Look for a fight. It's Zeus dictating the play instead. A swing from Kamek to save the day, but he goes down early. And so Mr. Fallen will give Foot a pace safeguard thrifty.
Yeah, I don't know, like, when you see all of mates falling back, you're thinking, well, it's just a post plant, right? There's no way that Foot are able to get back onto this, and it's not only that, Zeus does so well to try and take the fight on the front line. This is absolutely insane.
The attack helicopter flying through the sky, man.
AC-130.
Armed and dangerous.
Really well played. Zeus does absolutely brilliant.
And there is never a round write-off when he has those blades in his hand.
I don't think there's ever a round write-off when it's Foot.
Yeah, that's probably a fair assessment as well, but we have to give the same credit to mates right now. Deep clear boiler gets the value from it this time. It's a kill onto Mr. Fallen, and he's out of dodge.
This is lovely stuff. At the same time, Foot need to try and get something back, but in the meantime, losing players.
Oh, this is a really nice choice from Asa Captain. He's going to fight in towards main deep, where he has the flank coming in. Now Zipan is the player who's hot under the collar, where instead it would have been him as the anchor on the site. Zipan wins the fight, though. It's just one player. Where is Yetu in all of this? He's hedged his bets, and, well, neither of them have come up.
This is not looking good whatsoever. Still, crawling shoes. Zipan finally dealt with. Spike's been ticking away this full time.
It has. It's boiling over right now. The cauldron cooked away by mates. In position, Kamek holding firm onto yellow. He's got contact from Click deep in Snowman. Set up for success as time continues to play against Foot. Another player dropping to the deck is Yetajay this time, as Kamek has found a triple for himself on the round. But that all spins back to be long.
Yeah, it does. Zipan does excellently, but also on top of that, Gentlemates realising the mistakes, not letting players take them off guard.
I love this deep dive from Click. He did it a couple of times on the attack against Liquid, but most of that was just trying to create a little bit of space. There wasn't a full rollout. You weren't seeing the extra value. He's managed to land it a little bit more practice in the lineup, perhaps. And you're golden.
I think as well, like, on top of that, Foot are interacting with mid a lot here, right, in terms of the utility that they're using out here. I heard the Viper's pit towards 8.
Go very quiet on the map. Scurrying of drone steps as they give each other a chest bump. No players caught in the process. Yetu is suppressed now, and he is solo yellow.
Very lenient, I guess, with the uses of the Hunter's Fury that we're seeing come through from Mr. Fallen. No real value to come off the back of it.
No. It's just a couple of players in position. I mean, they were thinking about potentially re-exploring A.
Kraxus has no flashes either here, so it's just straight up gunfights.
To console a little longer, the salvos at the feet, and then as he turns his head around, Click has found a different point of entry. SJ's head explodes as the Armageddon goes on site. A slight gap. Mr. Fallen falling in the bag. Nano Swarm dropping beside him. And as he tries to play forward, Zeus in support, it's not going to be enough for them. Gentlemate staring down the possibility of double digits here. As Foot's rifle round has gone to pot. Atta is going to get one on the fadeaway, but he needs 3 more.
Still has an orb to work with as well. He could try and disguise on the spike, but he won't even get onto it. Double digits confirmed for Gentlemates.
Nice stop-start round from Gentlemates on B-Long there. As we said before, it's not just about the space that you take, but then the denial of information. And Yetajay's hands are tied from that position. Yeah. If you go and face check as the Teho at that point in the round, when you'd already invested your drone, you don't want to be the guy that gives away the bozo death that sort of ruins the round for the rest of your team, but you also need confidence. You know, if you're afraid to win, then every move is a risk.
now into a timeout. We're starting to get to crunch time, right? These two teams have been trading rounds back and forth. At least it would seem like that. But Gentlemates are the ones who are able to string these rounds together, right? It's looking more concrete from the attack. And something I wanted to talk about, Hazza, is the fact that, like, Gentlemates are actually only a year behind Foot in terms of the life cycle if you look at both rosters, right? Both have come from Tier 2. Foot won VRL Finals in 2022, and then you look at Gentlemates, they won Ascension in 23, right? You look at the development of the roster, both rosters and how it's going.
Yeah. That's the asterisk, right? Both rosters, because you are talking about a different team here. I think one of the big things for me is that if Gentlemates can, you know, confirm this, find a way to beat Foot against all odds. Well, you know, both of these teams are top of their group as it stands.
Yeah.
But few people would have forethought that Gentlemates would be in this position. They haven't won 2 games in a row since it was the French side that came up from the lower bracket of Ascension in 2023 to beat Apex. It feels like every single time the roster played a team before, it would be, you know, a weaker team and then a stronger team.
Yeah.
You had Liquid with the changes. Now you're coming into, what, you know, Foot on form. So, hey, if you can find a win today, then perhaps they have just hit their stride.
And I think as well, considering yesterday's result against BBL, this would rip the group right open, identifying that Zeus has taken a forward position and Gentlemates straight in towards Kitchen.
A lot of pace about this, despite the fact it's an anti-eco, and right into the spawn they go! Click doubling up, dishing out all of the damage. I mean, if you look at Foot right now, they are so split up from one another. You had that fight in spawn, all of a sudden, trying to fill the gap through the snow pile. Gentlemates all over them like a rash in terms of what you hope to try and take away from this round. Maybe a bit of damage, but credits are building up.
Kamek's ready for this. Flash is actually spot on, but can't capitalise. Click certainly looks to, but I mean, it's only just one. Kada will be the one to finish it off. We are getting closer and closer to map finish.
Next gun round is huge. Yep. The winner of this one. Map point for Gentlemates up against their Foot, half by at best, you think. And now you can see that Click is starting to play with confidence. As I said before, not necessarily the player who in this team you're investing so much to set him up. But as he's come on leaps and bounds from that SK team, which feels completely different to this Gentlemates roster.
Yeah.
This is a roster with the goal of staying in VCT rather than staying in the DAC League.
Yeah, that's totally different standards. And on top of that, as for this round, we're going to be looking at the ultimate game. That's the big thing that will be the difference, and with it being so harsh on Foot's economy, I mean, you can see both teams looking for it. Zeus looking for a kill, but can't get it.
Second round in a row, he's gone for that play.
Oh, Yetashi can't get more than 2 and easily picked up Kamek. Gentlemates can just go straight into this with an advantage.
All of the time in the world, and as the Killjoy lockdown drops in, there's no way to deny it. Yetashi gone. Can't combine the Armageddon or salvos, a hefty investment perhaps. But free reign over the A site is the name of the game for Gentlemates right now, and a possibility to get the spike plant in. Click! Ooh. Hungry as ever, but perhaps his eyes bigger than his stomach, because with that we go back 3-on-3. Kamek to stabilize. Spike only just getting picked back up.
Gentlemates have plenty of time to rotate to B, play around with the map, create pressure points elsewhere in the map to move Foot, and on top of that, they have a player advantage. They just need to be wary of when Foot come back in, they will have the null command.
Yeah, they will. And with the knife just being used on A, Krax has called this rotation ahead of time. Mr. Fallen coming into the retake, will have the recon.
I don't think Kada wants to use the Viper's Pit either, but just because of how easily you'd be spammed out.
Death's door, and he's arrived! Crossed the threshold! Krax kicking him over the doorstep. 3 kills picked up, and now all eyes to Mini.
If there's anybody you want to rely upon, it has to be Mini.
So many clutches last year, but now making his debut on the big stage. Will he be blinded by the lights, or can he take them all for himself? 12th round, R-Stop. It's fragged out so heavily thus far, but going wide for the first. It's Krax to shut down the second. He is the star of this round. A core kill, which keeps Foot in it.
excellently done. On top of that, the pressure that would have been on it, and Foot just playing together. Zeus very unlucky not to get one pick. I mean, so uncharacteristic. And for me, Yetaji is the hero of this round, being able to get that double kill, bring it so close. I'll see that. Kraxis was pretty much the hero.
Yeah. I mean, look, he gets a double kill, but then Krax gets a double-double. I mean,
yeah, double.
The, steady. The null command making things interesting for us here on the commentary desk, but you can already see Click preparing the light speed. The ult ready, Zeus in position, but with his presence detected, he drops back.
I respect it, right? The utility being put forward by Gentlemates. At the same time, though, you can see Krax is holding this flash.
Play queued up for Foot, but it's just not going to come to all that great effect. And while Zipan's going to be hindered, doesn't matter. It's only Click that we have to worry about right now, but he can't find the space, and so it's a second expedition to the site with utility once more.
Seeing Kamek can't quite get the kill he was looking for. At the same time, Annihilation coming on down, trying to force players out. But I don't know if Foot want this smoke. It looks like Gentlemates have everything they need. And that's going to be map point.
A brilliant round for Mates to win. They respond immediately, and as good as that previous round win was, it was only Krax left standing. A hero moment to save them for just that point in time. And it's a modified defensive setup here as they try to flood backside, or at least fill that gap a little bit more with bodies.
We aim so much better, I swear. Let's go.
This is...
when it comes to the duels, they were prepared.
Yeah, they were. And on top of that, Hazza, things get worrying when you look at this buy. When you look what Foot actually have to try finish out or get close to finishing, stopping Gentlemates finishing out this map. There's an ultimate still to be used in Kada's pocket as well. Gentlemates in the perfect position to try and finish this map out.
Target destroyed.
Gentlemates, with every passing round, the attack speed increases, turning the dial, increasing the pressure. But with a reclear, little bit of mid-rounding here after that first phase of utility coming through, so the salvos should return to Zipan momentarily, as they have left Mini in position, calling away from the rest of the pack to set up the team to now take mid-control.
He's thinking about this.
He's gonna be overwhelmed unless he hits a Kalat or something crazy. No, it's just Click at the front of the Horde once more. And now Atta to be overwhelmed.
Yeah, it needs to try and hold on to something, you think.
Mini!
Oh, no.
Oh, hello.
That's a little bit of a disaster. At least the rest of the roster's there to try and close this out. It's around the world, and it's going to be a map win for Gentlemates. A brilliant start.
Previous international representative looking to head towards Toronto as far as Foot are concerned, but it is this worldwide Gentlemates European roster which are starting to show some serious levels, especially on Icebox. A first win for Waylay against a non-mirror as well. Plenty of positives to take away. Can they make more of it after the break?
Nice! I'm so good! Boys, you're so good! They're scared. This move what we did, they're scared now.
Nice! Camille!
Of course.
Sure. Check me against Camille.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted. Yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way.
Welcome back, everybody. Gentlemaids, they managed to secure their map pick in their match against Foot. Welcome back on the desk. I'm here with Zenit and Tombis. We saw the compositions, we had some questions, and at the end of the map, of course, we have a winner. What do we make about Gentlemaids' performance in this icebox?
I think it was really good. I was impressed, especially going into the second half, how they were able to exploit quite a bit of space. And also the Waylay actually looked pretty good, which I'll be honest, from most matches we've seen from Waylay, it's kind of sucked so far, so seeing someone run it decently was nice.
Yeah, I know that you wanted to take a look at the specifics because as you're mentioning, we saw a couple of rounds where you could actually see the difference or actually the edge that you can take on a team like Foot. They had not played the map before, so going into this having so many set rounds can definitely be the difference maker.
Yeah, I think a lot of what we talked about with this agent is the refract. The ability to fall back is like, that was the talking point in every single matchup, but in the clip that we're going to show, I really liked the combination of the saturate, which is obviously the slow. So you can see on your screens that setting up of that Armageddon ready to be put into play, and then click. It's just that little bit of extra timing to throw that saturate into position and get aggressive at the same moment, but it wasn't even needed because at that point there was no escape for Cracks, there was nowhere anybody can move, and that's where he's then looking for the next layer, looking for the next fight. So I think just those cool little additions to an already decent setup make it a very easy opening pick for that squad.
What would you have done against that?
Like, I agree because like it's a very good combo. Like they really good prepare. Like there was one more moment which they flash mid and Waylay dashed to the boiler and killed Mr. Fallen there. And they really prepared very well against Foot, I think. And yeah, what can I say? They played well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to give props to both of the duelists that we're seeing. It doesn't matter where you're playing, Tom, because both of them found the impact that they needed to have.
Yeah, for sure. I think that obviously it took a little bit of time going into the second half for things to get going. I know that Cena was saying when he was watching that sort of first half that Foot seemed to have success one-dimensionally. It was one side of the map that went quite well, right?
Yeah, like when they went B, I think 5 out of 7, they went B and they won the 5 rounds from B only in attack side. And that's I don't know if that's the thing because of they play 3 initiator or because the Gentlemates weak on B. But yeah, maybe they should go B to win attack because it wasn't enough to win the game.
I love that you mentioned the triple initiator. We're seeing the composition here in the back. And of course, it's not only that you have 3 initiators, it's what you're missing. Not having the Sentinel, not have a way of controlling mid. Do you think that Gentlemates did their homework well on the go? Because of course, they didn't know, I assume, until now, that they were going to see this composition, how they managed to find those gaps.
Like, I don't know, before the game, they knew they will play 3 initiator, or did they decide in the game, but like, they really missed, like, Foot was missing Sentinel, and they felt it, I feel like, because they knew it, they don't have Sentinel, and Gentlemates used it.
Yeah, I think a lot of what we saw was obviously this attempt at aggressive control, but there were a few adaptations attempted by Foot to sort of negate the fact that they don't have a Sentinel. And you can see in this round in particular, I think they're having to expend their drone just to try and clear positions that they know that have been given up. So that's where you have that catch onto Mini, which ends up making this not as problematic a round. But the thing I enjoyed about this, and you'll see in a moment, it was actually the round that Cena mentioned just moments ago, these sort of like dives forward in the mid to fight with the flash. They basically realized that, okay, there's not going to be a turret, there's not going to be something that can actually slow us down, it's just going to be a player. So if we look to fight them directly, we can get these wonderful opening picks that there's not a whole lot your opponent can do about because they just don't have the utility to stop you.
Yeah, but I like seeing this kind of things because it makes us, even though it was a very, very close encounter here on Icebox, it's not like Gentlemates are just being lucky. It's this adaptations on the go that makes us hopeful for the future. And speaking about the future, we're moving to Fracture. That is going to be Foot's pick in this affair, as I'm saying. Mr. Fallen had a great first map. What can you tell me about his IGL on that map? Because it's kind of crispy.
To be honest, I know Mr. Fallen, so I know he doesn't like...
You do?
You do?
Yeah.
No way.
I know his IGLing style, and I know his mind, and I know he doesn't like Fracture, to be honest.
He doesn't! Oh my god, I did not expect that one. So what is... Yeah, I was going to say, what is the thought process then behind
this is I can say. He hates Fracture. Okay.
I love it because whenever we have, for example, like we had the other day, Yesterday and Zeus, whenever we ask about the compositions and everything, they just say, guys, the sides. They just, whatever he says goes. Nobody else has anything else to say.
I don't know.
Isn't that the
I don't
same
know,
thing?
Bear. I think we have a spy with us. I think that somebody might be on foot who said, yeah, oh, he hates Fracture. He hates Fracture. Yeah, 13-6 Fnatic, 13-16 Liquid, but hates the map. People should keep picking it against us.
Do you think that maybe it's because he doesn't like the map that he puts more effort onto it because he doesn't want to make the others feel
no,
like
he
he's
wins out of
personal
stubbornness.
preference?
It's stubbornness. He's like, I hate this map, but I'm going to win it just to spite you.
I can say that he's hating, but he doesn't. It doesn't mean he doesn't work because. Sometimes where you hate the map, you put more work because you need to play it in the end, you know? You can't always just dodge it.
That is a great point because I imagine their opponents really hate the map at the moment. After losing 13-3 and 13-6 to Fnatic and Heretics, only getting 1 round in each attack side. Sure, they've changed a player or two, but I know for a fact that when you talk about Gentlemates, if this map is still in the veto and they didn't want to risk the Ascent, they have done some work over the last, obviously, month or so where they've had that break between Masters. So I'm looking forward to see what they've got. I do think on paper, though, this is a mismatch.
A mismatch. Okay, I wanted to ask you as well, since we have you. You've given us your thought on Mr. Fallen. What about Krax? Because he's the only one here in EMEA that runs the KO on this map. Do you think that it is something that could be perceived as a weakness on the side of Foot?
Like, I think he's the best KO in the world, to be honest. I can say that, but...
Got most rounds.
I'm saying objective, you know. I'm not putting in one. He's the best guy in the world, and Foot is using in some maps very well. But sometimes can be, as you said, this can be weakness because sometimes some maps you can't run KO because it will be like weakness for you.
Yeah, I think it's less popular. We'll see though. I think going into the agent selection, any changes, because I'm mainly looking at the mate side and what they're going to be bringing in. It's that Neon matchup, and that was another thing that we were talking about, whether or not that Neon was just going to be a direct counter for that Fnatic game they played last time. Well, it seems like both teams are confident on it, CNED. Are you happy with a Neon on Fracture?
To be honest, Neon right now, after the nerfs and after this Teho like being meta, like I think Neon is not my first choice, to be honest, in the some maps because.
Who is?
Sorry?
Who is your first choice?
I don't want to say Jet.
But I will.
But I will. I think Jet Ray is, I think front of the Neon because of this Teho is nading and you can't follow the Neon easily in this map, so it wouldn't be my first choice, but I think both teams make a Neon choice.
10.5% attack win rate, by the way. I think that's the lowest I've ever seen a team have that's actually played the rounds.
Please, let them be for a second. Well, actually, let's see if they can improve that, because in fact, they will be starting on the attack. Hazakaira, do you think they have it in them?
That's the question that we want to ask, of course. That's a very, fence-sitting answer from me, of course.
Cheers, mate.
But the expectations for Foot coming into this is that they have not missed a international event, a second international event of the year since partnerships began. Shanghai, their most recent performance, that was the highest that they've ever pitched at one of those. So now you're wondering, was that 2-0 against Koi maybe inflated a little bit by the fact that they haven't been performing so well? Can we get excited? Can we get hyped about Foot? I think they can turn it around.
I think they can turn that around, but on the other hand, is Gentlemates just that much better with the addition of Kamik and Mini taking that IGL role?
Let's see. Zeus has been ever consistent, regardless of all the change around him. He has gelled perfectly into this Foot piece, but as it starts, it's not going to go too well. It continues, in fact, from the previous. Another pistol round looking to head towards Gentlemates. Mr. Fallen finally in the middle of things gets one back. As mates are running through spawn and Krax has cottoned onto this.
He's heard everything and he's calling towards the lone site anchor on towards B. Kata Captain at the same time is exploring A main all the way through in towards attacker spawn.
How diligent do you go? Is it just going to be a freebie? Yeah, it is. Zipan with 1 kill, but in the meantime, fight's going on towards Gen. Forwards goes Click. He's going to drop. Now looking at the position, Zipan is so far out of play. He'll just be looking to try and use those salvos late, but not too much time already bought here. It's a true 1v1.
You've got to look at the position of the spike plant as well. It's not anywhere near for Zipan. They've already got the salvos out in Cracks now. Oh, just needs to wait on the peak. It comes through, and it's a 4K for Cracks.
Another quad kill, full of impact from one of Foot's longest standing players. And it's the kind of response that you really needed after Gentlemates getting away with so many of these pistols, having good prep coming into it. In terms of the post plant, I like the idea to fight towards spawn side, but it's just very, very staggered.
Yeah, it's really... I mean, like, the round itself is all topsy-turvy. You're thinking to yourself, like, as the rotate's coming through, like, it should be a Gentlemates round, but they hadn't identified the player in towards towers, etc. It's just very well played all round.
I think out of the spawn plants we've seen so far, Na'Vi tried it as well. I can't remember one that has gone well because of the plant. It's always been something else that has happened to offset it a little bit. Mini spotted as the Cypher main, and with the flashing util coming in, you expect the second piece.
Cracks just going for more. He's actually got 2. Needs to be careful, the player coming up rope. At the same time though, Kamik's there to peek off it. This is really nice. A 3K in total, but a build-up recollected. This is something to work with.
Now 2v3, and both of those players are split up for Foot. They've got to try and find a way to get everything back together.
It's that recollection of the spike though. Meanwhile, Foot have cleared all the way through spawn and have a good idea of the picture.
Gentlemates still hanging around towards B. Oh,
they're re-clearing through bottom. Zeus has to be big here.
Right into him. The cam doesn't clear. Zeus has perfectly positioned himself as to not be caught by this, and so it's a lineup of players straight to the chopping block. Zeus with 2 kills that put Foot 2 rounds up.
Yeah, you just see the intelligence of the duelist. At the same time, that arcade push, the arcade fight, a little bit dangerous. You're starting to see the ideas, what was coming through.
This is just brilliant work from Cracks to clean up solo. You feel as if Gentlemate needed to do a little bit more to catch him there, put a bit more pressure on. He's 7-1 right now inside those first 2 rounds. With the full purchase coming in, yeah, they're up against the null command early.
Yeah, you're looking at where the stun's going though. That's towards top tower and A. A nice combination coming through with the utility. Mr. Fallen, not long for this world.
Served up from the strat book and executed perfectly. Once again, Gentlemates finding themselves in link towards spawn with rotations heading their way.
Just now up against plenty of players, and Kamek, the one to capitalise. At the same time, Foot proactive, going and taking A main space. Gentlemates clearly pivot, go towards B, and they've even got enough time to try and allocate the spike to get extra orbs. Well, in this case, it will be the Rolling Thunder for Kamek.
It's the perfect situation to set up the post plant exactly as you would like, cater to your strengths. 3 players in main, early contact from Mini, and the rest right behind. Mate following the torch that he has held in front. Leading by example once again, as soon as Click gets the slightest scent of blood, he is right there and ready for it. Any more birthday gifts, perhaps?
Aye, that's what you're looking for, right?
Turning up to his birthday party on his birthday with a birthday gift. Not gonna get it. It's Mini instead. But Gentlemates are on the board.
You're a year younger than me, and sometimes like you feel like decades younger, you know what I mean? Like, oh my god. Very nice set play coming through with the utility. They identified the breach player, Mr. Fallen, who'd been playing there a few times. And yeah, Kamek, just spot on.
Like, where do you go? Where do you go with a play like that? And the answer for Gentlemates being, of course, you go through spawn if you're them. And I think it's another situation when they get towards B and it looks good, and we're not going to see the same again. I mean, Mr. Fallen is there. This would be a bit disgusting, wouldn't it? Oh, where's he off to this time? He's lived it. He has lived it. Fair play. Wouldn't want to make that mistake twice.
Hey, listen, seen it happen before. Click this time. Look at this. They're getting the space towards CT. Zeus though, catch it in transition. Kada and Mr. Fallen making sure to make good of the trade. Advantage towards Foot.
Just trying to clear out this area here. Pest control, making sure that nobody has managed to slip the net and get towards spawn. Quite laissez-faire, lax, allowing the French organisation to get the plant in on A.
Go ahead. Very close. Armageddon being used to try and get up Mini. It doesn't work out. Now the 2 players stuck on site have to hold up against 4 players of Foot. The first one got, the second, the third, make it 4! Gentlemates able to break the bye of Foot.
Absolutely decimating them. Kamek in full control yet again. Joining this squad, he feels as if it's been night and day from those days that he spent on the Liquid team. Finally seeing the other side of things, the sunny side of things.
As well though, frustrating round for Foot, right? You're in a 4 versus 2, coming back in, and you gift 1 versus 1s to the 2 remaining players. Massive stuff.
And having already sought his revenge in the previous matchup, the tear continues. Foot on the receiving end so far. And in this round, what are your objectives? Collecting orbs, creating a problem point for Gentlemates perhaps towards bridge on the top side of the map. They've cleared it out. Gentlemates were actually looking to try and re-clear that space themselves through the underpass. Instead, it is Click solo B.
Cracks.
Huge fight.
Has to be won cleanly. Cracks needs to hit headshot.
Double stun.
This is very nicely done. Oh,
Kamik again.
Yeah, he looks almost good enough to try and get that double. Zeus, though, certainly looks good enough himself. That's a player you can rely upon. Rolling Thunder isn't going to work out. Mr. Fallen's classic is. This is winnable.
Kamik has now died with the aftershock as well, and while the incendiary flies through the skies, it's not quite landed just yet, and only just now starting to stop the defuse. Actually, I don't think it had landed correctly, but it doesn't matter. Mini's found 2 kills, needs a third to make it a third.
Has the cam for contact. Spike hadn't been half, has to jump because of the cam's positioning, needs to win out. Still, Mr. Fallen trying to bait out, using the stun to at least get half, but just peeks out and wins it instead. A round that shouldn't have been that close, but still at the end of the day, it's won by mates.
They get that. Over the line, Mini to take them once more. Kamik doing brilliant work in tower. Up against, a set of Sheriff's pistols, just to try and be problematic. The fact that the Rolling Thunder is absent from this following round is probably the biggest thing if you're Foot, though. They have an overdrive.
The best. Let's go, bro.
The threat that their own ultimates could create proactivity. But from the setup, you can see it is anything but the case.
Yeah, that last round, right, they tried to go for the bridge crunch, even though it was a slow one. Mates didn't see it. This would have been the round to call it, unfortunately. Contact being taken towards drop.
And because it is a little telegraph, this dish control isn't half too bad. The runway put out for Click. Jumping down into danger, into Mr. Fallen. Feet planted on the A site with the rest of Foot following suit. Kada, the last player left, the orb by his side. His death shall confirm the orbital strike regardless. So perhaps better just not to give away the position for now. It's an empty utility belt from the most vanilla of vanilla agents. You literally just got the gun in your hand to try and get something done here.
Where do you even go, realistically? I mean, at this point in time, with 4 players towards that A side, I mean, 3 looking over the spike alone.
You've got to be thinking to the future. And for a player like Kada as well, who joined from Stage 2 last year, he's had a little bit more time to mesh with this project as it's been built. From the ground up, from the coach slot. We mentioned it a little bit before, but Gentlemates have invested a lot into their coaching staff, trialing the right people. Back so far as August, September last year, I think around at the time of Ascension is when they were starting to look picking up pieces, because really this is almost like the best of the rest in terms of challenges and the players that they've been able to hold on to. And Kada, of course, has his own personal reasons.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You look at the investment for Gentlemates as a whole. Like JT, Gokid,
Mukwanka.
I don't think my accent is maybe the
honestly,
best.
I'm glad that you left that one to me, but the point still stands.
Yeah, like there is so much there, and this like ties into the point that we were talking about earlier in terms of anti and stuff like that, how it was looking good against Liquid, and now coming in against Foot. This is the map 2 anti.
A Parisian homecoming at the end of the tunnel, but Gentlemates taking this one game at a time. Foot standing in front of them and starting to respond with the right ideas. 4 ultimates at their disposal. First of which the overdrive, and as we finally see that bridge play come in, it is greeted with emptiness, silence.
Like this though, at the same time, every single time, Foot putting the same Cypher utility there. So it seems as if maybe there had been a lot towards that side of the map. There has not been.
Yeah. This reclear from underpass is gnarly to try and get through though. When you don't have that extra presence to just support it a little bit, and you'd have to be crazy or nuts yesterday to go across that zip line without any extra info.
Still, it's close by. He's potentially walking into a trap. You can see Cracks looking to try and perhaps tee up one of the players. It doesn't come through at the same time though. The utility has, and it looks as if almost guaranteed kill. Zipan gets out with 30 points of health.
Walks out of the fire, smouldering his shirt, giving off smoke but still alive. Mates now realizing that there may be a gap elsewhere, and this stack of Foot players that sits on B has made concessions elsewhere, so to A they go later in the round this time.
Attack now using their orbital strike. You've got to think as well, once Foot get, or what if we get in towards post, There's always the chance there's a retake cam. It's not going to be needed at the moment though, because the spike's still not committed. Ultimate certainly is. It's going to be a brawl all the way to the end, and now it's just the remaining player of Cracks, who's looked so good so far and has to step up once again.
The fragment comes in, but it's a moment too late. Kamek trying to escape goes down.
Oh, 1v1.
It's Cracks, you feel like, who's in control right now. He's large and in charge. Zipan going down before the salvos could save him. Nothing to fall back upon. It's Foot in front.
It's a player as well, when we look towards Cracks in the performance, who we've talked about as being this utility player, the system player, the one who's always setting people up. And this series so far, absolutely lights out. The value that the kills he keeps getting is almost round winners.
Foot's longest serving player taking this game into his own hands.
I don't know.
You can see what it means to the rest of them as well. Resurrected in this second map so far. And you already mentioned it here a little bit. He really struggled, I think, in the previous series in terms of those attack halves especially. So on the defense, it's a positive start. We'll have to keep our finger on the pulse as far as that goes. But I think the big thing for me as well is, are you getting the trade value out of him? And when Cracks is playing well, well, all of Foot are playing well. That seems to be the case because he's so involved with the pack, with how they set up, whether it's the retake or anything else. 11-4 right now, and still with that null command available. Gentlemates, no ults, but you are close to Zipan's Armageddon, and that has to be factored into the plans here.
It does. As well though, like coming out that last round, it has to be, like, we speak of the word frustrating, right? But like, how is that conveyed in terms of, like, why is that? On top of that, you look at like the ultimates used, Orbital Strike, sure, you're using like the Neural Theft and the Overdrive. Maybe not massive ultimates the last two, but you're talking in terms of this is still pieces that you would like to have in the back pocket for later rounds, and if you use it on a round loss, the value hasn't been gained.
Gentlemates have to make the most of what it is they've got here. Just the rifle on Click, the Phantom. Serving up sprays as he slides by. Just be the catalyst to that initially. It's a combination of util and tower, which Cracks has sidestepped quite nicely, and with the null command extended, there'll be no more of that.
There's ultimates, not ultimates, utility to come back from. Mr. Fallen finding many, and Cracks looking to try and take things on his own pace. And on top of that, that's weapons to pick up.
Cracks is just going to watch life fade away from him right now as Kada, the player, to give the all clear. Nowhere to go. Has to fight forwards here. Mr. Fallen in the face of oppression, finding his third of the round, and it falls down to Atta Captain at the end to close it out for Foot. Damn near close from Gentlemates. They did invest that ult that they had though.
That's what we were speaking about, getting value from ultimates. I understand why they've invested it right. Gentlemates fancy themselves. It's lovely stuff all in, but again, we're speaking about value. You're now at 5-3. Dude, your economy not looking fantastic, and you're investing these ultimates as well.
That's crazy from Mr. Fallen.
Yeah.
Running into danger as the explosions go off behind him. It's like something out of a Bond movie.
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Exactly. And to start this one off, yeah, right. I mean, you're saying that I'm young. What's that say about you? Jeez. Mates have got the Zimmer frame out in this round. They're taking a slow approach.
I respect it. One off
leisurely stroll.
One off the Rolling Thunder as well. That's exactly what they're going looking for.
Go, go, go.
It's funny we mentioned age for just a moment. Mini is the youngest IGL in the league, up against one of the veterans in Mr. Fallen, so
fully smoked.
It's an attack side which has struggled so far. Mid-round always been something highlighted that needed improvements, and in terms of this one, they're stricken for options, trying to split the A site, and they'll use the Rolling Thunder to do it.
Still to get out. Kada first in, still Zeus not spoken about, not even found, and he's going to activate at the right time, looking to get more! A player who constantly turns up where he's needed. That's 4 on the round, and setting Foot up almost for a flawless.
Zeus one off the ace, and yet again he has managed to capture lightning in a bottle. He'll try to close it out here with all 5, and Zeus has done exactly that.
Absolutely lights out. A player who is just mechanically superior to almost everyone in this league. Name a player better than him when it's their day. I genuinely don't think you can.
Durka.
I'm
sorry, you asked.
Oh, mate, come on, man. Like, let me have my moment.
I know exactly what you're saying, and he has been the difference here.
Yeah, there is always Durka.
That is a duel that I would love to see, but it's one that we have to be considering later down the road. As we said, you're taking it one step at a time for both of these teams, for building into yet another year where their campaign can only be considered a success if they make international stages, make deep runs. And Zeus, certainly a key component of that right now. It's on the other hand reduced to a pick and mix of weapons here, but that seems to be enough right now to give them the green light to the A site, but no plant as this molly is so well timed.
Yeah, it'll be frustrating because now those smokes are getting closer and closer to fading. At the same time, you're thinking about the post plant. What utility do you have? You still have the Brimmed Sindri, and on top of that, Zipan, the Teho, his salvos as well.
Don't forget that orbital strike. Look, we can list them off as much as we like. It's the gunfights that have got to start going their way if they want. Click, using and abusing the smoke around the side with the stinger. 2 kills picked up. Is the defuse still coming in? Yeah, it is. That's been completely overlooked. It's another missed molly, in fact, that sold them short.
Yeah, last time they didn't pay for it, but this time round they certainly do. And that's a thrifty round, right? Where you are able to consolidate in main. On top of that, everything looks good.
And amongst all the chaos, it's just that slight oversight. I mean, we didn't see on the player POV the bar across the top, but the diffuse was being worked on the whole time. The observer's catching it in the picture-in-picture. It's just like, yeah, the molly comes in and, oh, it was body blocked. I was body blocked by Yetu. That's so smartly played.
But it's not only that, though. You've got to be thinking about the bodies that are on the line, right? I mean, maybe I'm being a bit too harsh there.
Sure. The rifle round is the real barometer of where Gentlemate's attack side currently stands between a foot that have put their foot down. No, but you know, the pun was intended, but you get the point. This is what we expect from them. You've got to be setting teams like Gentlemate straight if you want to be as dominant as we expect.
Expansive wordplay.
Thank you.
No bother.
I'm here all day.
Spike drop.
See if Gentlemates can cut down the working hours and...
Yeah, at the same time though, you're seeing like a lineup here in terms of like the breach util, well, the breach done towards a tower, I'd imagine, plus the salvos. Just trying to fake out towards the B site, maybe catch a rotate over. While that happens though, there's still going to be the Cypher here and the utility, so there's going to be a clear bit of information that Foot will be able to rotate off of.
Yeah, you can see Mr. Fallen was holding the Rolling Thunder, so for Foot right now, the brunt of the setup is catered towards the B side of the map. He'll shuffle the goalposts a little bit as the defense mutates. That's a captain that's able to find the first of the kills. Plenty of ultimates invested into this round. It could be huge in terms of the ramifications because Gentlemates, as you say, are stricken for options now. The utility belt is empty and so are the opportunities. The time bank is gone, and at the beck and call of the hourglass, the final grains of sand have hit the bottom. It's done. That's going to be a third. And look, the silver lining is to keep 4 rifles for what will be another rifle round. It's a far from best case scenario, though.
For me as well, like I'm using this word frustrating a lot, right? And so far it's been a very frustrating attack half, right? Like Gentlemates are just not getting what they want to do. Foot are doing very well to disrupt the game plan. And cost Gentlemates rounds. The fact that like Gentlemates though leave that so late after like you can see them trying to mess around with utility and fake out towards the B side instead of going like, do you know what, let's just go and hit towards it. I mean, the Cypher of Yetiji does so well to just gain the information and get Foot to rotate in quickly.
Strength of Gentlemate's composition does come through those combos, the quick attack speed as you said before. It's not making the most of it. It's Yetu that they've got to try and get past now.
Oh, no way. Yetiji, he's not able to get one. Ata Captain can't double up, but mates take the clear advantage. That's the big thing. You're looking towards the post plan for main. Look at this. He walked out rafters. And as you mentioned, there is a backstab prepared, and it is Mini that will sink the penultimate blow. One player left, and as good as Zeus has been, as he has played to his strengths well above his player number, it's not enough this time. It's certainly not enough, but when we have to look towards the next half, what do Gentlemates have to put forward on the defense? We've seen what they're good at, and we'll see how those combos work out. We'll find that out on the next half. Now Foot onto the attacker's side to close out their map pick of Fracture. The same map which they banned in the previous series, but we've seen them before go back and forth on these ideas. They come in with a 10% win rate, but, and the big but, is both of those previous wins were 13-6 in their favor. So it was little of the attack side that we got to see. Listen, I am excited to see, though, what the ideas are, the expansive ideas, because we've not seen that. At the same time, though, Gentlemates, they have the tail, they have the breach, they have this oppressive utility that Foot might find stunting towards what they want to do on this attack.
And this is where I then look back towards Cracks as well, to just pick up that thread from earlier in terms of his attack side performances. 5 and 23 on the halves that we saw against Koi. His big value will simply come from being traded amongst this group of players, and you're already seeing it right now. 5 queued up in A main, out the gates they go. Into Sand, it starts to swallow them whole. There's Zipan, Mr. Fallen dropping down. And you look to Zeus once again for answers.
He's to try and find something here, something to bring numbers even, but he can't get it cleanly. And there's so many players to try and fight against. Yetiji, I mean, he had an opportunity, but can't capitalize.
Counter stun from Click was huge, and now Gentlemates are right back in this. Another pistol where they look like favorites. Spike down and solo fight. A recipe for disaster as Zipan continues onwards. Only at a captain left, and while he has the molly, it's gonna land. That's a start.
That is a start, but still plenty of players to try and get rid of. It's only bought him some time. How long can he really last here? It doesn't look like long at all, as Kamek looks to finish out the round. And again, we've said it before, another Gentlemates pistol.
And a very strong A retake as well.
Yes.
I like the ideas from Foot to try and push that envelope a little bit, get out from Sand towards Spawn. I think we saw Gentlemates do it absolutely tons, but the counter stun from Click. Really nice use of the relay bolt. And the retake simplistic enough in the end.
Keep it up, boys. Let's go!
There you go, keep it up. I mean, it seems simple in theory, but in practice it'll be completely different once we get Foot on towards the rifle rounds. As for now, Eco, what's their objectives for this round? We know there's 4 orbs, etc., and plenty of map to try and take.
First off, those goes on to Kada, but Foot can add one back.
I like this from mates, being proactive, taking orbs away from Foot. taking away objectives. At the same time, though, we're talking in theory. Again, that word comes up. In practice, it's just going to be a sight hit.
One positive is that Gentlemates do have the main space. You talk about push and pull, you need some solid ground to stand upon, and actually this plant looks as if it's going to come all the way in. No Click snatching away at it at the final second. Kamek right there by his side, but it settles for a 2-on-2, and that doesn't seem to be good enough right now. As Zeus has a Bulldog in his hands, it's a real problem, which kind of shuts down, and Atta follows up on. Pay Safeguard Thrifty, and number 9 for Foot.
Yeah, that's another frustrating round, which Gentlemates have let slip. I mean, we saw it on Icebox, they started well, let it go, and that was on the defence as well. I understand what they're trying to do, but they're just giving too many fights to a team that will very happily take them.
Just as I was saying before, vibes so important. You can see an all-time high on Foot as they find a round they would not have been expected to win. The last on the list of objectives, the one you don't expect to hit, is of course winning the round. We've come in with all classics. But a big bonus for them. For Gentlemates, just as Kamek put it, one game at a time, one round at a time. This one starting on a sour note as Zipan falls solo in A main.
Looking probably at double digits for Foot, especially since they have so much time, we can tell, to get that spike down.
Gentlemates gambling on this one with Mini's rifle and set up towards B. They have managed to invest a few more grey shirts towards the A side of the map for now, but with the site given over, Foot in prime position to convert yet another round. And well, Mini should just be saving. You're looking to the 3 players in close proximity that have created that perimeter to just see what can be done, honestly, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you know, the test dummy in the car.
Yeah, I think as well, though, like these last couple of remaining Mates players are semi-close, have made decent progress towards the ultimates. So if they go, it's another ulti orb towards them. At the same time, though, that is 2 towards Atta Captain.
Now he has the orbital strike available to use, and that is something which you'll be heavily fixated on if you're Foot or even Gentlemates, to be honest, because in terms of this pre-round call, Mini's had so much time to set that up now. One of his strengths as a leader, we said before, is these defensive setups and how he responds to what it is that the other team is doing. Foot so capable in their own right, though, and these pacier takes, I think, have looked good for them. They're one of those teams that sort of, they either execute in the first 30 seconds or the final 30. There's really no in-between in terms of how they open up.
And we always talk about like explosiveness, right? How quickly they can pull the trigger, send it in. And when you look towards what like the Brimstone brings to that, if they can get the spike down, in fact, they have the orbital strike as well.
Yeah, this is looking like a quick play with the Molly lineup. That should land tower. And I believe Mr. Fallen should be grouping up for an aftershock here as well. So as it drops in, yeah, it's the orbital strike actually, and that gives you even further coverage towards the site. There is one pocket where a player could be caught. That's Mini. He got the cage off beforehand. That'll save him an extra second. And with Kada supporting, the rest of Gentlemates arriving, Foot gonna give this a second go.
Yeah, they're gonna come back and they know about Mini's position, and Mini playing it so well, knows that players need to peek in. But again, this KO gets Zeus another kill. It's like dinner on a plate. Kamek able to get that trade out.
See if they can finish the dinner, because otherwise it's going to be falling on the floor. Atta, one more kill, side of the smoke is Kamek peeking through and finding the final kill in the cleanup mission. The mop comes out, and so they sweep the floor for a 6th.
Yeah. Foot's dinner on the ground, but Gentlemates have the 5-second rule, so it's all right.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to be anywhere near that. This flash was immense. Brilliant utility.
Do you know what's mental as well? This is Foot without the KO buffs, right? What's it going to be like?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the thing is as well, the buff that KO gets is more of increasing the skill floor rather than massively raising the ceiling. So in terms of the implications in pro play, I think we'll have to see. To other agents as well.
I mean, my theory on KO is it's never the player's problem, it's the fact that everyone keeps peeking into the flashes, you know?
I guess so. It's one way of looking at it. Peek or be peeked. Live by it, die by it. Zeus in this round has a scorched earth policy. Light investment of the Outlaw.
Cage trigger.
Trying to go up against what is 4 players with light shields. 3 players, sorry. But
I was counting.
Yeah, never do maths live on broadcast. The fact of the matter is Mini has heavy shields, he's on the site, and so are the rest of Gentlemates. They are swiftly arriving.
Yeah, there's traps to play off of. Unfortunately, there's many players to try and play against. Kada taking the timing and does so well. Why he's managed to go? It's like ships in the night. At the same time, that spike not committed, and Kamek trying to keep a bad chaos. Zipan finishing it out. Gentlemates, they're trying to keep this close and doing well in it.
You know what they say about ships in the night? You're always waiting for the iceberg, and that's Zipan. Come crashing back into this retake. This was brilliant work from Kada to just shut down that initial push, keep Zeus on a leash. If you allow him to get effective in these rounds, once he builds up confidence, there is little to stop him. To another purchase for both teams. It's Gentlemates with the powerful ults, but you're only one off a null command and a rolling thunder if you are Foot. And so far, they've been given access to those orbs.
Yeah, we've not really been seeing Gentlemates play this defense on the front foot at the same time, though.
Drone's just giving him a tap on the head.
Yeah, Click just being active, taking that main. You can see Foot pinging it out, thinking about coming back in.
Such a difficult position to play as well. You get a late contact. You kind of have to just give it a bit of the mental timing and call the play in at a certain point before you get clear deep. So utility invested, but that will regenerate later into the round. It's going to be useful fairly soon because Foot are preparing the execute towards B now.
They are, and the kill traps have been changed. At the same time, though, Gentlemates, they're trying to play this on the front foot. Zex just went by. Kada and Mini combine. One back in the conversation, make that 2. It's all even. Advantage now confirmed by Foot.
It's only one player as things stand. Click still with a full belting. Make things difficult here. Keep himself mobile, play in Zipan, but even then, if he goes down, you're still asking that extra player to find a kill, something back. This post plant is so deep, Zipan's got to go searching and stick his nose in there to try and find something. And with Atta captain in position for this open plant, which now finds a deadly use.
Gotta go. It's thinking about saving here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's respectable considering the economy is sitting around for Gentlemates. Not a lot. Probably looking at Mini and Kada, maybe on a Bulldog, which we've seen a few rounds, by the way, on this defense.
Yeah, look, there's a possibility for a buy here. We'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. The big thing for me is the fact that Foot walk away with that round with the investment of sort of minimal ultimates, to be honest. So you've still got the null command, you've still got the orbital strike. I really like the proactivity from Gentlemates. As we said before, you need to be fighting for some space when the execute comes in. And Kada's done a brilliant job of that. But it's Atta finding 2 kills back, which is then, you know, the straw that breaks the camel's back.
100%. Well, we are starting to head towards the crunch time, right? The end of the map. And it's only Gentlemates that have actually been using their timeouts so far, which shows you the game plan for Foot. We understand it's been going well because they're on 11. They've not been panicking, right? I mean, the second half has been going either way.
And from Foot's perspective too, if there was anything you wanted to improve on from that placement in Shanghai, 5th, 6th, the highest which we've seen from them internationally, it was perhaps that slight gap in terms of micro points and the depth of the strategy, right? And I think at this point in time, building up a solid map pool is a very difficult task, as we know there are changes up ahead as well. But if Fracture is a map which they can, you know, lock down here, make it 3-0, the record since kickoff, you're feeling very comfortable moving forwards. And for Gentlemates, still trying to figure out what their strengths are with this change in terms of, you know, Kamek coming in. Some of his best roles do have slight overlap with Zipan, but at the same time, he's then gravitated towards this Teho and found new life for himself. So it's all a balancing act, really. And well, coming into this one, that's exactly the case in terms of money. Split down the middle, a little bit of everything. Game plan wise, they want to fight off of the B contact of the cam.
Like with a rifle, horrible strike as well. The trap seems to be going well. It's been triggered, but there's capitalization's just not there at all. I mean, Yetterjay's tried to escape in towards the backlines, but Kamek patrolling that, the Sheriff towards the defender's spawn, and his forced foot towards the A side, where Zippin stands alone.
He's playing this very defensively as well. Top sight, off angle, where he sets up. That one kill back towards Arcade was everything, but even the rotation can't come quickly enough.
Needs one, maybe even two, but needs to at least get something concrete to work with, and does. It's a 2 versus 2 coming into, if we can get to it, post.
Well, it's a downed KO player though, so it doesn't count for all too much. In the meantime, Kamek able to backfill the space. I don't think FUT are expecting this at all.
I mean, at the same time, Atta Captain's gone searching, so Krax is all alone. Spike in the back pocket. 2 big 1 versus 1s here.
The first of them heading towards spawn. Low HP, both players. Kamek overlooked, and now the spike planted to his position. Atta Captain has the ultimate and a decision to make. Can he call Kamek's bluff? And can Kamek hold his nerve with the ult in his face? It's 4 instead. From Gentlemate's new frontman, firing on all cylinders. The breach bites back for an 8th.
I mean, FUT just assumed that both players would be playing together. Kamek does so well to continue taking the space away from FUT, coming in from behind. And it's around similar to what we actually saw from Liquid and BBL in terms of both players went for 1 versus 1s. Yes. And it's the attack that lose out. Frustrating, you can see on the faces of the players. And think now, 11-8, things getting wobbly.
Just a little seesawing in terms of the rounds picked up by both teams. If that's anything to go by, this should be a shoo-in for FUT, but we know, of course, it's not the case. Mini left to a stinger. That should suffice at close range. It's Zeus running down the line in towards spawn, not getting out with any more than just the one. It's a complete fake, and mates have fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, and it's the Teho as well that's lost, right, that utility to clear certain spots out. And as the players come through, it's an even trade, down to 2 versus 2. Kraxus has to commit to the spike.
Second pulse of the neural theft is huge as well, because now they know of the proactivity, and Yetterjay's caught in transition. Another 2v2, which is looking like FUT are poised to lose. As much as I said micro was an issue before and that trading maybe had improved, it's isolation after isolation which lends Gentlemates a lifeline back into this map.
A massive lifeline, and I'm glad you used that word, Hazza, because you look towards the ultimate economy moving forward. Rolling Thunder. I mean, the Armageddon's one off.
Landed on the roof.
Disaster stuff.
It was a nice idea from the strat book for FUT, and you can see obviously they've been working on this map to go ahead and bring it out after having not shown it for a while, but frustration on one side, elation the other.
100%. Looking towards this though, barrier drop coming in, a lot of players lined up towards that A side, and you've got to be thinking they're moving in towards the Cypher setup as well.
It's the stingers though, man. And that's the one thing that I'm ever so slightly worried about.
Yeah, I get that, but you've got a Rolling Thunder that when it comes in will stop that fast fire rate.
See, I mean, Zeus playing parallel to it. It's the stun that goes sand. Mini playing from the site, suppressed, the trap's down, but Kamek still doing his job, supporting as best his efforts he possibly can. His A is under lock and key.
Trying to like play around him as well, the defensive smokes, it gives something in which Yetterjay could work with, especially with the weaponry that's in hand.
Click already in behind as well, so FUT are boxed in. Going silent on the round. Kada has even joined up with him. Nowhere to go. Time getting low.
Still plenty to work with, you could rotate if you wanted to.
Just see Krax's knife has come back up, so if you wanted any tool to get in, you think about using it or just go dry. That's only ever going to end one way. Mr. Fallen taken down, and Gentlemates now on double digits.
Only the Rolling Thunder needed as well. Half by, you got FUT coming back in with the rifles, etc. But the big thing, they've kept the Armageddon. They've got the overdrive if needed to be aggressive. And Foot are miles off really big ultimates. I mean, maybe the null command for cracks, but at the same time, yeah, I totally understand this. We are going to get a
you
Foot
are
timeout.
playing insane. Keep it up. Let's.
And this is where warning signs start to arrive, because not only have Gentlemates found their way back into this one, 5 rounds from the last 6 played on the defender's side, maybe some of those theories about Foot's offense are starting to come to light with the lack of repetitions in an official environment. And we need them to just refocus a little bit, because the value of their own coaching staff is huge. Of course, Gaius and Sway resigning a new contract last year, confirming that there will be attending this team once more, building upon their previous performances. And you see the relationship between them and Mr. Fall and the IGL. Often it's a lot of the ideas in the timeouts coming from the coaches directly relayed to the IGL. It's then his job to, spread that amongst the team.
100%. And remember, Gentlemates win this map, Gentlemates win this series, and Gentlemates go top of the group. That's how close this is. There's only 1 round between the two.
Let's not. The cursing of Gentlemates has been a little too much before, I have to say. From watching them in the stands back at Ascension a couple years ago, the Coliseum, their lucky charm perhaps, the possibility of back-to-back wins in VCT, something they are yet to achieve as an organization. Only a few rounds away, so long as Foot can't stand the test of which you feel they need to pass if they are to be a contender for Toronto.
Silence across the map. I mean, Gentlemates are waiting for something to trigger any trap whatsoever.
And it was very loose contact from Click, just playing this one solo, and he's the one player you think that would maybe give it a go, but even then they back up and play full retake with this Annihilation, but Foot know it.
Yeah, they do, and they need to be thinking about the contingencies after this post goes down.
Spike plant in, that's the cue. Stun towards tower, Zeus should be dead, trying to run out into a safe spot, and he's actually gotten away with it. Let off the hook. Gentlemates back into the retake, but they still feel confident that they can pull this over the line. Yetajay back in his own stocks. One back in the way of Foot for now.
Right now, though, Foot don't really have much utility in post.
But one thing they do have is Yetajay in tower. Not overlooked, he'll get cleared in the end. Peek out dry, the shots won't land. Finally taken for the defuse by Fallen. The captain has to stand tall in this situation, but it's Kada instead who makes him a dead man. 11-all, that's the equalizer.
And it's massive. All 11 across the board. We will need maximum regulation to finish this out. And Gentlemates have been able to space their ultimates to perfection. This round, absolute carnage. One thing I want to know, how many times have we seen Kamek push out a smoke or something and get a pick completely untraded? He got traded there, sure enough, but I mean, Foot, a team who are so good at trading off one another and being good on the fundamentals, the micro of the game, and they let it go.
Player built on confidence.
After a timeout.
Certainly got the stones. Showing that here. Pistols is what you've got to get past to confirm map point on your opponent's pick if you're Gentlemates. And it's a brawl that's about to break out towards Arcade. The stun to start it off, and dropping in is Click. It's a rifle right at the hands of Zeus. A birthday gift from the birthday boy. But does it get any worse? It's a freeze for now.
See, looks as if Gentlemates want this, but maybe they want it a bit too much. Zipan though, absolutely spot on. Mini taking and getting rid of that null command. Got a Captain Stinger, just a little bit awry. Able to finish off the kill. 2 versus 2s, Krax is able to call exactly where these last 2 remaining players are.
For Gentlemates, just when you think you see the light at the end of the tunnel, it's oncoming traffic, a deer in headlights. Taking those duels on their own terms and conditions. They have Arcade, but that is about all right now. Time ticking down, trading places, knife out at a Captain, cuts across him Mini. Only Mr. Fallen left, but this time he's got the ult.
He does have the ult, but he's got a Stinger. Long range won't be good for him.
It certainly won't. And Mini makes sure The captain will close for map point. That's 12 for the mates. Hey, listen, I said it to you. This is prime time, mates. They're looking better and better. With that game yesterday, how Team Liquid and BBL went, the question was always coming in this one, are Gentlemates real contenders for this group? And it seems with this win, if they're able to convert it, it's 100% true. In fact, I would go as far to say favourites to actually go and win it. Oh, hey, listen, they're not a pretender this time. They're not just any team. They're mates. Listen, guys, I'm looking for duel. Okay, all right. Final round of play inside regulation. Can Foot extend this one any further? To the strat book, they go for answers yet again. Seems to be a cross-map knife. It's not seen it land. Finally, it drops into the lobby. But the dish control here from mates is nasty. And with the setup that they have, the rotations coming through, they've been so quick to react to this. Such a reactive defense. Remember, that Rolling Thunder still in Foot's pockets if they need to use it. It's 2 kills back. Without it, not necessary at all. Surplus to requirements. So strike now missing from the play. 2 versus 4 retake for Gentlemates to make their dreams come true in this series.
Been able to do it before. I mean, this time it's going to be far too much to ask. An overtime is required between these two to even push it towards a third map. If Gentlemates can finish it out here. So we're made away by Gentlemates as Foot fighting Sand.
Zeus with 3 kills again. It just feels like they're so reliant on his firepower to get through these attacking rounds, finishing with only 4 of them. And now it's back to Gentlemates to try and find. It feels like one of those overtimes where whoever wins the attack round, you're then favouring to go ahead and win OT. And for Gentlemates, it's a tough position to start this one in.
100%. There's things to work with, a plan to be made, and it seemed as if Gentlemates, as they got towards the latter stages of their attack, started to look a little bit better. An idea for how Foot wanted to set up, whereas on the opposite side, it felt as if his Foot went on longer. They started to fall apart a little bit.
Yetijay recalling the trap there as he places a cage to get it in. It's spammed out by Gentlemates. That Teho utility right at the start just to break out any of the Cypher setup. Wipe the slate clean as they slowed this down yet again. But as we know, Cairo, these rounds for mates on the attack, they've been struggling to find those openers.
Yes, that's very true. But it looks as if, right now, Gentlemates, their plan to get that Armageddon online. Already the first orb towards Zipan, now exploring towards A main. Been found out by the 0-point knife.
3 players in the radius of it. What's the reaction from Foot? Doesn't seem to be anything right now. They are pretty settled in terms of their approach, happy to just sit on the control that they currently have. And Mr. Fallen taking matters into his own hands, starting to clear towards Dish as well, confirming there's nothing topside, the body moving over, but B is where the execution's now prepared. With only 30 seconds left, this is the play that Gentlemates have to make.
Yep, Yetijay's off angle could
They're running
be
back.
massive. The players, oh, they've walked into the crosshairs. It seems to be a fake, but with time so low, Gentlemates could possibly cost themselves this round.
Little bit indecisive, but they finally locked it in.
Look where the spike is.
But Kamik is back of the pack as you highlight. And so if Atta Captain can buck him away from the rest of the play, then maybe there's a chance that they can shut down this spike pun. It won't happen, and it's Click again with a second to spare.
Mr. Fallen's coming in late from drop, will able to cut off any rotates back from Click, but instead played in by Kamik, although identifies Mr. Fallen's position and gets the advantage.
With him now posted up in Dish, there's an extra line of sight, a double up in fact.
This is going to be really hard for Foot to try and get through. Molly's everything for them to use right now, but no more utility. Rifles have to come out tops. Gentlemates in prime position to convert this round, and they'll do it. You said, Hazza, the team to win the attacking round will be in prime position to win out this map. That's exactly what Gentlemates just done.
Feel as if, despite how chaotic the round transpired, Gentlemates are onto a winner by picking up that one. For how dominant the defense was, they drop before the final hurdle. And now another test for them to try and pass.
Looks as if Foot may be feeling it, knowing exactly the position they're in. But they're good enough. We've seen it before. You look towards this though. Gentlemate's actually been aggressive towards the dish side. There's players there to try and find towards the other side at Arcade.
Yeah. Zeus grouping up towards Arcade. I mean, making that change over from the Raze to the Neon. The defense improved, the attack got worse. Seeing it here, it's the round which they need to rely upon. Zeus already in tower, right behind Mini. He's got to take the duel to the doorstep of Foot. Are they ready for him? Feels like it. Yettajay already landing that first kill still. Mini holding the line, just waiting, wondering when will they peak?
And that's
as
the
they
spike.
arrive, it's the spike that falls. He needs more but can't get it, and so Mate's behind by one.
Zeppa, and he's done so well, but now it's up to Kamik. He has to try and get something to work with. A headshot, but it's a phantom tax that ends up costing him it. This is getting far too close, man.
It feels so cruel. As the POV is locked to Mini, he's just waiting for the push to come through, but Foot expected that. It's the adaptation. How many times have we seen this reaction from Gentlemates when the B push comes in from Arcade side, that then the follow-up is the protocol to take the main space. They handled it brilliantly, and no mistakes made in the 2-on-2.
I mean, we've seen Mini play in this position so many times with the same cage setup. I would like to see something maybe different on the next round, but focus here.
Yettajay peering through the looking glass, operator in hand, and Kada can almost sense it. The jump strafe for the second time of asking, wide swing and well dealt with. The antidote on the attack side, and Mate, well, they seem to have found it, because this is looking like follow-up success.
Certainly looks like it. Spike can go down pretty easily. Thought for a minute, with Zeus taking the solo space in towards A main, he might go for a flank, try and put the main players under pressure. Not going to happen. Mate's in post.
Usually you'd be moving into a pretty strong post plant here with the breach and brim towards Arcade, but without a molly or an aftershock, it's gunfights that they're going to have to take, and Kamik has one flash to try and get them back in. That's about all for now.
Now you've also got tail utility to work with as well. On towards the spike they go. Kamik gets one, Mr. Fallen, and Zeus trying to be massive here, but off of the spike they go, forced off, and Mr. Fallen has to win up against 3. Well, it seems as if what you tried to prophesize has not come true.
Yeah, well, how many times has that happened before?
Hey, listen, mate, you love a caster's curse.
Of course, but hey, it's all entertainment at the end of the day. With the game being played in front of us, it was a really nice setup from Gentlemates, as you highlighted. The salvos were there.
Look at me. Oh, I love you, bro. Keep up.
And between the two, it could be quite the celebration this weekend. Kada's got his birthday coming up on Saturday, so this would be one way to cap it off. And to make sure they just take a touch before they finish off the job, it is a timeout in round number 28, just before it.
That's the thing, though. Right. But they've done it once, can they do it again? I mean, Gentlemates have already answered that, that question. What are they going to do different on this defence? Last time they went through Dish, started to explore towards that top side of the map, seeing if they could try and catch someone off guard, and they were a couple of seconds too late on that.
Yeah, I think honestly, again, it comes down to a lot of these retakes where Gentlemates have been able to ping consistent success on the defender's side, playing off of one another, starting to build up that team chemistry that you want to see from a team that has their goals laid out before them at the end of the year. I mean, any extra championship points that you can take during the regular season are a massive boost for the ultimate goal of qualifying as a top 4 team. But even playoff stages is something we want to be accrediting to them early, where Apex on the other side look to have struggled so far with their campaign. It's the task left to them, a difficult one at that, but certainly made the most of it so far. 3rd map point for Gentlemates now.
Dish was explored last time. This time round, they've placed a Cypher trap to gain information. Foot looking to take this pretty straightforward. going, taking the A site. Zipan and Kamek are the only players there.
And Zipan's position is so struggled here again as the solo site anchor on the Teho. I mean, your work is cut out for you. Foot again exploding onto the scene. Through sand they go. Click will be telegraphed as soon as he breaks the trap. And with main space secured at the very least, they've got something from which to work, and Foot want to take that fight to them.
Yeah, I don't know if they only think it's just in Neon, but there's more than that. Minis here as well! Oh, can't get more than that. And now it's up to Kada, the birthday boy on Saturday. Can he try and get a present to take home early?
Molly. We'll have to see. Opening one up a little early. Yetu take a fire damage. I don't know if Kada would have heard that, but he's certainly looking for the clear here. Time ticking away, burning the wick at both ends. The first of those players is found, but now Kada needs to move on to the spike and get it halved. Hold his nerve in the face of Ada Captain. But with his face check, he finds 14, and so OT goes on.
Round and round and round we go. The 2-round shootout does not stop between these two. Foot is fighting for survival. And as you said, it's been 3 attempts at winning out this map right now by Gentlemates. They've had 3 chances at being the team to win out.
And with Foot, the experience they bring, a core of 3 players from 3 years built upon, with new additions of Yetu and Zeus from year to year, one player change made to improve. These are character building rounds and maps that you will see from them, and the same for Mates, because if they can't close here, then all of a sudden there is serious concern. Moving into our decider, already Zipan chased away from spawn. To the A site they go. Little success here so far for Mates, and it is heavily telegraphed.
And the fact that they found Mini as well. This is something that Gentlemates have tried to do a few times, find their way in towards spawn, but instead though, they're going to fight through sand. Feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yetu's still the solo player on site, and Click trying to isolate that with the neon wall.
Oh, Ghost trades even. Kamek finds a chance to make it back towards an even playing field right now.
Backing all the way up, Fallen finally gives away his location, but the spike can go in, and Kada has managed to jump up to Dish as well. This is an acute reposition, and with the Rolling Thunder in, it's his chance. Maybe to find something off the back of it, but no, falls on deaf ears.
No more utility right now for Gentlemates either.
It is just a fragment on cracks, and that's all.
Rifles, that's what it comes down to. Winning out these fights. Can Gentlemates make it a 4th map point potentially? Stun coming back online for Kamek, but Kada, he's been bummed. It's now just down to Kamek to try and clutch a shot! A Red Bull clutch for Kamek! And 15 for Mate. That is a 4th map point for Gentlemates now.
And the Kamek revenge tour is rampant. What a clutch from him. It came right down to the wire, as so many of these rounds have done. But still he sees it through. And so with that, a 6th attack round found in OT, and another opportunity for Mates to finish what they started.
I mean, Kamek was on Team Liquid that was able to beat Foot in that playoff run. That's the other thing to think about. A thorn in the pride of Turkey's side.
Continually coming back to haunt them. Round on round. The setup this time, fairly similar, but there's way more support for Zipan towards main. You've got Click ready to go as soon as the drone comes in, and that's the play.
Like his knows there's many players there. The stun is so good. So is the relay ball. And so is Zeus. That's a double up very quickly, turning this on its head. And Yetaji's there to get another. It's just all individuals right now, and it's completely collapsed. Foot immediately respond to what Gentlemates got in that last round.
Zeus slamming the rewind button, putting it in reverse and sliding back for the 2nd kill in main. And as Mini makes his way through enemy lines, but have this site well guarded. I mean, I feel as if the 2 halves that we've just watched of defensive play have completely gone out of the window. Foot have found something which works for them. These A splits have looked so nasty, as it's an in-zone flawless this time, and one of the best efforts we've seen from them so far in OT.
I know, I mean, the fact that we just keep going back and forth consistently. There's another thing to think about. We still have timeouts. Some are refresh coming in towards overtime. Foot going to use theirs.
The velocity at which Zeus attacks these chokes at breakneck speed do require a slight intermission, a break in play, another 60 seconds just to set things straight.
I think both teams will be happy for this right now. Gentlemates and Foot, just to talk things over. The defense just not going well at all. And for me as well, Gentlemates, they had to clutch up their attack round. As for Foot, they slam dunked it.
And I'm glad that you mentioned it too, because as I meant before, you know, Foot have been able to thread the needle on a lot of these A executes. Mates were mostly going B. Whereas that one round, which you say was cut incredibly fine, was the A play. And now the mental game picks up a little bit. What are they going to go for in this first attack round? Because already they've seen multiple map points pass them by, as I'm sure our co-streamers will be keenly keeping track of them. Sue on site and Sleepy online.
I was waiting. Listen, man. Do you know something? You are the biggest, and I'm going to say that you are the biggest like serviceman I've met, you know what I mean?
Hey, look, man.
Shout-outs for free, and they're not even paying you, man.
No, I know. I'm paying them. Member of the SWAT. I don't even know. But hey, look, here's what it is. We go again. So this time, it is proactivity wagered by Foot, levied over the heads of mates, and so they'll make their move early. A site is where they go. The stun already invested, but there's still plenty to throw at this.
And look at the kill traps as well that's been set up by Yetaji.
Closer towards the site, into the fast lane. Atta will go. He finds his first, but it's quickly traded. They're falling one at a time. A slow crawl into a site held. Kamik returning in another overtime round, but it's Mini that must make it stick if they are to find themselves yet another from the offense.
Spike's gone cold. It's all on an island which Mini has to try and traverse. And with two players watching over, he'll try and open the door, create sound cues which Foot have to try and consider.
More than anything, it just forces them to drop back onto a deeper line. Mini back to the play. Two players creeping up from rafters. Timing is everything. Knife, he should know. Dropping off the rope and they're right behind him. Mini needs to turn his head or mates might just have found themselves dead on the attack.
30 seconds left.
But with the respect given from the Turkish team, the spike can go down. But it's that molly in the corner that you have to worry about.
He's tapped it. He's come right back up, repositioning.
Mini knows this is the place he's got to try and play from. 10 seconds and he'll spot it out yet again. Another tap from Mini! Another opportunity! But mates cannot convert their attack round this time. And so Foot, for the first in this series, have an opportunity to close and send us to the decider.
I mean, it's so typical, right? If we actually seen that, the first time that Foot can potentially win out this map, they'll go and do it. The fact that they're able to win their defense for the first time in this overtime is absolutely massive. And you know that the players know it.
You can feel it. The tension palpable between the two. And of course, the consequence of a Foot win here could be shattering for the mental of mates who have done so well to put themselves in good positions throughout. And the defense asked of yet again, of course. We did see a timeout before this last OT. So both teams will have talked over what was and wasn't working, and for both, the defense had been an issue. Foot have delivered on theirs. But now mates, it's another B hole that they've got to surmount to.
Just noted, again, Mini not playing for main. In fact, actually starting to head towards that way.
Backing up Kada from the boxes on site. Trap place, Yetaji, that's so cheeky. Mini getting one, but one won't be enough. He needs to find more, and more he will get. Kada played in, but he can't stand his ground. 2v1, Crack will fall. It's Zipan again with a double, and the defense shall stand.
Oh my god, man! They just can't settle. These two love brawling, and they're doing that so well. Every single time when we see these rounds go, it comes down to these brawls, these chaotic fights, and who comes out on top.
The trap was so cheeky from Yetu as well to just snatch one back on the re-engage, but as you say, the battlefield bloodied, the canvas clotted, and it's Zipan once more to close out the round. That was the weakest of death slams I think I've seen so far.
Respectable.
But you see the reasons why.
Frustrating.
And so reset yet again. 33 rounds played.
So much slower. Taking their time. Gentlemates exploring certain parts of the map. Spike is in drop though. That's the one thing you've got to consider here as both players start to move to a more aggressive angle. Foot at the same time, they're starting to explore elsewhere, and there's two players here for Gentlemates.
2v2. Re-clear in the middle of the round. Foot looking for a fight. Mate's giving it to them, and it's Zeus with 2 kills. As always, striking yet again.
No way.
That's the numbers.
Zeus is still alive.
He's managed to keep himself cooped up in main for now. Split up from Fallen, but he can put 2 and 2 together. Kamik, the provider. Can he put up any more? No, Zeus has stopped it. And so it's Zipan. Now, with his chance to shine, how many times have mates got to look for a hero to win them around?
This is what it's starting to get to, right? Gentlemates looking for heroes. And, I mean, this is so out of the realms of possibility. There's no way that Zipan can win this one.
But want to be the villain against another of those Ascension teams that want to solidify that guest slot. Yetu snatching away another round. His setups on A have looked so good, yet Gentlemates are still bashing their heads against the wall here. Zeus gives them a second layer and takes the fight further forward. It just solidifies what they'd already built on.
I mean, it was such a coin flip though. You know, such a coin flip with that 2v2 in towards main.
Oh my god.
You're really waiting to see how it goes, right? Zeus is always the player that you're going to hedge your bets on. And then the chaos on site, etc. Now, can Foot finally make good on this?
This marathon of a map, the sprints have already been heard.
Gentlemates have done this before, exploring towards Dish, but they never went any further.
No. And Foot have also set up for B multiple times, so this stab in the back could be blindsiding. But there is a trap in play, and that has to be the biggest issue right now. No real way to suppress. I mean, the drone, not in the right position. It's Zipan there. They've got to converge, and they do so effectively. Mini sidestep in the stun, back in for more fights, finding his second Cadder again. This dynamic duo has done enough for the flank to come in.
Oh, Cracks able to finally capitalise, but Cadder, the molly finally letting loose. Now, those two remaining players need to try and get something back. Cadder's just been seen trying to escape. And now that's why you're seeing Mr. Fallen look towards B main.
Yeah, he is on a solo mission though. Oh, Mr. Fallen! One man, all that's needed. Foot.
My ult's ready.
So close now to the finish line. Kamik, the one that separates them from success on the second map.
I mean, that's the thing though. Kamik has been so good so far. Time and time again, 34 kills so far. Can he get 2 more?
The longest map of EMEA 2025 so far, and it's going Foot's way at the end of the day. A heartbreaking way to crash out of the second one here. For all of the chances Gentlemates had, they just couldn't close it out.
Yeah, 100% has it, and we have one more map to go. We'll find out exactly who's going to win out this series after this quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. Snow, let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on live.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Welcome back, everybody. Everything is going to a third map. What an intense second map that we just witnessed. I'm Kakuka, joined by Tombis and CNED. That was the longest map that we've had so far this year, and it definitely felt like it, Tom.
I really enjoyed getting to sit next to CNED this whole map and just watching him lose his mind. There's obviously football fighting back and forth. That really was a mental map.
Like there was a lot of misplays, which I don't want to see as a footman. But we managed to win the game, and I'm happy, at least for this map.
Yeah, you feel like you kind of can breathe now, you know, peacefully. But it is very funny because I think that when before we jumped into the map, we were speaking about the record and what we were expecting, for example, to see from the attack on Gentlemates. It was all about the defenses, and then we jumped into the overtime, and apparently it was all about the attack as well. It's very complicated to put a team like Foot in such pressure, but actually on the side of Foot, we saw those individuals coming to shine again.
Yeah, we had some truly crazy clutch moments coming out of this game. I think we'll be kicking things off with what was a Cracks highlight, and the guy was just like, this is why we always go like, I want to see this guy on the KO, and people, a lot of the time you'll talk about like, oh, is the role, does it like make sense? Like, could he fit it? And then it's like, bro, just put him on the KO and he's going to pull off rounds like this.
Jesus Alegre is the best KO in the world.
Yeah, best KO in the world, but I think that it is also worth mentioning that, yeah, Zeus had an insane round. I remember, you will see it later when we have the second match. I was doing an interview while this happened, and I lost everything because the crowd went insane, and this is kind of the play that makes you go insane. You know, we're able now to go onto the third map, but what I was saying about Cracks is that he had not been having the best year so far. Yes, Tom, you're saying put him in the KO. He's going to be good. But actually, this year hadn't been like that.
You have to be a true believer in the Cracks KO. That's the problem. Too many people doubt it. It's like when you say, like, every time you say, I don't believe in fairies, one dies. If you don't believe in Cracks' KO, then he dies in the game.
You just killed a fairy.
You know, it was worth it to prove the point.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that especially with the numbers that we're seeing today, we've also seen on the stage, we see the confidence. And now I think that we just have to move forward. Think about that third map. Lotus, we kind of like briefly mentioned it, but it is where things are going to end. Let's start first with the side of Gentlemates. What can we expect from them on this map?
Well, that's the interesting thing, because I believe since they last played it, that's where we've had the sort of Kamek edition. So it's possible that they're going to switch up the roles a little bit, because Zipan was playing the Breach, and I think since then we've had him sort of swap over and play some of the more aggressive roles. So that's kind of my expectation here, and move him away from, like, move on to the Teo, which I think has actually looked very good for Zipan.
Yeah, exactly. Sina, since we have you here, this is the composition that we saw Foot play against Koi last week. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think this is...
This is the CNED comp, right? Like, because whenever I saw comps like this, I went, well, they're running that because they got CNED. But they're still doing it, and they don't have CNED anymore.
So, like last year, we playing very different comp from the meta. I agree with
many
that.
Times.
Many
Did you like the Sage? Did you like the Sage?
Yeah, I like the Sage. Like, but it was working,
There's a
you know?
before and after players working with guys, I'm telling you.
Like how we can win against without initiator 8 rounds in attack.
Wait, I still ask that question. I still do.
Because CNED, I think that
Yeah,
that's
can anybody else run that comp?
No.
No, I didn't think so.
I don't think so. From like maybe last year, no, still no. No.
What about this one?
What about this one? Like I think what we were playing Jet last year because of we were executing and catching off guard and playing like sometimes post plant with that comp. But right now, I think they are still using this explosive. They will use this explosive, I believe, and they add 2 initiator, which can halt Jet with this explosive. I think to be honest, it's a good comp. Like I still Jet believer in this map.
Do you think that this is like a one-off that maybe they prepared against Koi because there were some protocols that were very well curated, or do you think, or are you still a believer that until you lose, you do not change the comp?
Yeah. Don't change the comp until you lose. I still believer.
Okay, absolutely like that. But now that we got into this third map, at the beginning of this match, we were speaking about the stakes, right? For Gentlemates, at the beginning of the year, we say is like about getting the points, about getting to champs, maybe going to points, avoiding relegation. If you are realistic and you think about your expectations, that is what you should be going to. But if they are to win today, Tom, the tables turn enormously because they would be leading their team with a 2-0.
Yeah, they will have beaten Liquid, who obviously the team that made Mardos, the highest sort of team in their group, and then who would be that second. I do kind of want to spin this though, because I kind of want to ask this to CNED. You lose a game like that, was it 18-16, lot of fatigue. Do you believe most players can mentally come back from that? Because that is a rough one to lose.
To be honest, in the second map, like Gentlemates made a comeback, so I think they shouldn't be affected as much as it be. So if I will be in Gentlemates, like I wouldn't.
So you believe in Gentlemates to win this next map?
No.
No. Oh, okay.
He wants, I think that he's suffering from what we're all suffering this year, and then it's that this Gentlemates makes you believe.
I got him.
No, but absolutely. And for the side of Foot, you were speaking about the fatigue and whatnot. Foot is a team that has a lot of experience in most of its parts. Yes, they have the kind of relief that they were able to win the second one. Fatigue is not going to be a bother for them. Let's jump into the Agent Select to see if we're going to be seeing changes here. What do you make about Gentlemate's composition, Tom?
I love a Vice. I think especially in this current patch, I think bringing in a Vice, it just gives you so many avenues, especially on C, like entering into that site when you're on that defensive side can be so awkward to play against. I will say you lose a little bit of value maybe on those flanks, like it's going to be down to baiting out the walls and such. You have to be a little bit more of a control on that side, and then running that double controller as well. There's so much delay potential for the defense. I just want to see how it's going to work on the attack.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, Sina, because we see a lot of people now moving away from this double controller in Lotus that has been so prominent and that we've seen so much. Do you like it, not like it? Where do you stand in this double controller situation?
Actually, I'm a double controller fan on this map because with Viper you
so
can.
Based. Seriously.
Because you can just put pressure one side of the map with Viper, and you can do another thing of another side of the map. So I like to play in double controller, but like as Tommy said, like this is the, I think, more defensive comp rather than
Absolutely.
attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Mini, first time playing the Vice and doing it on this third map. Guys, casters, Haza and Cairo, we just love having you here, so we're only going to give you 3 mappers. Take it away.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to be here, of course, and look, it wouldn't be a decider at the top of the group EMEA without both of these teams taking us all the way down to the wire. And, you know, things come in twos. I think when you see the longest map of VCT EMEA 2025, there's a part in the back of my mind that thinks this one could be over a little bit quicker. I want to know what kind of preparation mates have for this FUT comp that we saw last time.
I mean, we did see FUT struggle a little bit on Lotus when they played it. At the same time, though, you could easily see it going either way. Straight in towards the C site, where the Cypher is held. I mean, it's Yetiji who's been able to get the kills. Breach here as well, Mr. Fallen doing well. The flash was spot on, and the response from FUT has certainly been that. A 3 versus 1 to finish out the first pistol.
Really shoring up some of these defensive rounds from the end of Fracture onto Lotus now. For the amount of pistols that Gentlemates have been able to pick up, that was a pretty important one.
Yeah, lovely stuff, to be honest. All in all, you can just see the micro in terms of Mr. Fallen and Yetiji playing off of one another, and I think that's a big thing to come out of this round. Gentlemates not finding it easy to just go and hit the site and find the space that they were looking for.
It's the thing too, with the Jet on Lotus, it is a bit of a throwback. You know,
Yeah.
the comp is reliant on having strong openings. So when you are throwing an opportunity at them, you know, going into the Cypher setup, that's when they're probably going to be strongest. So much damage already, shedding weight from the Gentlemates players. Zeus's Marshall could have been in for a boatload here, but it falls onto cracks instead as the rotation's coming in. Gentlemates want nothing to do with this as they've got Kader out on B.
Finding space.
And you find a plant here, and that's your objective secured in the round, really.
100%.
FUT won a lot of second rounds, but we haven't seen that from Gentlemates yet today.
At the same time, though, you're going to want to finish the round with a round win, especially if you can find yourself extra space, get up close, make it uncomfortable. Utility to work with. You look at Mini, what he has in the back pocket, as well as Kamek, and right now, Gentlemates looking to explore towards that heaven.
Yeah, Yetu has to show some discipline here. He knows he's the solo player, doesn't want to give up his life, but that's where mates are looking to fight. But in through the door, go FUT, and they have them boxed.
You certainly do. At the same time, though, Yetiji, he's found his timing spot on. Perfectly played. Kamek at least gets one trade, but he won't get on towards the spike. Now he's just got a Spectre in hand. Is he saving us for the next round?
Yeah, I think you probably want to die here.
Yeah?
No.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I mean, look, I think he still has money, so he's probably going to be fine. But this round for FUT is just building on what they already have, and as I said, the player to highlight would be Yetu. Mate had the setup for the C-Link retake with the Vice Wall. Their only objective was really to take some extra space for themselves and tie that up with Kamek out on A. Strength of this comp at times is the amount of info that it's got in comparison to FUT when you have the Arc Rose as well as the Horn.
Yeah, this is a big fight towards the A side, though. Gentlemates not really wanting to reinvest. They've seen plenty of utility towards the A side and very happy to just pivot and respond on the C side.
And with B control as well, these rotations shall be aided a little bit quicker for them to get over and support Yetiji. Cage has already gone up. He's only here with a Sheriff though, and that support can't arrive quickly enough. Yetu has done enough for now though.
Certainly has. Can he get more? No, that's not the case. Now it's in towards getting this spike down. And Gentlemates may have just found a way to settle this.
So good at the C retake so far, FUT. Short-handed by just a Sheriff, and then Kamek lays waste to the rest of the play. Nearly 40 kills on the previous map, and he's made his mark immediately here. He's just not stopped.
He certainly hasn't. 5 right now. getting that rifle round back in.
And in a system which seems to fit him so well too, because on Liquid, at times it felt like he was sort of picking up the roles here and there that they wanted for him. You'll remember the Sage, that wasn't particularly great, but now, you know, on the Initiators, especially the flashing agents, but even the Fade here is looking up to par so far.
Again, this A fight looking to ensue. Gentlemate's taking their time before they come straight back out. This time, though, they are the ones to try and fight it. Behind the Viper wall, flashes. In fact, no, they're not going to use any utility. Just get away. The Paranoia back in, spot on. It's a quick trade by Click, and Zeus finally found out.
And that's the thing too. Zeus needing to hit shots. Mr. Fallen doing it without even exchanging glances to the players. They drop through the screen. This A execute's going to accelerate. It's a 3v3 on site.
This is a brawl, another one in which we've seen both teams trying to go at it, but it's Foot that's coming out on top. Spike in no man's land. Kamek having to cross 2 players before he can even collect it. He has time to work with, but instead, no, doesn't want to go elsewhere. He wants the fights.
The rotation is great from Foot as well. They have such strong positions to hold the site when Kamek arrives on the scene. He needs another multi-kill here, and it's just not happening. Yetu to shut up shop as the advantage extends further for Foot.
I mean, what more can be said? Comes down to the fights. Very well played. And on top of that, this Paranoia is really nice. Click does really well to get the trades out. And after this first initial engagement, you're thinking to yourself, like, oh, well, Gentlemates will be able to accelerate quickly. Mr. Fallen does well to get the kills back in their favour.
It's tentative from Mates as well, because they are expecting at a moment's notice for Zeus to just appear from the ether and be supported, because that's what they're relying upon a lot of these rounds. And you're going to see it here as well. Trade of the Fade utility. It's B instead, where Mr. Fallen is fighting solo, but in through the door they come. Zeus still alive, wide on the angle, flashed up. Falling down to the hands of Click. That's a brilliant double on a round where Mates have next to no investment.
I mean, that's the big thing, though. There is still rifles in which Foot can find a way to win. That's the other thing. And right now, it seems as if they're wanting to try and protect these rifles.
This is a brilliant poison orb as well from Kada to just continually impose the threat. The question mark space separated between B. We've seen the door used by Foot several times to try and link up the play. And between the 2 remaining defenders right now, that will be the objective, as it's the dimensional drift to separate them. Should be called in, but Yetu's found 2, and now there's a chance for Atta Captain.
There's always a chance when there's a Foot player on the other side. Spike collected, and well, that's going to be heard. The steps coming through. Atta Captain taking his timing.
Have to in this situation with the odds stacked against you. Atta Captain will try his luck. Throw his hat in the ring. He's walked around the side. That's Kamek core. The flash hasn't worked out. Atta Captain in control.
A Red Bull clutch for Atta Captain. He took his timing to perfection. He even had Paranoia if he really wanted to go for it. But instead, no, it's Click that sets him up with the own flash.
Didn't even really matter because Kamek was committed to the plant, but I completely agree with you. Slight separation. And as the script reads Foot success, it's between the lines that Atta Captain finds the clutch for himself.
How do they not pop a blood vessel like screaming aloud, man? You know
I don't get it, dude. We're up here shouting the whole time about the game. They're only doing it half the round, but still.
100%.
My ult is ready.
Love this proactivity from Foot. Different look. And when there's nobody on the Gentomate side to greet them, they're just happy to take that space in the orb in tandem.
At the same time, though, you look at the space that Gentlemates are able to grab here. I mean, the Spike's still not really committed as to what they want to do.
Huge
Many players on the site.
They have the info, they had the players, they were blinded, but still Foot are in position.
Oh my God!
One at a time! Oh, linked into a communal grave. Kada has been noted, but it means next to nothing by now.
Yeah, I thought with Kada hanging around in B main, what was going to happen was Gentlemates were just faking out the A site, and you always have that potential when you take A main to pivot into B, but they just went a step too far, and Spike was still nowhere near.
And this is the discussion that we had before about Mini in the mid-round. One of the compliments to a successful IGL in those situations is being able to pull off effective fakes, and I don't think that is a characteristic that we can attribute to him at this point in time. you saw what the setup was, right? It was like half in, half out on the A side with the steel garden. Kada really just looking to pick up the pieces at the end of the round, but instead he's the lurker who's forced to save.
I mean, that's always the problem, right? Like, at that point, Kada can easily commit to being like a late lurker, an extra layer on top of your post plan. But, I mean, at the same time, you need to make sure that that A site take, if that's what you want to go for, is going to be successful, right?
But have certainly showed their protocols here as well, building on that Koi performance, because the you know, they look really well set up. These retakes are so swift. I say retake, it's a fast flood, it's a quick rotation. They're getting players in place because they know that they can't really afford to be challenging Gentlemates once they've set up in post. When you have, you know, double controller with the Viper utility, with Minis, you know, Razor Vines as well. We got there eventually. The wall, if he's not using it to watch the flank, it's really, really oppressive. So those are the positions you've got to find yourself in.
Yeah, and I think like when you compare the two comps, right, like, and generally the map as well, you look towards Gentlemates, what they're running, it's something new. They're not necessarily innovating, but they're playing like new agents, etc. And you look towards what Foot are playing, they're playing the same old stuff. You're seeing your Fade, you're seeing your Breaches, Omen, Cypher, right? There's nothing there's nothing new here. It's one of the comps that's been ran for years, and the point that I'm making, the point I'm getting to, is this is something Foot will be used to. This is something they've been playing for years, and it's probably the same protocols that we've been seeing for many a year, right? On Lotus.
It's classic comfort, it's classic Foot, I think.
Yes.
You look at every single player here, from top to bottom on Foot's side, and I would probably say that's like their favorite agent, with the exception of Cracks on, you know, like the KO, for example, right? So that's the approach. Gentlemates should be aware of it. As you say, they are running something a little bit newer. There isn't a Teho there, of course, in terms of current meta, but like the Vice pickup is really strong, and to be honest, your winning conditions do kind of stem from that defensive half a little bit as well, to be honest. So I think that's something we'll have to wait for, but we saw from that game yesterday, BBL Liquid, like, things get out of control very quickly, and after that laboured last match, where's the mental at right now? Especially for a player like Click, who takes a fight like that, and that's all you get in the round, that's your involvement.
At the same time, though, I mean, Click did have a pretty good sheriff from the other round, right? Like, I mean, maybe you're just thinking, right, let's see if I can try and get something from it. At the same time, though, Gentlemates have scaled up really well on this A side.
They have the space, and they need to be diligent to just clear, you know, maybe towards pit, at least check that nobody's going into upper. That's exactly what they're going to do. One-way smoke, in for the kill. Yetijay's got his back to it. That was the chance for Kada.
Hello? This is just dashed right in, although gained the information and a kill. Again, it's another lurker player who's going to be late to the party. And well, Foot know everything that they need to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a full stick, so it doesn't really matter. And to be honest, I think the main takeaway from the round here is that Gentlemates understand what they need to do to inhibit Foot coming back into the site later on. I'm speaking specifically about that control upper and then being able to just drop in and support the anchor, whoever that is. It's a slight variation, I guess, in the fact that they were conceding the space fully. I mean, Yetu's playing all the way back this time as to not get caught on a common angle by a Sheriff. But there are ults into this next round. This is a huge round for both teams. More so for Mates.
I mean, that's it, right? Foot are in the driving seat. Cruise control is on. They don't need to necessarily worry about the next couple rounds. But at the same time, wanting to get this done as quickly as possible. Taking their time, though, Gentlemates have went for a full default. The Scooby-Doo round?
Yeah, we'll split up and look for clues or orbs in this sense. Click with the tap, TP's away, and of course it is Zeus to fill that void.
And that's it. Responding to the push and pull of the map.
A little light on A, so I think Cracked has to be careful in how he plays this, and already you can see him go up the rope and concede the space. It's the same setup from the defenders yet again. Mates will be aware of this in the gun round. Can they bring some fresh ideas to the table?
Nightfall clear in the backside. Players trying to get out towards Heaven, and Click's done so well to get a double here.
And that's exactly what you've got to do. No one's played Pit the last few rounds, so Click stepping up to the plate has 2 kills, which now set them up.
Looking to burn Click, making him play on site, try and waste a little bit of time, and they're trying to spam him out. You can see that, but he's got a timing, and that's 3 in the round right now. He's done so well and put mates in a prime position. There's no way that they can lose this, and this man right now on for the ace, stolen by Kada. It will be a double up of rounds for Gentlemates.
Yeah, Kada blowing out the birthday candles before.
Yeah, mate, it's mine. I'm having that for Saturday.
Before Click can get near it. But it's what I went back to saying at the start of the round. Like, for as much as Gentlemates had pressured Upper in the previous round, there was nobody Pit, and it's that slight little variation which finds the opening for them.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, you look towards Lotus and side buys, etc., etc. Gentlemates typically are better on their attack. That's the one thing to note. But the other thing is, Foot are typically better on their defense, right? So there's always that chance when sides swap over. Gentlemates need to give themselves a lifeline to work with in this next half.
They're starting to work on it, see a site which they have struggled with, not in terms of taking it, but defending it once the spike goes down. It's the Rolling Thunder invested this time as Mr. Fallen looks to make a play off the back of it, profit off it can't. Kada with one onto Yetije. Mates trading out effectively here. Numbers in their favor as Fallen still stands on the other side of the site as it begins to collapse. The smoke is up, but the spike's not down. Oh, you just saw it coming! You saw it coming! Kada's dropped and the pit goes with it. Gentlemates will make an exit.
Gonna be forced out, embarrassed. It's really unfortunate. Things just not going your way. At the same time though, they're being given plenty of space here by Foot to get that spike down.
Cover going out. And the huge difference this time is that you can set up your A post plant however you like, because you know that this one's open for the taking.
Arc Rose will eventually come online for Mini. That's the other thing to know.
And this is such an open plant too, planted on the corner. So, you know, Mini could be back so far as Hobbit, or taking those extra steps forward to fight Foot.
As the Arc Rose doesn't want to use it, would rather play heads up gun face, and with just goes and wins it. Third on the round, and 3 for Mini. I mean, they're getting there. They're finally getting there.
They are fighting back as they did on Icebox. This was a bit of a chaotic one. Gentlemates required a little more security for the spike plant to come in. Brilliant job from Krax again on another agent, which, as we said before, he plays so well. The pit drop ultimately settled the fate of the CX set. But I really like the idea that they just say, you know what, we're going to go into your sport. That's where we're fighting you this time. You know, screw playing post. This one's off the wall.
Steel Garden could be used. Foot playing on the front foot. Trying to go and force Gentlemates, force a reaction towards the seaside. Is it something that Team Liquid were doing against BPL when they knew that they were very reactionary?
You have this B main control early, but there hasn't really been any pressure from Gentlemates outside of A. So already Foot have an idea where the execute's going to be headed, and with Kamik falling, it is all eyes on the C choke.
Steel Garden being used. All it will do is buy time to get this spike down.
And look at this ult from Atta Captain. He's right behind them as Click looks to move into Waterfall. He can't find the jewel.
At the same time though, Gentlemates are really taking their time getting this spike down, worried about whether Foot are going to come straight back in, and it's allowed for them to settle and get in towards this retake position.
And now Zipan with the paranoia partnered with Click, an opportunity again for him to look for a fight. Still, mates without blood on their hands, down by a player, Foot in position, no ground has been garnered. Click finally on the score sheet in this one as he opens his account into the corner. The flank is dealt with, mates doing a decent job, but Decent won't quite cut it as Krax and Yetije have made their way back onto the site. It's Kada in the corner, he steps to the side and finds yet another kill. A clutch asked of him this time, and he's just about gonna deliver!
Yeah, he does it on time, managing to waste Krax's. And well, that will be for a Red Bull clutch coming through from Kada. Very well played. And still, Gentlemates keeping this momentum going. That is now 3 in a row. They've been able to space these ultimates, but I do ever so worry that with Gentlemates being a little bit more, not necessarily hesitant, but being, I guess, taking their time, diligent in their approach to getting this spike down, that they will get caught off guard, and we've seen that a few times on the seaside.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, Mates finding a few more rounds here. It does kind of worry you for Foot's attack as well, with how reliant they were on Zeus before, into the anchors that they possess. But like, look, why should you be concerned with what Zeus is doing? That's his own business, and right now, it's the killing business that he's in. Gun for hire, gets 2 kills. And so Gentlemates are right back to the drawing board. This round has been fully reset.
Seen them in times, maps before. They've been able to fight back in. I mean, they won a 2v4 on Fracture, for instance. But as for Lotus, I've not really seen that. Krax is coming through with a deadly prowler that'll identify what they're looking for, trying to force Zeus out, but it's not a fight you really want to be taking. The paranoia hasn't hit. The dash is a complete misdirection. Krax steals the ace. But at the most important thing, an in-zone flawless and Foot guarantee, oh my god.
They guarantee the round, Cairo.
No, an advantage in the next
well, that also works pretty well. For as noisy as those Foot players are, this Bulldog has bite as well as bark. Huge quad from Zeus. And a confidence builder coming into the final round of the half, because as we said before, 7 might not be enough. We just have to see what it is that Gentlemates can bring to the second set of affairs. Cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, it's the dimensional drift to start paving the way towards the seaside.
But look, right now, there's a potential trap that could be triggered. There's a breach, there's an omen, but instead, they'd rather wait. No, they're going straight in!
Yeah, well, it's an A setup which they're heading for. Right? It's literally just Kamik left here to try and sell it. And finally, it feels like Gentlemates might have been able to pull off a fake, except this time it is right from the spawn barrier.
They're going into the Cypher setup.
Arkrose doesn't catch on to anybody, and so Krax has a strong angle from which to play. The paranoia cutting up the site itself, unsupported. Krax standing his ground! On an island, they fall around him. Mate's body's on the floor, just setting them forth into the second half.
I have the spike.
Foot, the 8th round within touching distance for them. Kamik all that separates them from that success. And as clutch as he has been, Lotus is a different story.
It is, Hazza. When you look towards how Gentlemates have played this attack, they have struggled. But as they move on towards the defense, what is going to be different? We'll find out after this break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Each of these teams with a pistol round to their name on every single map, but now Foot with the opportunity to take both and land the killing blow on Gentlemates' defense. It needs to start strong as the advantage sits firmly with the Turkish side on their road to Toronto.
Yeah, but remember, the one thing to note, the last time that Foot decided, but we're attacking on Lotus, it was a 9-3 half. That won't be enough here.
Certainly won't. 3 rounds just doesn't cut it. It keeps you shy of the end goal. A similar half that we saw on Fracture, where mates trailed by 4 rounds as they do here. They bounced back, but even in overtime, it wasn't enough. All of those map points go missing. But what does it mean for them? The 2 group leaders shall soon be separated. As you can already see, Foot queuing up outside of the C site. Spike through the middle of the map. No B main control taken. It's going to be all 5 players in Zipan's direction.
Needs to be careful, does have a TP to get out.
Send a couple stray shots through the smoke, but now the call should be made to drop back. There is no Sentinel here to support him. The stun, not quite enough, gets around the corner.
A little bit of discipline, doesn't want to go any further. But Yetiji through the smoke grabs Kada.
Such a cheeky kill, but could make all of the difference into the retake. The next smoke player drops, and that's the more mobile of them. Foot finding all of the kills on this final pistol round of the series. They might just have won both on Lotus, and with that, where do mates go? What do they do? It's an in-zone flawless.
How many times have we been speaking about Foot grabbing in-zone flawlesses? The other thing to note, though, not to be that negative guy, out of the 3 rounds that Foot were able to win last time, one of them was the pistol round, and one of them was the anti-eco plus, and that's the only thing I'm going to say.
Oh, I don't know.
No, it's all I'm going to drop the grenade and walk away.
By the time we get to double digits, who knows? Can't say goodnight after the bombshell that you've dropped just yet. There's still more left to be played. The program yet to end. A professional performance queued up by Foot. The A fight is where it goes down early. Classics all across the board.
Marshall not standing the test. Cracks his Bulldog certainly is now as Foot begin to continue to fight towards A. Spike is here though, and if they do want to go elsewhere, have to try and get out cleanly, which they'll be able to do.
But have been very good on their anti-ecos. And I think as well, it kind of brings me back to that conversation in terms of the duelist. I mean, Zeus currently absent from the round, but you think of a player that's really good, a Turkish player like that, you think of Comeback, right? And I think you then draw similarities between him and CNED, whereas Zeus is a different kind of duelist, someone who, you know, we saw come up through challenges there. Mini first responder, the decay is temporary, and there's little permanent damage. I mean, barely a scratch on Mr. Fallen.
That's the thing. Well, Gentlemate's is going to try and deny orbs here as well. I mean, that's just going to allow for the bonus to be more heavy in the next one, right? At the same time, like, that's the kind of the idea, the question that you dance with.
And all it's going to take is one big moment for Foot, and you feel as if they can close this in a much better position than they were against Koi, of course, because, like you say, while the attack wasn't great there, that was the first half.
Yeah,
On the second half now, they've got a few maps under their belt already, and you can certainly see it reflected in the server. At a captain, adding number 10, 3 rounds away for Foot.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you look towards that map as well, very top-heavy in the scoreboard, you've got to remember that.
One difference I would highlight already, though, in terms of what we saw against Koi, is that you didn't really see Foot want to go for those fast C plays at all because they were concerned about the Sentinel utility, those Razor Vines that I was talking about. Mates actually setting up more towards A with that as it stands, you know, both anchors when you consider the Viper as well. It's a very default defensive setup here from Gentlemates, and so Foot need to get to work and find out what exactly it is that lays behind these smokes.
And they also don't want, Foot don't want to try and walk into any traps or anything like that, taking their time, dotting their I's and crossing their T's.
Yeah, you've seen as well, Yetiji used that same cage lineup that he did in the previous game to make sure he can get the cam out and it can't be pre-fired on sand. But still, Click is resolute in position with Zipan supporting, but they've got to get their running shoes on pretty soon because the A play tested, not fully called. Actually, this is going to set up even better for B because it's a shorter rotation.
It is. Well, Mr. Fallen has taken a lot of space as well. Players swinging out, trades to be had, and Well, it's all about getting that spike plant eventually. Foot not happy with how comfortable they could possibly be on the site, so they're taking their time, tapping the spike, baiting out peaks. As we said, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and paying attention to the finer details.
Yeah, and Foot now have great space towards Hobbit as well, so there's a crossfire set up for the players trying to get out from upper.
Come out and walk straight into the crossfire. That will be 11. They're getting one step closer. This is not the same Foot that was playing against Koi. They know exactly what mistakes they made on that map, and they've made better of it.
Taking a little bit longer to warm up today, maybe caliber of opposition a factor, but one thing you can say for certain is that in situations like this, they have handled things with due care. I really like the reposition from Zeus late into the rounds to just confirm it. They are absolutely loving it!
Oh, of course, mate. I mean, that's it. The vibes in the team look great. Well, as for Gentlemates, maybe not the same. Having a timeout, wanting to talk about things, and one thing that I'm going to say here as a Gentlemates, while they have looked good and they have nice ideas, they definitely seem like that team that's a work in progress. One for the future.
And just looking at the buy here as well, already those cards have been shuffled a couple of times. Going around the deck. I mean, before the HUD came up, I saw 5 players with a Guardian in their hands. Now it's looking a little bit more balanced. I think the coaches have kind of said, like, I've heard a few coaches say before, oh, I banned my team from playing Guardians on certain rounds because, you know, it's very hit or miss. So 5 players, you know, reading for the same hymn sheet there, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, they've gone all in on this round. There is barely any residual.
They have to, right? And at the same time, as a way of countering that, we've actually seen Yetiji bring out the Outlaw.
It's going to be pretty effective with 4 of the 5 players on Gentlemates in striking distance. A couple of times the Cypher's brought out the Sniper. Posted on C. Does Mini dare give him the time of day? You wouldn't think so.
Already though. Ellie pick coming through. Zipan getting rid of Zeus, a big one to get rid of, firepower, etc. And being able to defend the A side. And with that, a quick pivot towards C.
It's an upgrade, and it's also for pushing into the setup.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Need to be careful of the reposition. Mini should know this, but that takes a step too far. Allows that C site to be completely open by Atta Captain.
Discipline here from Foot. They're not overstepping the mark as the Nightfall gets invested. Just making sure they can play this one comfortably, and well, the tether landing on 2 players means that Atta Captain has a free kill almost effectively, but I mean, he's just fighting out solo. Atta Captain, nearly the one that gets the ace, as it's another 4K from a Foot player, which has put them on map point.
I mean, that's the thing. How many times have we seen 4Ks, near enough aces, and Foot, every single time, close to an in-zone flawless.
And it's a different player every time.
Exactly.
It's not exactly like you point the finger at one of these guys. And look, while it hasn't been the Zeus show on the final map, it's surplus to requirements. The system that they're playing is setting up the rest. Crack's delivering on all fronts, where we've spoken so much about his kill contributions, perhaps lacking before, but you're looking at him on an attack side now, just shy of 20 kills into what could be the final round.
Looks like Foot are trying to make up for lost time in that last map. It's crazy how close this series could have gone, right? Could have gone either way 4 times.
Atta Captain again. Into spawn this time, player close by. That's going to be Zipan, and he'll win the duel at the very least. And yeah, Foot dropped all the way back to a much deeper line behind this smoke. It's Click's time to shine, and he's only going to get 1. 1 is not enough.
Need far more than that. Quick
from
pivot,
that position.
now into B. Mini standing alone in the middle of sight. Goes through the wall, but walks into Mr. Fallen. Able to win that fight out, but Cracks is able to carry now into a 1 versus 1 on map point.
This has been his map so far, his series, dare I say. And so it's the Swede that must save Gentlemates at this point in time. A full utility belt to work with back into the retake. An ult if he wants to go so far, but instead it's Cracks that'll take the fight to him.
It's a 1 versus 1, which Cracks will win. And Foot winning the series. Top of the pops, top of the group. And well, what more can be said about this Foot roster?
that they finally started to rekindle the form that we expect of a team that always takes that second Masters spot of the year. That is the pathway that they've built right now, and the cornerstone cracks of this team coming up with 22 kills. But you feel as if it all spins back to that second map of Fracture, the longest we've seen in VCT EMEA so far this year. And with Gentlemates failing to convert on multiple fronts in OT, that is ultimately the mental boom, I think, which makes it so difficult to retake coming into this decider.
Yeah, I think it could have gone any which way really in this series. And not only that, right, you think about that map, but you think even further back, like Eco's rounds where Gentlemates would find themselves in advantages, right? Excellently played, but at the same time, you've got to be there to win it. You've got to be able to win it, and Foot played magnificently today.
Foot take their place on the stage and rake in the applause from the adoring fans who have come out today to support them. Turkey has a team to be proud of, and one that sits top of the group as things stand. For all the international events they've made before, these are the games that they're expected to win against regional opposition, still trying to find their route in the madness that the calendar provides. A professional performance, as we say, again, that's what we expect of those top 4 teams from kickoff into the first stage.
Yeah, exactly. And Foot have always found themselves at the top 3, top 4 position, right? Top 3 is enough to make the next event, but they're looking to improve upon that every single time. And I think right now, the way that this team is developing, the new ideas they've shown, for instance, on Peril, I think they could possibly be like that second team in EMEA.
Well, that's going to be the goal at the end of the tunnel, but still plenty more games to be played. This one concluding in favor of Foot. We're going to hear from Mr. Fallen as he's waiting for an interview on the stage with Kukuka.
Thank you very much, guys. Mr. Fallen, first of all, congratulations. Are you tired?
Thank you. No, I'm not scared yet. No, I'm just too much scream, so my voice is maybe a little bit deep right now, but that's all, yeah.
Were you trying to do a competition with Jet2J on who can scream the most?
Yeah.
You certainly lost that one.
Too.
I'm not going to ask you about this last map because it was, you know, another day in the office for you being good. I am, however, going to address the little bit elephant in the room right now. I'm going to divide this in a couple of parts. Well, first of all, some people think that you are the best Tejo in our region. Would you agree with that?
I would not say I'm the best any agent, so I would
Who
not
is
like
then?
that. I don't know, but it's not me. I would not say I'm the best agent in this game, so I would not talk about that.
Okay, but how about we're just going to take that belief for now, okay? Let's
That's
say
it, I'm okay.
there are some people out there who think that is the case. And then we go on to Icebox.
Okay.
And we see 3 initiators.
Yep.
And we see Jet2J going on the Tejo.
Oh, yes.
Can you talk us through this decision, the thought process of choosing this composition?
Well, we usually on the Icebox plays every time just default, like Ascent. Our comps was so many times we played default comps and we just tried, okay guys, Tejo is here, so we can just give it a try. It's a good, you know, when you're just gonna execute on site, he can bully 2 sites and we can go easily execute with Kaio flashes. So, and we thought on Tejo on Jet2J because there is no one can play Sova in this team right now except me. So someone has to play Tejo, and that was Jet2J. And he said, okay, I'm comfortable with this. I can play Tejo, and okay, you can take it. We tried and we believed that was a good comp on Icebox, and we are still believing that was a good comp on Icebox. We didn't do anything like we just do it in the practice, so that was our bet.
Okay, so based on previous results and things that we've seen in the past, what are the chances, before you even talk to guys, what are the chances that next time that we see you play Icebox, you have a different composition?
50%.
Okay, we're going to leave it at 50. We're going to leave it at 50. Let's also speak about the Fracture. Very intense game, specifically, you know, with you and doing all the calling. Can you tell me a little bit of how the atmosphere was, especially when you go into the overtime, right? Like, Gentlemates brings it back. You're in a very weird situation, but you managed to push through.
On the Fracture, we're just on attack side. We know we're going to take the map control, but like when we execute on some side, they're always pushing us almost like 1 by 1, and we didn't expect it. So in not practice or not in teams, they never played on the in the smoke, and they never pushed us from the smoke. So on the overtime, our coach guy said, guys, I don't know what to say. Just do what you think, and because I don't know what to say. We're just pushing A side, but I was coming to us of smoke, and you guys dying. So just play like a team right now. There is not hero in this team right now. No one is gonna play 30, kill 30. So just guys, stick together, play together. That's all. And we just managed to win the factory, by the way.
You say he didn't know what to say, but he definitely did there. And lastly,
that was a big thing too, by the way. So
okay. Lastly, next week you're going to be playing against Team Liquid. They kicked you out of kickoff. How hungry are you to get that win?
if anyone just see this match right now, we're just hungry to win right now. So it's gonna be the same on the next week. So just be prepared. That's all.
Okay, Liquid, you shall prepare as well. Thank you very much. We will see you next week. And don't go anywhere, because as you're seeing behind me, we have Giant X going up against Heretics after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the kiss. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing.
Welcome back, everybody. Yes, we had a 3-mapper on the first match of the day, but of course, we have a second one. I'm Kakuka, and I have a wonderful guest besides Mitch, who is always wonderful. Kara, welcome in. Thank you very much for joining us, even after, you know, how long it was and the defeat.
No, thank you. No, yeah, I mean, that's the life.
So tell us a little bit about, because we just heard about Mr. Fallen. It was a very intense matchup. I think that especially considering how the second one went. How are you feeling right now after, you know, was it exhaustion? What took the best out of you on that last one?
Yeah, I mean, we are super tired, of course, and I mean, sad because we should have closed the fracture and won the series, you know. But I mean, Yeah, honestly, I don't know what to say right now.
I think that is at least from my perspective, that is the takeaway that you should have from today. Foot was probably one of, if not the hardest, one of the hardest opponents in your group, and you could have very well closed that one out. You had a good performance in the Fracture. What do you think, Mitch?
Well, yeah, I think it's inspiring that at least in your future matchups, you're putting up that good of a performance against Foot. And, you know, you say the hardest, I think it's the second hardest after Liquid, who you've already beaten. So, like we were saying earlier, this is a really good position, I think, for you guys moving forward, but it has to suck. We're looking at Fracture, so many close rounds, big clutches needed by both teams. Like, how do you deal with that when you're going into overtime number 5, overtime number 6? Is the game different playing like that versus playing round number 15, for example?
Well, I think honestly we were not even realizing that, like what was playing, you know? We were just like playing and like round after round, like just saying, okay guys, we got it, next time, you know? And unfortunately, next time never came, but like we were just like confident that we were doing good and just keep going, whatever, keep going, you know?
I think I saw some BO5s that were over quicker than that, so.
Actually, we might as well have. I wanted to ask you as well, because I think we've been talking a lot about Mini and him in the IGL and him just being wonderful. What would you say characterizes him, you know, what defines him as an IGL?
I think he's like super calm as like person, so he's not like this type of captain or IGL that will explode and stuff.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm really surprised honestly because he's like young, he's 18 I think, if I know my teammate well. I think he's like 18, and when he's playing and even how he's acting, he's not like 18, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, one of your teammates just turned 19 today, right?
Today.
Click, and of course
and
your birthday is very
weekend.
soon.
In
Saturday?
2 days, yeah.
Yeah, well, happy early birthday to you.
Thank you.
And I wanted to talk a little bit about sort of coming into some of these games. Last week, for example, Liquid, obviously you have a player on your team who maybe has a bit of a grudge against Liquid, and Mini said, you know, the guys were a bit more focused, a bit more let's smash these guys. And then today, Kamek came in playing maybe even better than in that game. I mean, do you guys have some sort of a grudge? I know now you do, but before the game, did you have a grudge against Foot? Like, well, what was it, the birthday buff? What is it?
No, honestly, I mean, we are working like super well recently. We have like good results in play. I mean, we are in a good place and like good mood. And I think we were just like confident that we can win this game and we're gonna win this game. Like, we really entered the match by saying we're gonna win. You know, for us it was like 0 place for the defeat, you know. And yeah, so I mean, we are just like hugging the same page, and we are like really a good like group and like team, you know.
Okay.
And,
I think that we can see it also on the stage. You get in to have a lot of supporters. To me, I just think that Kamek is entering his reputation era, and I'm absolutely here for it. But let's move on, because as I'm saying, we still have another best of 3, and it is the first Spanish derby that we're going to have in this 2025. It is Team Heretics versus Giant X. Now, 2 different perspectives for this one. For Giant X, this year things are not looking the best. Team Heretics is still, you know, trying to find that form that define their 2024. Going back into the Giant X topic, Mitch, what were your big takeaways from last week's performance?
I mean, from a few of the performances recently as well, it was just Tamazi. It's been so hard to see him, I guess, in this role and not perform because I'm so used to seeing him light up the server, and I feel like he's had a tough time when it's come to rocking that Omen. For this squad as well, like when I think about, are they a squad that will contend deep into the tournament, that will push into playoffs? It's sort of on a knife's edge right now, and I don't know which way to go. I think today's game will tell me everything I need to know, but as we saw there, like, the vibes have been decent, at least. They seem to be improving from what we can see from the outside. Let's hope there's something to build on there.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Cloud after their loss, and I was like, oh, I'm happy that at least even though you lost, it's not like we saw you defeated on stage. You were still supporting each other, having fun with the game, which I think many players have mentioned that is very important. And he just said that they had that conversation of, hey guys, if we're losing, we're losing. There's no point in being negative or bringing each other down, because we're not going to, that way we're definitely not going to win. But I love that you were mentioning Tomazi, because I think that has been a pain point throughout, especially last week we saw it, and throughout last year Tomazi was in our mouths, but just speaking and saying very, very nice things. And I think that the numbers speak a little bit for themselves here, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, they very much do. Just take a look at, when you look at controller generally, Omen even isolating, I think it goes down that little bit more. It's not the Tamazi we're used to seeing, your 2023 or 2024. The guy is just dominating. Again, though, the game is taking shape in different ways, and I think GX have got a little bit of getting to know how to breathe in and out of the server. And maybe we can see that turnaround here today. For me, though, they're not a team I'm very confident in right now, which is strange for me to say, looking at someone like Tamazi, and I hope today they can change my mind.
What is your opinion on Giant X right now?
I mean, for me, if you on the paper they have a good team, and like when you see them, you think that they will do good, and it's like contenders for at least playoff, you know. But yeah, at the moment for them, I mean, they just played one game, so maybe it was just one bad day, and
exactly, yeah.
We don't even know. Maybe they will destroy Heretics, you know.
Ah, maybe they will.
Yeah, in my opinion, for me, it's too early to say they will be bad or whatever, you know. Like for me, we just need to see more. I think I agree with what Mitch said. I think tonight we can have maybe like better opinion on them, you know.
Okay, a better opinion on them. Yeah. Someone that we have a good opinion on whatsoever, it's Boo, the IGL for Team Heretics, and I had a chance earlier to have a chat with him. I'm now joined by Boo from Team Heretics. Hey Boo, how are you doing?
Hello, all good. Ready for the game?
Okay, I really hope that you are. Last week, I feel like we wanted to chat to you because this was the first international event that you missed as a team. And I wanted to ask you how the conversation was, because definitely something needed to change or something had gone wrong. So what was the first conversation that you guys had, or what was oriented to?
I think the main things we spoke about instantly is how we're not hungry anymore. We're not kind of the same anymore, and like it was just, first step was to acknowledge that it's not right, and then second step was like, you know, talking through what actually was wrong, like what was different, what did we like, what we didn't like, and then third step was fixing it.
And third step was?
Fixing it.
Oh, fixing it, exactly. So how did you manage to fix it? What was the first point of action that you took? Because definitely you're looking way better. So what is the key to this? You know, if everybody thinks, well, some people think that you're back in form. Do you feel like you are?
Not yet. Like if we are talking about the best Heretics ever was, we're not there yet, but we're on the way. And I think the main thing with it was we started having fun again in our daily life, in our training routines. That was the main difference that we didn't have in kickoff, where it wasn't like bad or depressing, but it also wasn't very nice. It was like just kind of average, and the result was also average.
I see. What are your thoughts on the current meta? Like, do you think that you find your comfort, because we've seen you playing the Waylay, maybe going back into the Neon. So where is everyone in terms of comfort with what they're playing? Because we're also used to a Woods that plays a little bit of everything, but can sometimes be a little bit all over the place.
In terms of the meta, for me and for our team personally, we're not big fans, because with the Breach Teo combo, it's like kind of sucks the fun out of the game. But in terms of like comfort, we're still fine. We're not going straight into it like some teams. We are just kind of analyzing where it's worth to do and where we can maybe do something else, something a little bit off. Like for example, Ice on Split, like not many people play it. So it's just, that's what we did last year, where yes, there was a meta, but we also had our own stuff, like for example Sunset. And yeah, the balance between following the meta, but also, you know, giving freedom to our own ideas was what made us good. So that's what we are trying to do again.
Thank you very much for the insight. It really looks like you've given this a lot of thought. Best of luck in your game.
Thank you.
I love when players are very honest. You don't have to give away a lot of like your intentions and whatnot, to just be insightful and being like, yeah, we had to address this, and that. So I really enjoyed that interview. You know what I also really enjoyed? Icebox last week when we saw them playing against Apex, Midge.
It's a bit rude. You didn't enjoy Icebox when Kata just played it? Okay,
yes, I did.
See how
I actually did a lot.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah, so you can see that the pick rates are here as well. Benji and Miniboo are the only ones playing your Neon and your Vice when it comes to Icebox. They had some really cool ideas in how to use that for early aggression with Vice's utility from A onto B. There was a lot of really cool stuff. I believe we've got a Telestray that we'll look at just after this. But I wanted to start by asking you, in the game that you just played on Icebox, your opponents didn't pick a Sentinel. Now, obviously, looking at this composition, Benji is a Sentinel, not going to be as useful for the mid control. Did you think when you saw Foot not locking that in that they'd made a mistake playing Icebox without a Sentinel?
Yeah, in my opinion, playing Icebox without Sentinel is a mistake anyway, except if you have an insane plan and you know exactly what you are doing, and maybe you see the, I don't know, you know, like you see some gap, I don't know. But like, yeah, for me, playing Icebox without Sentinel, there is so much gap on the map.
Yeah, and that's something that I think, you know, without having that guaranteed mid and kitchen control, this comp also faces some of those problems, but I think they did a really good job of adapting to those issues. Like you say, it can be a mistake. Obviously, Vice is a Sentinel, right? So but it's just the way that they use her. It's not in the same way that most Sentinels get value out of the map.
You said you wanted to take a look at a round. Do we have it ready? Because I want to see what you mean. I do not know what round you have picked, but there it is.
All right, so yeah, this is actually, look at the start of the round. Benji is already in the spawn, firing off some vines that are going to land here outside the B side. If we can pause real quick, we'll talk a little bit about that. I'm going to move around here to the big screen.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, you guys don't have to stand up just yet. But Kata, when we talk about this comp, you know, like you see that already Razor Vines are sent deep into B. There, I can't reach up there. You can see roughly where they're standing. And that's going to stop. Thank you, Bea. Thank you. Yes, that's actually much better and very embarrassing for me. So they're gonna adapt to lack of info with early vines and then pushing up and having Viper's solo hold with the ability to rotate around, clear kitchen, clear tube, and then play late. You can keep running the clip there. Play late into the A site with a Vice wall on A site and Razor Vines. Right there, almost went off the edge of the stage, and they're going to deny any sort of a plant a little bit later on. It's a very interesting comp, and I wanted to know, for you guys, obviously you showed us a Vice today. I was going to say you don't play Vice very much or at all, but what do you make of Vice on Icebox in general?
Did you test it?
Maybe. No, in my opinion, Vice on Icebox is not, again, for me, it's not like super good. But I think there is some, I mean, I'm pretty sure there is some cool stuff and cool tricks to do. In my opinion, it's like really good for one game. You want to surprise your opponent and you pick Vice and you have some cool stuff with it. But I think you cannot run this comp like over a season, you know? Because for me, it's like easy to run this strat and easy to just adapt to the Vice.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I think just there, as we fade to black, there was like, you see the surprise you're talking about. It was Razor Vines go up, the player planting is behind a wall, and Neon Stun comes in, and that player is just in a lot of trouble. I think they sent salvos then to finish him off. So there's a lot of ideas like that, but that's what I was thinking, right? Like, if you run this 5-6 times, then there's ways to adapt to that. Again, looking at how you guys use the Sentinel for mid control, you don't really get that in the same way with Vice, so it feels like a gap. And maybe that's what Foot were trying against you guys. There are gaps, and they hope that you wouldn't find them, but I think you did a great job of exploiting their weaknesses.
Yeah. No, I think so too. I mean, in my opinion, when you play with a Sentinel anyway, you have to move more, you have to take some gamble, you have to push, you have to just fight for the space, you know?
Yeah, of
that
course.
the Sentinel can give you. And I mean, I think we did a good job to just play on their gap, I would say.
100%, especially against Foot, because I think they're the best team for fighting for space. They do such a good job at that.
I didn't want to interrupt. I feel like I'm third wheeling here in a debut with you two guys here. But on the other side, we're speaking about the Vice, we're speaking about Benji. On the other side, there's going to be Westside, who had a very good performance despite of what we saw from Giant X. I think we also expect some kind of spice from Giant X, right? In the map that they picked last week, we didn't see innovations in the compositions, but in the one that was picked by their opponents, actually we saw some new things. How important do you think it is innovating and adapting to the meta?
I mean, for me, it's just the most important thing, because...
The most?
For me, it's the most, because you can do whatever, work on whatever you want if you don't adapt to the meta. And like, if you're... I'm not saying you have to be in the meta, because on some map we are not in the meta.
I'm gonna have to cut you off, because we actually have to welcome the teams onto the stage.
Okay, let's go.
Sorry.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Slip and slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop.
The first Spanish derby of 2025 is here, and the questions are louder than ever. Is Team Heretics really back, and will Giant X be back at all? As we jump into the map, Vito, are we expecting to see any surprises here? Icebox is gone. No.
Yeah, but I mean, with the way Heretics have been playing, it makes sense to get rid of Icebox.
It's
for
what they
GX.
banned last week as well. So.
Exactly. Pearl going out, GX, double losses to BBL, probably relatively happy about that. When you come into Haven, this is where things get interesting. Heretics lose it to Vitality, lose it to Mate, so I think this could be a really good battleground for GX. They've changed up, moving away from the Neon, which has helped them. They took a victory over BBL after a couple tries. Split going to be the pick of Team Heretics again, somewhere that they beat Apex. It's obviously a map that they're looking to heavily include in their pool. Meanwhile, GX are on a 4-loss streak on that map, so definitely set up for Heretics' success off rip, with Lotus being a bit bad for both of them. They've both been destroyed recently on
I think that we have to be realistic, right? Let's try and get kickoff out of the way. You know, I think that Giant X has been very vocal and open about, yeah, we didn't adapt to the meta. We didn't think that this is how we wanted to invest our time. I think that we focus on the things that we can do and that we can change for this stage 1. What are we looking for in terms of the compositions? Because Split, a map that the Team Heretics has chosen, that is where they showed some innovation. And speaking about individuals, for example, Cloud on the Deco looked pretty good to me, Mitch.
Yeah, I think there's a real, when you talk about getting with the meta, adapting to, and I think for GX, that's exactly what we want to see. Something like a Tejo coming in, maybe add in the Breach, and we can see a lot more space taking, a lot more aggression in the early round. For GX, that's sort of what I liked about looking back at some of the previous games. Tamazi, it was like back in January 15th, he had his last decent performance on Omen, he's struggled since then. And I think that was actually, I think it was Haven, where he was getting hyper aggressive early, taking control in the extremities, and I'd like to see a comp switch to CGX enable him to do that a bit more, because again, this is a great tool that maybe hasn't been used in a way that benefits him most in recent memory.
Yeah, absolutely. And we jump into agents and changes on both of the sides. Team Heretics going for that double duelist on both of the sides. Cloud on the Europe. Oh my God. Kata, what do you make of this? Which one do you like most?
I think it's gonna be super interesting, and I'm looking for Giant like with Tejo, because with Sova I get the comp, like the goal of the comp, but with Tejo I'm not sure. For me it's not working the same, and you cannot combine as good. So
I think,
let's see.
I think Giants are taking big inspiration from Vitality's comp, where they were able to deal with Heretics on this map. It's a very interesting take moving into Haven to have your ISO and your Yoru, but this caused so many problems for Heretics. But then again, you have to think that that was Safe and Durka that they were up against, so big boots to fill.
This is absolutely insane. I think that this has to be in history the first time that Purple plays on that ISO. Having Tomazi and still putting Cloud on the Euro, I have a lot of questions and I need 2 people to give me answers. Please, Pansy and Minnie, take it away.
We'll do our very best for you, but I think we're in very much alignment with you there, Bea. A couple of question marks around this. Again, the fact of Cloud having to be in this sort of role here, a lot on his shoulders. Minnie, but in your mind, when we talk about these 2 teams, we do have Heretics where we're still looking for a bit of a spark, a bit of fire underneath them, building back towards where they are. But what about Giant X in your mind? Where do you see these guys on that kind of table, I guess?
Well, I think for Heretics, we need to see that form from last year. Not just for Heretics' sake, but for our sake as a region. We need some team from somewhere. So it can't just be Vitality at the top. I think we're going to need to see, someone else helping. And I'm hoping that is Heretics. Woot going to the ISO, I quite like. We saw him on Split last game, and it looked quite good.
He did. We'll pause for that, because it looks like Cloud might be in a bit of trouble. However, if you turn your attention on the other parts of the map, Giant X are getting a bit of a good lay of the land here. They're going to explore behind. There is still going to be utility in the way, so it won't be completely carte blanche. But for now, they're going to get that A-side control. Plant should be in. Not too many threats.
I love this flank from Giant X here. I think that if you're going to play a retake, you have to come in with a flank here. And they're in a good spot. They're getting pushed, though.
Yeah, you can. It looks like Heretics want to take space away, maybe feeling that there is that flank coming in, but again, Giant X, step for step, kind of matching that energy, sitting a little passive, and now the push comes in through. Oh, Purpo! That was a bloody good attempt. We are down to just Woot now in a 1v2. It ain't going to be easy. Turns the flash and finds another. Ace off the rip for Woot. What a belting start.
Well, I'm glad we started with Heretics and I'm bigging up Woot already, and he gets a 5k in the pistol.
Not bad.
Like, I think that, like, I was going to say that, like, Woot, in general, I think this year, he's been a bit all over the place with his kind of agents and roles.
Yep, absolutely.
It seems like the ISO is one of the agents that he's going to be fine on.
More of that, please. Take a bit of that.
First stage!
And that's got to mean a lot, though, because, again, when we talk about Heretics, I think that Apex game is heavy in my mind as well, of how close that was, dropping the map there, a bit of a confidence shaker, and in my mind, I want to see Heretics looking more confident. But I do want to say, Giant X are not a... Christ, Billy, that was not bad. But in my mind as well, Giant X are a dangerous team, right? It's easy to kind of overlook them at times because we haven't seen the kind of sum total of the parts coming together and it all seeming to work right.
Yeah, I think they've always been like a middle of the pack kind of team. And I want them to stop being mid. I want them to, like, I don't want them to rely on qualifying through this group by beating Na'Vi. I want to see them actually compete with the Heretics, maybe even snatch a win from one of them. One of the criticisms I think I've had of Giant X is this kind of standard approach to the game. But I like this composition. I like the Teo involved in this composition. I think it's actually better than the Sova.
Yeah, you were kind of leaning on that when we saw this at the beginning. Again, if this does get a little bit more dangerous, they are... Hold on, we'll come back to that because they are looking to try and commit a little bit ahead of those smokes from CT. Purpo's done really well. Good trade and spacing from Rienz to get that in motion. And with the smoke now in place, less opportunities for Westside. Tomasi, statistically... Okay. Tomasi statistically did have a great game on this map against BBL. Now, to try and pull off a 1v2 though, and Rienz feels like kind of the end of the line here if it does come down to it. Phantom ready, and it'll be Minibu to claim. So, lovely work from Heretics, maybe losing a little more than they'd like, but still getting through the storm. But we were kind of discussing this composition earlier when we first saw it come in, and you did say you prefer that Teo in play here, especially in this scenario.
Yeah, I think that Sova with ISO when, you know, back in my day, when we played this composition, it was about that undercut with the Sova shock to take A main control, but with the one undercut now, you can't rely on that as much. And so I think Teo is just a better agent than Sova in general, so why not play the Teo? I like this gamble from Giant X. Or this meta read even.
Yeah, it could be a really good step in the right direction. Eye towards Purpo here as well. Ult is ready for him. Maybe an opportunity. Would you want to use it here? We'll see. Already Cloud, though, willing to take a risk. And he's not alone in this meta. Exploring through middle. The pressure coming towards Garage. It's Woot to try and take the fight. Spams away. Benji on the claim. Trade comes in and the ult did go through. Now that found nothing. Very little reward here for Purpo.
Runners on his...
Oh, the timing of that. I thought Minibu might have had him then. Kind of in between the pages, but Runner's positioning here could be nasty. Now the Owl drone going to go up, will reveal position, but the spam's just right. Cloud and Runner in unison, making them sweat here. Now keep in mind, this was a bonus for Heretics, but it did have some bite to it. Couple of rifles littered around. Now if it gets more costly, I start looking at this as a very good round. Boo, not going to have any play here, as Purpo ready towards the push.
Yeah, I like what Heretics tried to do with the kind of aggression towards middle. You know, they had to do something with their kind of economy status, but Giant X ready for it.
Yeah.
And they should be ready for it. They're playing a Euro.
So far, kind of, we're looking at these early rounds, right? We're into round 4 coming up now, but this feels like Giant X have been abusing mid time and time again. Happy to pressure through towards window. Happy to be aggressive. Do you think this is going to continue as we get into the kind of thicker things now?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be interesting to see.
High as well. Are we missing shields here? No, okay, they did get the light shields, they just weren't showing up. I was petrified. Hopefully that gets fixed.
Nothing on the recon, so we can see Whoop not going to actually pull the ult, and he's going to be able to save it for the post plant now. But again, Giant X pushing down the center of the map, like you're saying. Nice little flank here.
Yeah, they're so quick to this. The tempo of this game has been excessively high so far. Wait patiently. I think Woot might get a good idea of what's coming. Still has that ult ready, as you highlighted. Didn't burn early, but might need to utilize now. As it stands, Giant X taking over long. The site's going to get smaller here, and Woot going to be put into a corner. Tries to fight forward, falls for it. Giant X, they get the way in the door. It's Minibu to fight back. But at this point, it's a 3v3. It's going to get hectic here. Crunching towards the site. This pressure up long is working perfectly. Purpo to Massey, removing the player by player. Boo, overwhelmed. Giant X with a lovely plan and a near-on perfect execution of it.
Yeah, and it's Tomasi here with the 3K. We asked more from him from the last series, and he's answering right here. I think it's interesting already. We've seen 2 rounds from Giant X, right? It's almost like they're re-execing his side.
Yes.
You know, A exec on the retake, C exec on the retake there again.
Enemy remaining.
Heretics did do a good job of pushing through the CT to sniff out that it felt weak, but ultimately just lost the aim duels.
Now, this does feel like we've got a bit of a rework from Giant X here, right? Because we've seen these guys for such a long time now, and we've been waiting to see them pick up a little bit more potency
I want to see like
or
an identity.
Yes.
It's not just like, you know, standard, middle of the road. You know, like this is more of an identity to me.
I really like seeing it. And again, you look at this aggression down A long, all of them moving together, one player left on the other side of the map, and of course they're not going to challenge. We are in the retake meta, to say the least. Ult going to go in, and again, very little value.
Nothing.
Yep. So that's, you look at this purchase, maybe banking on a little bit of damage from Woot there. The only one with the Guardian, everyone else on the Stingers. We have been seeing them look better though. Yampi certainly looked fantastic with it. West side, going to be pressured towards CT. Can they fight forward or are they held back once again? Cloud is getting the info. He's getting a lot of info here. West side trying to play it forward. Rien's catching him in the smoke. Time to play in, but Heretics digging in their heels. They're not going to give up the site without a fight. But this time, it's down to just Tomasi. He did well here, but that's just too many players. Heretics keeping bodies on the site and actually weathering the storm.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big round to lose from Giant X. I think it's curious that they went for a 4 on A setup against the kind of economy status of Heretics, like a very low buy. Leaving the site completely open a couple of times is fine in a game. Leaving it open against like essentially a very weak buy, like I'm not sure about the decision.
Look, we've been discussing playing against kind of half buys, force buys, your anti-eco prowess. I'll let Giant X off the hook a little bit in some of these, because again, I do want to see if they can keep this clean going forward. So far, I've just been impressed with how they've been approaching this map. Westside is once again going to be forced to deal with this, but I think Boo is cracking the conundrum here. Oh, and he goes unchecked. This could be lovely for him. Boo with an opportunity to farm. Benji's already helped him out. Do note though, Giant X did have very little bring into this, couple of sheriffs. I am looking at that Vandal on Tomasi, but Heretics seeming to navigate all the threats.
Yeah, it was a nice little anti-eco setup from them. They shouldn't be caught off too much. Nice little shot from Miniboo there to clean up the gun.
It should be a formality, lovely, from Heretics. And look, I put a question mark with Giant X on those kind of antis as well when they're having to deal with that lighter buy, maybe misplaying it a little bit. Heretics seem very equipped. So that's a tick in the box. For them, this is now just the road back in, but we are going to start seeing those ults, Mini. They're cycling up here. What are we looking for? Are we something set in mind? Are we expecting a little pocket play? It's been aggression from Giant X, but that can't constantly work. There will be eventually that fall-off point.
Yeah, I think it's interesting here. They're going to have to work around the Yoru Sova ult on the Heretic side. Like, it's a very easy combo. Miniboo up with the ult, and then Riens can just ult where the Yoru is invisible. So they're going to have to think about how to adapt to that this round. Same kind of default approach here for Heretics, just grabbing that orb, kind of containing the map. Maybe to do with Giant X's aggression, just going to contain it in.
I like it. But now, though, it almost feels unfortunate that Heretics don't bump in to Giant X, who had been pushing those extremities quite often. As it stands, Miniboo spotting one. Having a little glance around, clearing through sewer, spots him again, should have the info, and there it is, the combination of the ults we're waiting for, and it's rewarded. Rien's gonna connect towards Cloud. The site is open and available. Do they try and play it back in? They do. Miniboo is here, however, and that smoke near on complementary if they try and play towards Hell. But they're trying to cut through the other side, play it from Graffiti, play towards Quad, but the vision, it's blocked. Doubling up, they fight towards Sewer, and it's gone as a 1-for-1, but it's down to a 4v3. Runner, Tomasi, and Westside trying to hold on, and Woot's having none of it. Westside, last one alive, and he's not all that near. Held back by CT. They take their time building those ults back up.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be a save from Westside. I think they shouldn't be losing that gun.
Valuable.
But yeah, Heretics there. Nice understanding of how to use that combo. They didn't go into it immediately, so it wasn't fully readable from Giant X. They couldn't stack anywhere. The flooding attempt was nice from Giant X, but 4v5 flooding in with the tail. They lost the tail, which is kind of big. So going forward, I want to see what other layers here from Giant X. We see the timeout coming in. I'm wondering, like, they've shown us some nice things.
Okay.
But what happens when the pushes stop working, flanks stop working?
Well, that's always the fun part, isn't it, right? This is when you get into the nitty-gritty of things and you start really seeing the depth. For Giant X, they looked refreshed. I like the aggression, I like the comps, I like the, you know, the choices coming in. Cloud a little quiet, but that's not the end of the world. It's very early into this series so far, but we like the concept. However, it seems to have hit a bit of a brick wall here, and Heretics they've caught on to this, right? Once you've been flanked once or twice, you're kind of reading into it. I don't think that's hard for Boo to find a way to cure, but now, what's the adaptation from Giant X?
It's awkward because it's like you've already started with kind of a game plan where you're playing for retakes, and now you're against ults 2 rounds in a row, like the ISO ult now, you know, Yoru Silver ult last round, where you kind of do need to play for it. You're not going to hold the site against those ults sometimes. So personally, it's almost like that game plan should have been reversed a little bit, play a bit more standard, and then go for those pushes, retakes later on. So I'll be honest, I don't know what the call is here.
Well, that's what we're going to find out, I can imagine. Tricky, as it feels like Heretics are getting stability. Now they're starting to build that comfort. You're starting to see the Outlaw coming out. Good to see that being more and more utilized. I'm happy to see it in effect. Mini Boo going to be wielding that. And of course, I'm sure Sliggy's already done it, mate.
Okay,
He's already, you know, appreciate you, Sliggy.
Yep.
Shout out to you. Loved the look with Ardis earlier. Probably should be my background. Sliggy with thighs like that. Woof. For now, though, we are on to what? Sheriff Frenzy, Stinger.
Yeah, not much to say for this round.
No. Not one for you. Leave this to me.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
You can have this one.
Oh, you treat me so well.
I'm joking. I'm joking. We have seen a switch in the Cypher setup.
Yeah,
you know, we've seen a switch in the Cypher setup. So if if Heretics do go towards this A site, there's a little bit of danger there. They're just trying to build these little trap plays, and they've got 2 in garage, 2 on the A site. Again, I'm liking this kind of proactive approach from Giant X. It's not like they're just sitting still all the time.
Bit too proactive, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're Heretics, you've kind of been conditioned into sitting into a passive default, right? And that's a natural reaction to the first couple of rounds of the aggression.
Yep.
And it just makes it so hard for Giant X to try and pull off these kind of smaller, quirkier plays where they're trying to, you know, find a little pocket to play from.
Yeah, like when you play the double draws, you feel like you have to make those kind of plays sometimes, and sometimes you just don't.
It happens. Oh, going to be actually utilized on this round. A little surprised, if anything. Woot, though, going to have to try and mark his man. Tomasi with the stick. Oh, well, it was really exciting for a little while, and then.
Okay, I think that's 2 in a row. No, it's not.
Are you feeling a little bold?
I watched Woot lose one to Batu in some VOD I was watching. So I was like, maybe Woot's not good with the ISO ult.
It took 2 examples and Mini's absolutely
Bro, you can't go to, like, Alpha's not lost 2 in his whole career, so like Woot's being good on the ISO though, don't get me wrong, but some of those that ult tech needs some work. His micro and the ults need to work.
Crazy you're flaming like this.
Bro, if they want to go win the internationals, this is the kind of little details that they need to iron out, you know?
Okay, fair play. I mean, Woot is at 11-4, but by Mini's account...
He could be better.
He could be
better.
Got it, fair enough. Look, people have wanted the Mini After Dark flame to come out. And
it's easier to flame someone when they're 11-4.
That is true, you're not
like
punching down.
No.
That'd be quite hard to find anyone to punch down.
Come on.
I'm sorry. Oh,
Cloud, he's still...
I kind of... Yeah, now you're doing all right, Woo. You're back in the good books. First man advantage as well, so early on. This is huge.
Yeah, again, it's the contain. They're just containing this, waiting for Giant X every single time, and Giant X have been punished a lot. Cloud ooping IGL. Not sure, you know. We'll have to see how this goes for the rest of the game, but that's very intensive to play the Euro. Oh. Lovely from Tomasi though.
Tomasi, he's finding impact. But do we get put into a retake scenario with that operator in play? You can see how far away Cloud is. He's going to have a long time to come over here. Paranoia is great. Westside will have to rescind away from the site. Actually, does he play it out of the smoke? He does! Great trade, and the stall towards Long gives him some isolated fights. Cloud gets caught though. So hard to clear with that operator, and now the ult going to come in, potentially trying to reveal the intentions of the remainders, but you can already see where the plant's being placed.
Yeah, Boo has tried his steps, so he can also go into heaven if he wants to here. open plant. It's going to be a very difficult puzzle for Westside to solve here.
Bet you like Westlife.
Westlife.
Yeah. What's your favourite?
It's James Blunt.
Cage triggered.
The lore behind James Blunt and you is wild. Westside will be slowly working, but this, you can see the positions. How do you pry them out of here? He can't really get any more information, and he is purely at the mercy of the others. Benji, and now it feels weirdly silent. It didn't get it a half though, so all of that kind of falls away, and we're at 7-2. This, as close as it felt initially, it does feel like it's capitulating, right? Giant have stalled out a little bit. Their economy's not looking pretty. We haven't found that layer of adaptation. Tomasi, in my mind, again, having a nice little performance here, good impact, but that's nowhere near enough to convert these rounds.
I mean, it's the saving grace
Good job,
to Masi's
Benji. Good
performance,
job,
but it's frustrating in a position where I liked some of the early stuff from Giant X, but they're just not winning rounds. And this adaptation from Heretics, just sit back and wait, is been enough.
Woot's having a great start to things, though, even though you hate him. Cloud creeping down long. Has support here, not on his own. Man, we could do with a round from Cloud. I've been waiting for the, Cloud to finally...
Cloud Yoru?
No, not the Cloud Yoru. That was not ever something on my mind, but I've always been a fan of Cloud, and it's been waiting for that to really come to the forefront, but I don't feel as though we're getting it here. But I'm always down for a round, but Heretics looking like they're going through all of the crossing the T's, dotting the I's. There's not a corner to play in here. Cloud getting cleared, forced forward by the Owl drone. But someone has backfilled the space here. How diligent are they going to be? Attention trying to be pulled towards long. They still clear it. Heads up work from Heretics. Not falling for any of these little pocket plays or quirky looks. This all feels too simple for Heretics.
It's beautiful. And I wonder what they do with this 50 seconds, whether they continue this. How diligent are they going to be,
Do they
even on
have
this
to
end?
back? I feel like you can pressure forward if they've got the util for it. Riens could set this into motion quite nicely. There is always going to be threat here. Oh my god, and Purpo with a reminder. But quickly handled, and Westside should have been seen, he has been. And the options become near on 0 for Tomasi. As 4 against you, and a plant soon to be had.
Spike planted.
Bessie's looking for some economy damage here. Not going to get it.
And again, as much as you hate him, Woot's had some fantastic first kill impact here. First bloods off the chart. Just...
Bullied. It's like bullied on the desk last 2 days.
Who's been bullying you on the desk?
All of them.
All of them?
I did a TikTok.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I did. Is that one with you, Billy and Yinzi?
Yeah.
How did that make you feel? Emotionally?
Damaged.
You look more upset now than I've ever seen in like a Fnatic loss. That's stunning. We still have Purpo with his ult here. We do have Tomasi with his, a little bit more passive to engage with, but we need a buffer. 10x, come on. Needed a bit more from you guys here. This was your choice. This was meant to be your arena. Cloud makes a wild play. And it's Purpo this time. Can he outdo Woot? When it comes to the statistics of these ults, he certainly can. But Woot is still providing value at the same time. Matching kill for kill, taking space, opening up this C site, and do they then take it? Do they walk into the area that he's carved through? But Tomasi has also found a little bit of space. Unfortunate on the angle, Woot was controlling that the entire time. And now really the carpet's rolled out.
This strat was crazy. Just Woot solo up, he's just feeling it.
Look, if you've got a player on a tear, you're going to let him go.
It's you and me.
Statistics, here we go, mini lock-in.
Go on.
Woot, don't make me look... No! No! I don't want to hear it.
My eye test is, I'm a genius. Like, my eye test is so good.
And so humble as well, but it was enough to get Giant X in the door. 3 rounds to their name, finally getting back into this off the back of Woot. And the ult that just doesn't seem to land.
Yeah, he needs some work. He needs to watch. No, Dereka's ISO ulting is the best.
Mention any other player that's not.
Wait, Alpha statistically I think has better ISO ults.
Mini.
But Dereka.
Mini.
Watch that
Mini.
tech. Watch that
Mini.
tech.
Give me a player that's not been on Fnatic.
They're not. It's good though.
Please! I'm meant to be the biased one and you're outdoing me. 3-8. Plenty of ults here for Giant X to play with. Again, Runner, do you have Shields? I don't know. I'm really hoping it's the UI. I'm uncertain at this point. I feel lied to. He does indeed have shields, so the UI once again, brilliant. Small indie company at the helm, but could be 9, could be 4 for Giant X. Let's see which way this shakes down. It does make the scoreline feel so different, and Cloud in the right place. Trying to play up ahead of this though. He's a very knife's edge position.
Giant X are stacked towards the middle of the map. They're going to have to play retake again on A, which is not a fun position to be in. They do have the Teo ult in, and they do have flanks coming in, which is good case scenario. But Heretics should be aware of these flanks by now.
Has to be on the protocol list. Has to be known. Runner still has ult as well. Spike's now down, spotting 2 close by. And it's Boo to draw blood. Purpo's gone. The flank is noted. It's been found! Re-ends, gorgeous work. Catching 2, perfectly complementing the positioning as well. Runner's still doing well here though. Cloud needs to find some impact, needs to find some work, as the numbers just so drastically against him. Heretics claiming 9 rounds.
Yeah, and all it took was Woot on ISO, so maybe that's going to be, you know, maybe every map.
It certainly could be. Woot looking fantastic here, barring the ult. But we'll be back in a second for the second half. Well, 9-3. Sparks of life initially. That beginning had me quite curious about Giant X, the rebuild, the restructure, the reimagination of this team. And then it started to fizzle out. Heretics getting the read mini and kind of getting a lay of the land so quickly. It's a credit to one Boo and just the structure and understanding, but it didn't feel threatening after those first couple of rounds.
No, I think they're going to have to add some layers to that, but you know, it is an attack side of the map. That's my only opium here. If Giant X can convert a pistol...
It's not even opium, you just said opium. Like,
I'm sorry, that's my British bottle of water.
I do think we need like an accent to go on a bit here, because all the other duos have, you know, silly accents.
Jesus!
What?
That's way more mean than me.
It's not mean. It's just whimsical. They've got whimsy accents. I think you need to really lean into your Restolian
but
pass.
they got nothing on the flank, and
No, it'll be fine. It'll totally be fine. They're going to turn around. Oh my God, they turn around.
Gonna turn
around.
around.
Good God, it's still fine though. Boo's gone down, but do they expect more? They've got. Oh, they don't. Please turn around and take a look at this. How did this just occur? We're down to a 2v2, and it's all gone Pete Tong. As Westside going to fall, as Cloud left alive, and this could have been redemption. This could have been a stepping stone back in. Maybe Cloud could still do it.
Time to jump.
Spike. Bit of a worrying spot, and Woot left in the 1v1.
Well.
Just don't think of it as an ult.
30 seconds left.
Timing's curious now as well, trying to keep a beat on where Cloud was and keep that internal clock ticking in the right manner. First spot found. Cloud needs to be the one to aggress here. 17 seconds. The pressure's on him, and you can see it. It's tough, and Woot's going to make light work of it. Comfortable in the end. The timer being a real factor for Cloud then. And it's double digits for Heretics quickly.
I'm confused. Like maybe I missed it. Maybe the wire got broke. But how is there nothing?
No one reacting.
Giant X was setting up some really strange round where they were inserting a Euro into C with some kind of clone. They were doing some really fancy idea, and ultimately beaten by 4 pushing out A because there's nothing on the flank control.
Pistol God. It has been determined.
Ooh, Pistol God.
Very true. Buy is here. Giant X going to have to force around this, right? We got the Stingers out. We got a Sheriff there for Runner.
Yeah,
and they got to make it count. You know what I mean? You can't go down 11-3. This is where they're going to try and take their stand. A simplistic approach towards the A site.
Heretics are pushed out though, and so Giant X will be favored here in this post, despite the weapon disadvantage. I think they're fine.
Stingers have been looking more and more lethal.
That's big to get down the shield.
That's very true. Runner trying to get the timing right as well.
There's really just the paranoia here on the retake.
Paranoia can be pretty tasty. When's he going to get burnt? Boo, worried about the flank. Got to be worried about what in front here. Woot's going to find Tomasi, and here we go. Paranoia goes in. Woot doing so well. These Bulldogs making them look like light work, but finally they fight back. But Cloud, again, just overwhelming, and Heretics making the retakes look comfortable, which they are certainly not.
Yeah, I forgot. It's not just paranoia. It's Woot with a shield, and that does
swings things a little bit.
Swings things quite a lot.
Okay. God, it's 11-3. That was kind of the redemption arc for Giant X. Now they're kind of screwed.
Yeah, it's.
Say it.
Oh, it's
Say
over. it's
go for it. It's a comeback.
But this is what we want to see from Heretics. It is what we wanted to see.
Funny enough, I mean, we were talking about how shaky they looked first Apex, and it didn't feel like a confident side yet. And Heretics are one of the talismans of EMEA that are meant to be going forward and facing those international teams, and having shaky results against, you know, a team being built, one of the newer look teams, it wasn't quite good enough. Now, of course, Heretics walked away with the win in the end. That's fantastic, but this is a very clear message. Because I feel like Giant X are that next step up. They've got some experience here, a little bit of a different look, some very dangerous players, but yeah, 11-3, they've not felt threatening, and Woot's in such a rotten position for them to try and handle. Actually does go down in the end. Gonna only take away 1. That's Purpo removed, but Benji on the case. Miniboo takes a glance and gets dealt with. Hold on. Maybe signs of life. Maybe it's not over. Maybe Mini's lied to me. I don't think so, but we'll find out. We've got Westside and Runner still with the Sheriffs, which is going to make it tricky. Benji just storming the site.
Beautiful from Benji. I think that's as well something I want to pick up a little bit, is that Benji during kickoff, I'm not going to beat around the bush, he was not good at all. Like he wasn't playing to a level that I think that he would find acceptable.
Because he was so strong. I mean, in my mind, when I think about Benji, he was one of the most impactful players that we had going forward, barring one of your players upon one time, right? Like, I'm not even going to let you have the chance to say it. But if we do get the resurgence of Benji finding that level of form, I'm scared for everyone.
Yeah.
That, you know, if we get a Woot Benji performance, or, you know, even throwing a Miniboo or a Rienz at those high notes, this team does become Champions finalist quality, right? Here might just be the last chance for Giant X to try and get some redemption, really. A little bit of pride maybe on the line. Try and pull off more than 3 rounds.
Defaulting in towards A, and the Heretics have read it quite well. But Giant X, I will note that the last time I watched them play Attack Haven, they did have the layers. They weren't just going one-dimensional. They were exploring A main and Garage, kind of ticking the boxes, I would say. So you can see that here too. So Heretics have stacked the wrong place.
How long do they... Oh. Cover going out. Okay, Miniboo, pretty nice.
Yeah, Cloud was just desperate to make a fake kind of work there, but he didn't need to do what he just did. So it looks like C is going to be the finish, but Heretics already shifted to that C side of the map already.
Already over here. Purpo kind of has to give away the game either way, but Heretics looking for the pre-take almost. Runner gonna find Woot, and it's just traded out. They're just going blow for blow here. Bodies dropping on the ground as Runner in Westside's position. Oh man, that's almost unfortunate timing. Could have had a T-dub kill, but has to turn his attention back. Boo on the flank is gonna find the man as Runner now left in a 1v3 to try and claw back some pride in this map. This was their choice. This scoreline certainly wasn't how they saw this going. He's running out with 3 targets, 2 to the left and 1 to the right. Spots a player, takes him down. It has to be nothing short of an ace here for Runner. And this reposition is heavenly, but they've read it. They've read it so damn well. This is shades of old for Heretics, looking strong here. Mini diffuses in. It's 13-3.
And it doesn't get any easier next map because guess what? Agent who might be playing on that one is going to be the ISO again. So it could be a rough series.
Yeah, this is uphill. It is uphill. I think we can call it that and put a pin in that. Heretics getting back to their old winning ways. But it's not over yet. That's only map 1. Split is coming up next.
Bale! Burst this! Don't mean buy to boo maybe.
No, buy now.
Why now? Or right now?
Pistol God.
King Pistol God, I swear, bro.
Okay, you only got 1 kill, but that's the most important kill.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm from Ireland.
Ben's like a toddler.
I don't know when what day we're playing. I just get told where to go and I play Valorant and that's all I do.
So you don't care.
Exactly.
Cool.
You guys are just my business partners.
Okay, Mr. Fish.
You're my colleagues.
Okay, Mr. Fish. Mitch, do you feel personally attacked? Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there,
Yeah,
okay?
that's very offensive. You shouldn't do that.
I cannot believe you just did that.
We're gonna have words about this later.
But you're American, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
That's where the accent comes from.
Wisconsin. I don't know where that is.
Anyway, your mic is you're speaking such stupidity, Mitch. We've decided to mute your mic, so I'm afraid
Hell
you
yeah,
have
look
to
at
use
this.
that one.
Got an actual mic.
But
Screw
of
this
course,
thing. Let me take this off.
13-3, Los Niños are so back. We're seeing here in the first engagements, in the plans, everything was working for them, Tom.
Yeah, this just looked like an almost steamroll. And I think a lot of it came down to their opponents not having a particularly great comp. Like, I didn't really like the fact that they had that lack of a Sova from the composition that ultimately it seemed like they saw. And then they tried to go aggressive, try and get into the face of their opponents, who were just waiting for them and winning every single duel.
Again, I didn't get to say it earlier. Benji, mate, grabbing words later for that impression. That was messed up. Yeah, at the end of the day,
we love
what is
it.
going on today? Are we allowing this?
I'm 1/8 Irish.
We're
it's
allowing
fine.
you on the desk, so we kind of have to
I'm
allow
7/8 angry with you today, Tom. The reality is that's just a GG go next, man. I mean, Woot was 5-0 in opening duels.
Yep.
Purple was 1-5. Pretty much tells you the story. Like they tried something new here on GX, and I commend them for it. They looked at a composition that caused problems for their opponent. They took some inspiration from it, and maybe they should have taken a bit more inspiration from it.
I think that also this is a little bit of what happened last week. We saw a Giant X that get smashed in their map pick. I do not know if it's more of them losing control and the other team being extremely prepared, but it is definitely a concern moving forward because that double duelist, even though on the side of Giant X did not work, on the side of Team Heretics, Tom, it was beyond explosive. You have those two tools in Miniboo and Wood, and you just send them in.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Woot recently has had some quieter games when he has been playing. Like the KO, I think the first map he played last week was a little bit rough. This from the get-go was just the two of them steamrolling their opponents. Like, I think that's got to be one of the easiest games that Boo has ever called, where he's sending in his little brother and one of the best players in the world. You just go, right then, you go kill everyone and I'll kind of chill in case that doesn't work. I'll win a clutch every once in a while when you guys do eventually fall. It makes things so very easy for them. And the scary thing on the other side, you mentioned the positive that, GX have been quite good at coming back. I feel like Heretics have been a little bit slow to start, and then they blitzed opponents. I think to Gentlemates, for example, lose the first map, win the next one 13-3. So now they have that confidence at their back. I don't know. I think this could be terrifying.
Yeah, I think there's really no way to dice this up in a way that feels reliably favorable towards GX at the moment. They just got diffed on an individual level. What did you say? That Woot had an ace in the first round? Like,
it was definitely up there.
You know, it's just ridiculous. And again, Heretics not the kind of team that I know to be the team slows down. Again, we talked earlier as well, coming into today, I think GX are the ones with something to prove, and certainly on this map, they didn't prove anything to me, but the reality is I'll give them the little bit of an out that they tried something new, and that is where they're going to be these kind of problems. Certainly not fully adapting the comp either. I think they came in with a worse version of what they wanted to run.
Jesus, Mitch. Okay, the worst version. I mean,
well, I hope it wasn't a better version.
Wait.
Our worst.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Not the worst.
Sorry. My English is bad sometimes. But you know, I will give you that something that we were mentioning. You have Tomazi on your team. You decide to put Cloud, IGL in on the Euro if you're going to be running this double duelist. But hey, we see the smile on the faces.
My Na'Vi nostalgia was happy at least. You know, when he was on Na'Vi, played some Neon every once in a while. I quite like that. I didn't enjoy this as much because it didn't work, but I now put him on Neon. Why not?
Yeah, but I feel like maybe we're giving him too many things, right? Too many tasks to fulfill. But as I'm saying, Split is going to go next. And it's not only the bad news, but Heretics decided to go to this split, probably based off on what they saw last week. Not only their individual performance, which we expect to see the double duelist coming out again, just in case you didn't have enough. And on the other side, we have the tell of what we can expect from Giant X.
Yeah, I think the reality is Woot going to be sticking on an ISO, moving into split most likely, moving into split. There's next to no chance in my mind that you're going to be able to shut them down at this point. I think GX need to reach an incredible, like a new level, something that we haven't seen from them before. And in terms of confidence, I mean, we heard it from Cadaver earlier that like this team individually, very much a team that you expect to be capable of at least pushing to playoffs. Individually, they're there, but from what we've seen, they are not greater than the sum of their parts in the way they're being used right now. And going back to the drawing board, we might even be too late for that.
Yeah, I kind of look at this map going in and worry a little bit for their defense, because I think their defense, when they played up against Vitality, it was only really Westside that got them any rounds. Like, it was some big individual plays from him, and he had a very, very quiet first map. So I think they're going to get much from that. Their attack looked a lot better, though, and they managed to make it at least competitive versus Vitality. So I understand that going into this one, you go, okay, this is probably a done deal, but again, if you go close versus Vitality, you come into a Heretic squad that we probably put slightly lower in current form. They do have a chance here, but I think you need to see the likes of Tomazi have a consistent map, and more importantly, you need the likes of Purpo to be performing again.
Well, I really hope that Tomazi has a lovely map, because he is going to be the one on the Euro, and
no
Blue
pressure.
is moving away to the
Fair
Omen.
play.
Mitch, honestly, take this.
It's literally been since January 15th. Tomazi's been struggling. He's been in Omen jail, and it's not looked good. Purpo coming out of that last map. I don't know if this was pre-planned or if he's just, if he or someone on the team, I reckon it would have been Pips, and came in and went, nah, mate, you've had your chance. Back on that role. Give Tomazi the time to shine. And I mean, he probably will feel a bit of pressure now with that swap up coming into this map to deliver. But look, Tomazi on a duelist, I'm not going to doubt it that much. It said they didn't have that much of a chance. I didn't think they'd make this kind of a drastic change. But this is a different team that's going to step onto the server.
Yeah, I think another addition, though, is that Miniboo on the Raze has looked fantastic.
Absolutely.
Like, ever since they've come back after kickoff, he has looked brilliant. So that combination, again, with Wu, and it's so easy to just go, Wu ISO, probably going to be good. So they need to shut both of them down.
Yeah, absolutely. When we were starting to say the Team Heretics was coming back, one of the main things was Minimoo on that race. But again, let's be excited for Tomazi back on that duelist. Meanie, Hansi, are you guys excited?
Excitement's a strong word, Bayer, but what I can say is maybe it can give me some hope. I'll take hope, because it can't go worse than map 1.
That's true.
There you go. That's all I've got. No, but genuinely, what do you make of the switch here? Because it feels like it's going to free up Purpo a little bit more in a way. Well,
I don't think it's what ideally when they come to the season what they wanted to do with this.
No.
But last game, Purpo and Tomazi both had stinkers when on split, so I don't hate it. We'll see how it goes.
Nibu, run away. Pain Shell went in, but Giant X, of course, on the attack here, just in case you needed a reminder. And that will mean, of course, Heretics on the defending side. 3 players by pillar, though. That's quite a few. I'll fight now.
Yeah, Giant X are gonna end up towards the site that is stacked, so worrying for them. But they're playing mature, holding this heaven. The split's gonna come through with the Teo Sabers now.
But surely you're putting a question mark with, well, where are they? They're not going to give us the sites. They've got to know they're by pillar, but how do they clear it? As it stands, Cloud is just going to try and face check, finding 2 for himself, but suddenly through the smoke comes Woot. A little star points on that one, but the rest of Heretics doing what they do best as well, flooding back in, working together as Woot, still firing here. Not quite the pistol god this round. Was Runner put in a 1v2 with 25 HP, trying to time it on the pillar. I don't think he's quite got that right. As 25 HP, not enough.
I mean, I love the cute little knife from Woot, the little stabby. Like, I've not seen that one before. That's cute. I did want to say that, like, watching back Heretics' VODs, they had a pretty aggressive style. They were like aggressive A main, aggressive middle, aggressive B main, like depending on the round. So I'm surprised Giant X going into like a straight gamble A hit when they know that like one of Heretics' main rounds is to stack that A main. So a bit of a question mark about Giant X's decision on that pistol. Essentially just running into the stack.
You blaming the coaching staff?
That's a blame of Pipson, yeah, that is a blame of Pipson.
The crowd is on their feet. They can't believe it. And it would be lovely to kind of get the ideas.
Like this.
This is quite nice. Boo is going to be. Oh well, well. And I think he's potentially either heard or spotted the player at the back of the site too. So a decent read, and they're right on the cusp here. That lurk is the only thing that could save them, or a flash like that. Wu controls the spray beautifully in the end, adjusting on towards Runner, and the absence of presence becomes obvious. Westside's lurk gets cancelled towards middle as he slowly works back around towards B main. And it felt like there was some potential there, but it somewhat fizzled out.
Yeah, it was a cute idea, like double TP out of the smoke or into the smoke. It was cute. Nice
I feel like
idea.
cute's not a nice word when you say it. Oh, it's
I'm
cute.
sorry.
Cute idea.
So I get a flashback. Someone else has said that to me before, and I'm...
Everything reminds me of her. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm putting you into a depressing arc here. West side.
30 seconds
I
left.
mean, face the music, mate. It's time to go. Boot. Gonna grab it. And it's been quite...
That wound spray control there, that was beautiful.
It was very nice.
That game is ults, but spray control in this game isn't something you see often.
No, I do have to like reset my Counter-Strike brain. And like it was labeled there, but even to adjust to the...
Yeah, I wasn't going to reference it directly, but it looked like a CS spray. Again, you see Giant X grouping up for this A attack again, but Heretics strong-siding it once again.
I just want Giant X to get back into this game, man. It feels like it's been a drought. Tomasi just about avoid that, so no real play up here. As much as it's been a bit of a threat towards ramp, they can't even get up towards the top side of it. Tomasi looking for maybe a way out of this predicament, because Woot's getting curious. Spots a barrel, spots a player. Might work for Woot. Can dip away now, doesn't need to overextend. They've exchanged space. But Westside looks like he wants to fight, and that felt individual. This feels fractured. Purpo now on his own, looking for some support here. Tomasi trying to come over, and we're into the ult. Oh lord, here we go. Statistics. Ooh, it wasn't the cleanest, but there we go, we're good. Runner and Purpo now outnumbered, but certainly not outgunned yet. A valiant attempt, and that's all it will be. Heretics continue the march.
There was the ace as well.
Nasty boy.
That would have been 2 in... that was his first, I think, in the last battle. So that would have been 2 in one series after not getting one before. I mean, that's at least what Woot was saying on camera. I don't know if that's statistically correct, but I'm going to trust him.
So you're just saying Rien's now is nasty. You flamed Woot before for results. Now you're like Rien's.
Horrible person. But yeah, but yeah,
8-1 by the way. I've just noticed that.
Yeah, it's.
Christ.
So, nah.
You can't call it. You can't call it on round 4. Look at the camera. That is not a man who's happy right now. I mean, is he ever happy?
I wouldn't be either, but I don't know what. But to me, like when you come into a game, you game plan out those few rounds. They've decided to go with an A rush, A exec thing, start of round twice.
Yep.
So to me, if I'm the coach here, I would be almost angry at myself. I can't really be too angry at what I'm seeing. Like they didn't play out the protocols particularly awfully or anything.
Sure.
So I think game plan wise, I think they've kind of stumbled early.
It's an early timeout. I don't think he's taking a breath. I just want to watch the camera. Literally, there's not much to say.
I don't think I've talked that much in a time ever.
I don't think you've ever talked that much.
That's true.
That is... Oh... I do feel like I just got berated by a disappointed father. You know, like the sheer disappointment.
Thanks.
Christ. Right. And then the other thing,
Dad,
like
you
Neil and
told me
Weber.
to do it. That's what I'd say if I was a player. Dad, you told me to do it. Like, what do you mean?
No talking back to your father. Right, 3-0. Giant X obviously suffering financially now. And Heretics looking to build upon this, continue their way forward. Speaking of continuing their way forward, Mini Boo's going walkabouts, taking some space, feeling confident. Speaking of confidence, 8-1 Woot doing the same thing on the other side, but there's a lot of players here. That Prowler will connect, he wants an early swing. And he's sticking around. Rien's in support of him. I mean, these guys are looking so crisp, Mini. Don't you dare go away from Rien's. Give him his time in the sun. He's stealing aces, and Woot got 1 out of the 4 there as well. So, in-zone flawless, shared.
Yeah, I think if Giant X did what they just did then in that round where they're prodding around the map just a tiny bit into the A exec we saw, like on their other rounds, that would have been better. The other rounds, but I just want to see them default the map now. Like default out the map, use those salvo cycles, take space, figure out where Heretics are being aggressive. I missed that. These were little.
Stole my ace.
Oh, okay.
And there was another word, but too naughty for Brock.
Yeah, so Giant X just need to see where Heretics are aggressive with his ISO. Just avoid Whoop.
Oh, the pain shell and the tether there, so close to getting Tomasi. I think just a little off timing, but Heretics are just playing this like death match now. It feels like we're getting super aggy here, but the smoke not that complimentary. So Cloud is rewarded, and the battle for mid, as it stands, is in the hands of GenX.
Again, this is an approach that Heretics have played in their previous map. I think that like Woot going behind that box is only going to work so many times. So Giant X ready for it. I like the read from Heretics though. Knowing that Giant X can't keep going for this A control, they're going to have to switch it up with some more default E play. Nice bait and switch setup.
Why does this feel like, oh, they've avoided the car crash?
I cursed it.
This is very powerful. Even if they pivot through Heaven and go towards B, it's still not that comfy, but it looks like it's going towards A, which still has Rien's fresh off the 4K and a Boo sat over here. And Rien's does have ult too.
30 seconds left.
Waiting for that split, but it's mostly through Heaven. Gonna force Boo a little further forward, but he wants to shoulder this, and he's gonna spot one. Does try and stick around, but now it's what? Tomasi, oh, what's gone on?
TP'd into the
Cage triggered. It's not pretty, but it's fine. It's a 2v2. It's
got
the most possible round we've seen so far, it feels like. Miniboo and Benji coming back on over. Still a bit of kit for Miniboo, but on the other side, Runner does have the ult. West side as well, setting up a little bit of util on the site.
But West side might be caught by Miniboo in the open here. So I'm interested in what Runner's how he's gonna trigger this ult.
Oh god! Oh my god! Apparently it's done.
Oh, we talked about Benji last map. If he hit shots like that, Jesus Christ.
Ugh.
But yeah, the round came back down to Tomasi TPing into his. How good are our EBS team here? Are we gonna?
They're that good. Don't you worry about them. Oh, he's not.
Oh,
happy.
he's not happy.
He's not happy. I wouldn't be in the scoreline either.
One enemy remaining.
Oof. Some vintage Benji looks it. 5-0. You got plans later? Because now you got some free time.
I was up early this morning as well, like prepping.
Prepping, getting ready.
Making sure.
Yep. Done more prep than Giant X. I don't know why I'm going nuclear. I'm so. Oh.
Okay, so that's 2 in a row for Tomasi. That's now officially yellow card, I think.
He's on the yellow.
Yeah, that's a yellow. I mean, I like the composition. Like, you can do those kind of plays where you're kind of breach stunning in, you're kind of salvoing deep, and use the TP behind. Every angle is just...
I almost feel for him, right? It's like, you know, I didn't love that mid look there, but even that, right? Trying to play in towards A, and you've just got not even a high-low, just set up like that. It's rough. And they're going to be feeling the scoreline. Of course, that timeout was not a comfortable one, right? And Boo's just checked that smoke. He knows no one's gone in, so it feels baity at best. The next two players are comfortable towards Heaven. The timing now causing Miniboo to look away for a moment. Woot now needs to be careful. Is alone. The crossfire has been dismantled. Paranoia comes in, does not quite go how it wants. Miniboo outdone by Cloud. Maybe correcting the ship slightly and maybe not. No, can't clear Boo backside. And they knew where Purpo was earlier. Last man standing would have to go nuclear himself. It's not going to happen. Boo, solid in his work. And Giant X just not putting up much of a fight yet.
Yeah, look like Giant X. I think there's a tiny little layer to the protocol of their mid take that they need to add, and it's simply wait for the Viper Orb to go down.
Yeah.
If they wait for the Viper Orb to go down and then trigger that kind of aggressive salvo stun, the other players can support Tomasi and he's not in the middle of the open by himself.
Yeah.
So maybe not yellow card Tomasi, maybe yellow card Giant X.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you're actually carding the entire team.
The entire team, yes.
We'll get you a yellow card. We'll get a red, yellow. Yeah, really do it up. Might push our prop budget out of limits.
You're going after everyone.
I'm casting a 6-0 here, mate. I need something. Giant X, give me something. Tomasi, show me a little bit of something here. 1-6 ain't it so far? And I like this guy. The thing is, I like this Giant X team. That's the mad part. I think they have so much potential. So many of these individuals are nuts. It just feels like we can't get them on the same page. Benji, challenged. Holding towards Heaven. Giant X given a little bit of room to work in middle, but all of the ways forward are still being held.
Yeah, Heretic's quite comfortable. They've got information outside of A, and now Woot's just got his eyes on vents, so not too uncomfortable position for Heretics here.
Mini Boo. They're being challenged, trying to be stalled out with at least the pain shell. They've used a lot to try and fight towards Heaven. This crunch towards B is coming in. 3 players still posted here from Heretics as Giant X are knocking on the door. Got to get that timing right, get that spacing right, get the trades right. And Mini Boo just waiting down below, unthreatened, unfazed, and untouched. The end zone flawless.
Yeah, it's crazy in that mid-round Mini Boo with a couple of whiffs, and then if they're right next to him, it's fine. Just the no-scopes coming out. Yeah, the site hold on B looks strong for Heretics. I feel like Boo is always, he's 10-2. I feel like he's always just good on this B split site.
Yeah. Pushing this back. Double timeout, 1/2.
Yeah, it's not good.
No. Give me the coach cam. No, not you. No, that's not who we're talking about. You know we're not talking about Niels and Weber right now. There we go. There we go. Weber absolutely spitting bars. The difference
He had a good
little rhythm. There. Yeah, that's something to it. We got ults. We got all sorts here for Giants. We're gonna buy.
Yeah, let's actually look. Your ult, well.
One ult.
Like, one.
I got a little excited because I saw 3
actually,
symbols.
The Omen ult is quite good on this map. The back of B site, but Boo's been a monster on that site, so I don't know if I want to Omen ult into that back site. I think Giant X last time ran a kind of default into the traditional Yoru ult B split. I'm gonna say Fnatic B split because it is a Fnatic strat, but. So I expect to see Yoru running through Malroom and a B finisher. Maybe the Omen ult on top into the backside.
I feel like if you see what they might be doing coming, I'd imagine Heretics might as well.
Maybe. I'll handle this. Doesn't look like it though.
Oh, apparently. Niels and Weber.
Yeah.
Ain't no mini,
Get on my level. Like I'm casting, I'm not even coaching.
I quite like this from Tomasi though, but Woot's here. Woot was behind you. Oh dear. Oh, okay, finally a fight back. Woot didn't just manage to magically kill 3. This is actually player advantage towards Giant X. This could be the one. I mean, Rien's is just about everyone else, and the TP coming in. They don't know about it. They can't hear it. Boo! Surprise! He's right behind you! It was perfect! The coordination, the ideas, everything. And you've just watched poetry in motion as Runner is left. The tail between his legs. Oh, mate.
I've never wanted a player to win a round so much.
You're banking on Runner here?
I'm not banking on it, but I want him to. Please.
Boo's having a look though, isn't he? Boo's looking at it. He's gone, yes, he's been walkabouts for some time. Where's he off to?
30 seconds left.
Okay, Runner, we got a little CT. Oh. I'm seeing Rien's get curious there. But Runner hits that. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Jesus.
Oh.
Wept. I mean.
They couldn't have had a better start.
No, it was perfect. It was like, finally, redemption is here. No. No.
Hell of a clip from Boo, though.
Yeah, that was pretty good, wasn't it? To be fair, as a caster, sometimes you do see these moments, you're like, yeah, he's going to do something nuts here, isn't he? And it's just like, yep. That is amazing. I just want this Benji reaction.
They're not even saying it.
They're just giggling, man. Is this what it's like to feel happiness?
Would not know.
Yeah, same. I like the Giant X. 3 rounds, map 1. No rounds here yet.
It's back to this A approach, but Heretics again? They just know.
They're so unfussed. They've just watched Boo literally appear from behind them like some, you know, something out of a nightmare. They're like, well, why am I afraid? I'm fine. Shouldering up on this one, being held back towards Heaven. The flash for Runner. Trying to bank on this working, but Mini Boo is just farming. Gets away, no trade potential. Purpo and Runner left trying to walk through the corpses of their teammates. Back aside, he's still on the case. Mini Boo, he fancies a clip as well. Purpo now in a 1v4. This is hard to witness. Good luck, Purpo. Rooting for your chief. Nice try.
When do we
well, go home soon.
13-0. You don't say you don't say it out loud.
That's a yellow card for you then.
I'm sorry.
That's
okay.
a yellow.
Yes,
Straight
boss.
on a yellow.
What's red?
Oh, I honestly, I don't even want to let you know about it. Because what if you do, you know?
West side is also 0 for 9. So I'm on watch there. We've got these little.
Oh, wait, 0-0-9 as well. That's quite impressive.
0-10. Yeah.
And then, like, as much as like this is hard to watch, like Heretics are playing incredibly well, and in reality, Giants just don't look on the same page. This doesn't look like a team who's ready to challenge Heretics here, who look a bit revitalized. Because we were very critical. I'm not saying very critical. I was critical of Heretics when I see them looking a little bit slow at the start, a little bit shaky when it came to at least their game against Apex, right? I think a lot of us were a little bit worried about their form, especially from kickoff. You know, and fair worries.
No,
Seeing this is like a cure to all my woes. Now, it's not only Heretics doing well, there are issues aplenty. Yes. But the fact that we said at the start, it'd be good to see Heretics play to their caliber. I want to see Giants look revitalized. We saw a little bit of that in moments, but right now they look untouchable. Benji's farming.
Yeah, you play the hand you're dealt. If you're dealt this hand, like, they can't play against it any better.
Nope. Well, 10-0.
Yeah, at this point, I think let's just throw away playbook. I just want to see something weird from Giant X.
You know Mini's losing it when he's asking for something weird.
Go tail ult.
Yep.
Omen ult. Let's do some wacky kind of omen ult into the tail ult or something. Let's make it fun.
Let's go.
Oh. Like the controlled version of Stacked with the mouse kiss. Yeah.
Breathe deep.
I'll be honest, I didn't see. I should have lied, ignored it, but I admitted to my failure.
You just zone out between rounds, just. Well, let's see if there's anything weird. We've got sheriffs. This is what I'd like to call. I'd call it a Shiko, but they have light shields, so it's kind of hard to do that.
I think there's a Shiko still.
You'd say so?
Shiko time, yeah.
Well, but kind of means Sheriff Eco, but I get. You know what? We're calling it a Shiko. Maybe this is what they need. Oh, boot. Spotting at least one. Does he note the second? Maybe.
Purpo's still in that right.
Yeah, Purpo's a little bit ahead. Maybe they can work around that. Oh god, he's just gonna get caught by. Oh, hello. Oh, that's what I want to see. Show me some of that fire there, Purpo. The guy can hit these sort of shots. The paranoia is good. Benji, he's still alive. Slippery to get back into the ult there.
And having the tail alive as well. Tail has the ult. Gonna get the salvos too. Good post plant here from Giant X.
He's starting to get better at these ults here.
He's heard me.
He has. He's not happy with what you've been saying. There we go. Where are we off to now? Got to go quite far here. Chooses to go forwards rather than backwards. And we might just see Giant X finally getting into... Oh no. Benji. Relax, Cloud. Gets him across the line in a pace safe card, Thrifty. A lifeline here, the first. And it comes at round 11.
Yeah, heroics there from Purple. Just slipping the net, not being seen, and then beautiful shots.
This was lovely.
To be 10-0 down and still hit a few shots like that.
It's nice.
Fair enough.
But the mad part is, though, and I feel like this is a weak example of it, but these players with Giant X are exceptionally good.
Let's go.
Like, they are really, really solid. Cloud's name's been in the conversation for years, same with Purpo, all of these players. Massive what he can do when when it gets going, when things go right. Stands for now. We haven't quite seen that align here, but just glimmers of it. As they do once again vie for that mid control.
Yeah, they're able to get mid, at least the vents. I want to see what Giant X's layers are here. They haven't been able, we haven't seen them go to layers yet because they've just been shut down most of the time. But what are the layers when they do have control of the main part of the map? It looks like straight into a vent split. They've chosen correctly. Like, it's the weaker side of the map. I like this little tail drone. It's cute. Cute again.
Oh, that's really good. Well, I told you. Did he spray on this? The paranoia is nice. And Rien's just got... I didn't even see that. I must have missed that on the UI, but Boo's been cleared. Okay, this is looking better, but they still got to get past Rien's on an operator. Just a pixel shown is enough here. Expects the TV. Oh, Rien's!
My God.
You can't deal with this guy. Goes for another weapon. Tried to cycle through all three, playing gun game. Now we're down to a 2v2, though. Plant's going to be coming in. I don't know if that gets denied here. Don't think the paint shell's quite there. No. So now Mini Boo and Woot trying to work it back through. Runner on the other side, and as is West side. Runner's got that operator locked in on Heaven.
He's just clearing through CT together. They're gonna have the wall from Woot. Interested to see how they use this. Whether it's a scout through elbow.
Come, they found my one.
Side. Set up Runner maybe here. Nice from Runner, and West side gonna find Woot. 2 rounds in the end for Giant X. It feels like a consolation prize, but at this point, you take what you can get. This has been a rough road for them in this half so far.
Yeah, I want to see it just a little bit. I don't want to see this be a blowout. I want to see a little bit back now from Giant X. What can they do in this other half?
That's what we're going to find out. We'll be back in just a moment.
Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, map 1 was a 13-3 to Heretics. Map 2 currently stands at a 10-2 scoreline. Giant X finally getting a couple rounds towards the end, but it felt like that was a very one-sided first half.
Yeah, I think right from the bat we saw that, you know, I was kind of critical of Giant X's game plan coming into it. And I think that when Giant X go into games slow, it seems that they're unable to kind of come back. We saw that against Vitality, where they started off really slow, and I don't want to, you know, the writings on the wall doesn't look good for them here either.
Yeah. Let's see what you got for us, Giant X. Show me something. Give me a reason to believe. Heretics certainly have, if this is the form they want to maintain for the rest of the year. And they're just speeding up on him. Purpo's going to be put right under test. Miniboo hunting. Gonna go straight back towards the pistol in hand. Purpo turns around and catches him. I thought he was dead to rights, but not the case. We're gonna catch some attention towards middle, but it's Benji to catch Purpo out and try and fight for the site. But they're already back towards this. Giant X not gonna let it slip just yet, leaving Woot in a 1v4. Now, do you get any 1v1s? If you're Giant X, you're hoping he doesn't. Spike pretty far away. He's got a lot of people to get through and a lot of crossfires to break. But West side a little low. So Massey not sitting perfect. And there it is. Cloud the one to get it. And Giant X take the first step in the second half.
Yeah, I think that was beautiful from Purpo. I was a bit worried for a second because he doesn't have the experience playing the Omen on that B site like Boo does. But played well, got the kill, stalled well long enough for Westside to come in and get some nice kills. I do want to highlight Heretics though. There's some, I wasn't able to do it on Haven, but there's some nice ideas they have with this kind of composition.
Bro, I don't know, I just killed full blind the guy, triple click shot.
it's not a composition where you can take map control easily because you have ISO and Raze.
Yep.
Like it's not, so like they do a lot of good pushing and pulling. So, and the other thing they do quite well is they have this like Woot go by himself and distract thing, which we saw on Haven with the C-Long. We just saw it there on middle where he's like, hey, look at me, I'm Woot, I'm really good at the game. And then the rest of them are kind of like scaling into B.
Okay.
So a couple of like heretics, like, I would call it like their own identity,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
The little plays that they bring out once in a while. West side gonna get a good amount of information, try and spam away, get a shot through the Viper wall. Not gonna get much of that. Cloud gonna see everything though. They know they're coming now. Tomasi, you gotta be careful, could be overwhelmed here. And they're just eyeing up Cloud instead. Ignoring Tomasi and diving straight down towards those vents, but it's mostly kept in hand. Tomasi got to still be a little bit careful, but he's feeling confident. Trying to play in Boo, who's going to do the damage, but it's just down to Boo. And Giant X make it through this with 3 standing. Hold on.
Yeah, big bonus round from now, Giant X. Like usually you're, you know, this kind of round, usually you're like, yeah, it's just a bonus round, but it's they need rounds.
Yeah.
If they can convert this, there's a glimmer of belief.
This is enough to make you believe.
If they convert this round,
this one,
there is a very small amount. It's
percentage.
It's not.
What are we talking? Yeah, what are we talking?
10.
But you're bringing it up on a 10% chance. That's madness.
Goes up to 10.
Okay. So yeah, bonus round in play. Let's see what Giant X do with this. And it looks like proactivity is the name of the game once again. Benji. Pedal super far. Gets shoulder check. Perfect. Down low. And they look direct in middle as well. Look at this positioning from Cloud. It's so nearby. Oh! No! Miniboo caught him. Cloud goes down. I thought that could have worked, but it's runner to fight back. Takes away Miniboo too. So now if you look at things, Giant X have the lay of the land. Wait, Rienz comes out of the flash, still standing, still fighting. This is turning into a brawl. And Purpo's walking middle as well. Trying to backfill that space taken away as they convene towards the B side.
His duelist instincts coming in.
That's right as well, but Boo. Something working in his brain there. Didn't like it.
Someone said it's A.
Who said that?
Someone wrong.
Who's been lying? Who thought they heard us step through to a... This is weird. Heretics like, well, they're going to be here.
30 seconds left.
No. No? You're good? Yeah. Full sight exec, all good. Oh, that's...
Yeah, tough retake for West Ham
Yeah.
now. They don't have
No
paranoia.
paranoia.
No camera to... Well, they got a camera, but it's not checking the site.
10 seconds left.
Benji gonna have to move. Oh, he didn't get away in time. That was nice. Okay. They brought it back down to even footing, which we take those. Couple smokes for Purpo. This from Boo. Feels like it's all on this, really, doesn't it? Ah, he's just called off West side. Didn't think about it. And Purpo now spotted. Wu can now play to the time. Leave Purpo to make all the steps, make all the moves. The cross could be watched. He doesn't know. Purpo trying to be singular in his focus. Fighting forward, but the time started to tick and he knows it. Too many potential problems. A tap on the spike and the attention drawn. Wu toying with his dinner. Time running too low as Boo gonna break their hearts. Take away that 10% chance.
Yeah, there just looks like there are no weak links on Heretics right now. Like, at times, you know, this year, even times last year, like, not every single player, every single moment is firing.
And that's fine, normally, but...
It's looking good.
Yep.
Giant X's side, I like the start of round aggression, using the Yoru pushing through A main. It's, you know, sometimes you see other teams, attack teams then react to B, but we have a Yoru that can TP away. There's nice stuff that Giant X are trying, especially in these early rounds.
And again, in a traditional game, if the scoreline wasn't 11-4, that would be good damage in a bonus round. That would be fine. Like you'd walk away with that pretty happy. But at 11-4, we do ask a bigger question if you want to go for the win, which is obviously what they'd quite like to do. So it gets trickier to hold them to the same metrics.
Heretics going for what's their most common default in the last match, kind of working towards mid one ramp at the same time, kind of creating a pincer towards the ramp.
And there's still players here though, right? Like this is still Not easy for Heretics. Westside would need a big amount of impact on this, though. They are focused towards CT. A labored fight wins out for him in the end, but he takes a lot of damage, and Miniboo just sprays through and catches him, leaving it down to Runner and Purpo. They're trying to pick up the pieces, and Purpo's done well. Strides down ramp and takes away Benji. Miniboo's position feels like a checkmate, and it is. Purpo dead, and Miniboo on an absolute tear here. Oh, wait, hold on. He's made a meal of it. Runner keeping him alive. A bit of a fumble from Miniboo.
Giant X will take those.
Oh, you take them every day of the week.
Yep. Yeah, I like the approach from Heretics. They're running a default that I was kind of explaining earlier. It's like they're taking middle and ramp at the same time. If they get pressure towards middle, then they're going to accelerate up the ramp and vice versa. But Giant X didn't seem ready for that in the early round and had to rely on Miniboo whipping ult here.
Ooh, little death slam. Ooh. I love a death slam. Red Bull clutch, that one.
It's interesting to see someone death slam on 11-5.
But the CSGO frogs told me that we're not allowed to have emotions, do death slamming and stuff like that. Only cool people like Nico do it.
Talking about your ex again.
How's Fnatic? Have they ever run something like this?
That we both got.
Right now we've got the burst here, finding Tomasi towards middle. And this shouldn't be the round to be a problem. This shouldn't be the round.
I'm surprised that they back off away from the gun as well. Like, I understand wanting to reset the round a little bit. But Woot with a Vandal might be enough.
No. Woot with a Vandal might be enough.
Here we go.
Oh, this is the one to make count. Woot does have a little bit of a system to this, doesn't he? And it ain't working out right. Westside goes down, but it's easy for Benji, who already predicted the position, but he might get checkmate here. Spammed away up with the paranoia to save him. Purple and Runner trying to deal with the problems, and they're all towards ramp. 3 of them sent scrambling back. 25 seconds and a quick TP. Boo is out of there with the spike.
Nice open plant here, but TP back from Purple.
Ooh.
Gets it.
Does
might fall defuse.
I think he's got the time on this as well. I don't think they can get back there in time. I don't think. Yeah, it's close, but it ain't even that close. Defuse is there, Purpo. Really well done in the end. Managed to get that defuse, that quick TP, the right place for it. Heretics couldn't run fast enough.
Yeah, Purpo again looking proficient on the Omen. Like, that's the kind of play you expect from your Omen mains, but coming in, not someone I consider an Omen player at all, having the quick wits to match that ult. Really nice play from him.
Cool.
I mean, it's a nice shot from Westside.
And hey, look, we were calling out Westside when he was struggling kill-wise. He's now up to 9-13.
Sorry.
I know you love a coach cam, but Westside has come alive, right? This is a big performance upswing from him. He was struggling initially. This is much better. Speed up now from Heretics. Bit of a fight back from Giant X. Trying to see him do a bit more damage, but keep in mind, Heretics had very little in that round. Now we're going to see them fighting back with those rifles, with those Vandals, with those Phantoms, and it's Westside again. Name up in lights. 2 big kills, can't quite get the 3rd, but Runner still in unison with them, fighting from ramp, trying to stand as 5 here. 4 now. Miniboo. There's no way he gets... how's he left alive here? How is Miniboo still alive there? I don't get it. Boo should be dead. He is. It got messy, but job done. 7 rounds now. Giant X finding their footing.
Yeah, looking actually competitive. Like I said earlier, Giant X do have some good rounds. They do have some good ideas. Right there, we saw that the protocol to the reaction, the protocol reaction to Heretics going that fast ramp, immediate salvos, immediate breach stun, re-clearing together. It's a beautiful round.
Give me that coach cam.
The last one was funny. I think you missed it, but it was like he was almost like sighing in like a we've won the round.
Okay. Like a relief.
Not a good relief kind of.
Oh, I see.
Like a kind of
like a. It's calmer, much calmer.
It's calmer, yeah. Well, but not so much. He's
leading it in.
Also Weber too. I know that Neil has an unfortunate injury today, so that might be part of the reason why he's not talking as much.
On his knee?
Yeah, he's got an injury on his leg, so might not might not be match fit today for the...
He's not match fit?
No. Weber's taking over.
He does look a little bit down, yeah. Hope he's all right.
I think a coach is good when they can get... Like, a coach is good if they're old enough to get injured playing badminton, I think,
Sorry.
Does that make sense?
No.
Like, we're
Zero
old men,
right?
Like me and Neil,
right?
And Weber,
right?
You gotta be old to be a good coach, I feel like.
Don't know if that's really the main metric.
I think
that we
it
got.
is.
Right. Okay.
I think it's badminton injuries is the main metric for coaches.
Well, we're going to have a stats guy here. We'll get looking into that, the age correlation to win percentage. Right now,
right on it.
You're not even a coach anymore, mate, so spin on. Oh, dear.
Oh, again. No one to capitalize off of it, though.
No, which kind of feels unfortunate, because I don't think it was necessarily a bad implementation of it. If someone was there to catch at least the push-up. Yeah, a little bit disjointed, but there's a lot of players on this side of the map for Giant X.
Yeah, just a reset here from Heretics. Getting out of that ult was good from Heretics.
See the pause. The aggression does become predictable though, but that doesn't. Runner saving Purpo.
Yeah, Purpo thinks he's playing Yoru and Runner's had to bail him out.
Yes, that's kind of what has exactly happened. Now Heretics, hey, they've hit a little bit of a stumbling block. Not massive, this wasn't a hefty investment. It was Stingers and a Guardian, a couple of bits and bobs, but Giant X, this is a must win. You don't see Heretics get to 12. If they can keep 5 standing during this, it'd be perfect. A quick pivot, though, straight through the vents.
Timing on this could be awkward.
Did they check?
30 seconds left.
Oh. Ooh, Blair witching into the corner. Doesn't go well for him. Miniboo and Rienz, though, left to try and navigate what's around them, but they've lost so much control of this map. It's very hard to find a foot forward that feels safe, and you can see the gaps closing around the map here. Purpo creeping behind, just missing them by a second. Now the plant. Oh, Rienz, that was bold. And he might just be denied here. He might be dead, honestly. Miniboo trying to save him, though, and it's just not going to happen. Cloud's utility does the job towards Rienz, and Giant X, another step now.
Yeah, great from Giant X. This is, though, for Heretics, it's all well and good when you're winning, but, like, I want to see them now behind
this is what
like, what's their mental state? Because I think they are a team that sometimes, when they are a little bit behind or things aren't going so well, that they can kind of, the mental can come down a little.
Good job, boys. Let's go.
So this is a great time for them to show that, they can bounce back from
resilience, right?
Exactly.
Because, again, if you're looking at Heretics here, you're going to be seeing them against, if all goes right, big opponents, international opponents that will bring you close competitive games. And this half has been absolutely flying the flag of Giant X. Tomasi maybe looking for the crunch here with the paranoia, not got much here. Benji, incredibly passive, knowing what was going on, the right call. But at the same time, you look on the other side of the map, Miniboo trying to burst through heaven. This time gets it, West side falls. The B site now looks so open. Oh, it's positioning. And Boo as well. They're so close in heaven trying to take a fight, but they both get cleared big from Giant X. 3v3, still some util to work back in with. Gonna send in the drone, try and clear close. That's good, tick in the box. Pre-fight comes in as Purpo tearing them apart. Just Miniboo now in a 1v2. Like this low reposition though, he's gonna hear this. You need 4 in this round. The time's on his side.
Like this at all.
Certainly don't, but they're still checking. They're still looking! Ew. Very heads up work there. The silence becoming so loud. And another step back for Giant X. 9 rounds now. This is pressure on Heretics.
Yeah, I was getting very worried there for Giant X because they did the KC play, you're ulting out of A, and it's a very easy reaction for Heretics to go toward that B site. But beautiful kill was to get in before this retake. And Purpo again, he's looking much better on this Omen.
Nice. He looks good. He looks good on it. Nice. If we're talking about those role swaps, I think he looks better than Tomasi now sitting on towards the Yoru, right? Like, that's not even...
yeah.
It's not flame, it's the fact that Purpo looks really comfortable. He's played it well. We've been kind of highlighting his ult work, his paranoias, his smokes, everything. He looks comfortable, which is a very solid tick in the box. Now, the buy coming in for Heretics Mini. It's bits and bobs. Why do I feel one of these?
Straightforward approach.
Yeah.
Straight into B here.
Purpo again.
Tested.
He's I don't want to say on a platter, but he's certainly the one to try and suffer through it, but it's Woot to best him. But he can't withstand Runner, who's been backfilling that space so well, but got caught trying to step ahead. This is getting a bit close here, and there will be recoverable weapons. You can already see it. Vandal with Boo. He's got his ult as well. Don't know if he's going to get the real chance to use it. Rien's with the tether goes in, just heard that behind us, but Tomasi still with a good kit. West side closing, the gap getting closer. Smoke goes in, trying to play to the strengths, but does the barrel show? It's West side again, from zero to literal hero here for this side. Giant X, they are knocking on the door of Heretics now.
Beautiful flood in from Runner. I think he's done that a few times. I think you implied it, that like, Runner to me, you know, again, a player that I think we need more from in general this season. But if he's doing things like this, supporting his team, coming in with these floods, beautiful. But the question for me now is Heretics, like how are they going to adapt? They've won 1 round this entire half.
Double timeout. Hey, look, if I'm going to question mark it or note it when Giant X do it, I'm looking at you two Heretics, right? Coach Cam.
Which one this time?
This one. Niels' injury weighing heavy on him. Oh, that was a pretty length forward Pipson, right? That was.
Yeah.
This is the kind of interesting thing I guess about timeouts is both sides get it right. So there is that element of just kind of mind games going on between the two.
I would like to highlight that Heretics last time they played this map, they had a really good push and pull. They really did kind of work the map well and then found spaces to work in. They had like almost like packs, little packs where like their duelists were able to kind of pop off on different sides. And I wonder if that's kind of more the approach that you should be taking rather than kind of this hard exec approach, kind of all-in approach. My Giant X have had to have some luck at sometimes. Like Heretics haven't, you know, played terribly. But
No.
Yes, this should do.
I think the push and pull was the thing that I saw them doing better than other teams. And I thought that they would be comfortable doing that. I want to see that going forward.
Starting to get their ults back in as well, just seeing that Runner's only 1 away from his. You still have Clouds there, Purpose, West side. Tomasi's still pretty far off, but on the other side, Couple creeping up as well. You've got Woot very nearby, but it feels like it may not be the best, but straight off the rip here, trying to take a battle, but couldn't quite get past the word go. A stall out from Benji to try and deny the space.
It was a nice idea from Giant X, but nothing behind it. No follow-up tool.
Looks like Heretics in the meantime pressuring middle as well.
This is this push and pull I'm talking about. This is back to their kind of standard kind of
Bread
default.
and butter, yeah.
Pressure on the A side of the map, let's take more towards middle.
This puts Tomasi right in the crosshairs, and he's not been having a fun map so far. Has to take the get out of jail free card, TPing away.
Giant X standing still, they haven't got... Okay, using the drone for information, we're going to see rotates across now. Terrifying hearing that shield.
Yeah, it's an unpleasant feeling, just the sinking in your stomach, but away we go. Tomasi, back of the site looking a little bit unsure, but that shot was absolutely on the money. Mini gone and now man advantage, players in the right side of the map. Heretics need to make this count with 30 seconds left, and I think they're starting to hesitate here. Being held down, slowed down. Woot misses the chance. Tomasi, Runner, all coming towards this together. This is so well done. Tomasi finally having a round here.
I was getting worried when it looked like Heretics were going towards his site. You know, we've had game plans in the past where if there's a player not playing so well, you abuse
it.
that.
Yeah, of course you do.
The big round from
Who'd
him.
you do that against?
I'd have to
Who'd you
think
do it against?
back.
Nah, you don't have to think that hard.
Down A.
Boaster's told me mid-game he's adjusted like that before though. But I can't remember.
I feel like it's something that we don't talk about enough of though, like...
Boaster's had it against him, for sure. Like,
If they think there's a weak link, they will absolutely punch you. You think the mental strain on an IGL as well, having to deal with that? It's like, guys, please help. It is brutal. But yeah, big performance though from him there in that round, right?
yeah, back to this push and pull idea though, like, the middle A kind of default that they're doing is kind of one-dimensional to a degree. You know that they're going to go middle and A. Like, I want to see them kind of work the map a little bit more. I think Giant X should have done their homework, so they know what to expect if they hear certain noises in certain spots.
Cutting through.
So it needs to be a little bit more, almost loose from Heretics.
love this. The Giant X, I don't say probably, but might get to 12 on a round like this. The economy in tatters, but woo! Hold, no! No, not 1v1s, please don't give him isolated fights, what are we doing? Is this how you let it slip through your fingertips? You let Woot get away with daylight robbery. And Westside are such an impossible question. He needs a 1v5. Now Woot's the only one really with an actual big boy gun! Westside comes alive! But it ain't over yet. Boo, the brains of the bunch still standing. 25 seconds. And keep in mind, Westside was having an absolute mare of a game.
He's also got ult if he wants to reposition to A, he can.
He's got those options. How does Boo play this? Looking for him. Feels like it's going to be... Is he really going for this so late?
10 seconds left.
Ooh, I feel like you left it too late in the day! Westside saving the day here! The Red Bull clutch so perfect, as I thought Woot had done enough. I was wrong.
That is crazy.
This was criminal, though. Unbelievable.
Every time that JX have gone for these mid-re clears, they start off well, and then just seem to overface and just let the firepower from Heretics take over. Boo at the end as well, I'm not sure if he was overthinking things.
I think he did.
I think he was thinking that Westside would just immediately go to A.
Yep.
This goes here.
Oh, man. Oh, this is what it's about. 11 of 12. Oh, Tomasi, this is the shot, and look at the pressure! Cloud again, right place here, denies Mini Boo, they now know what's coming their way. Westside has to be prepared. The ult gets flown in, finds nothing, I'm pretty sure. Woot now left down low, 34 HP. We're gonna get the breach ult throwing in, it is an absolute madness on ramp. But they pause for a second, we've got 5 players on this side of the map. Giant X, and it's a pause from Heretics.
They're in the perfect position. I don't want to say unlosable, but...
Don't you dare. Tomasi lands these. He lands these. Counter 3, pull the trigger? No. Got off the line.
Heretics will get through. No, they won't.
Nope, they absolutely will not. They are being torn asunder. I can't believe what I've witnessed. This is a mad game yet. But Rien's just a small sign of life, but that's all it is, a small sign of life, as it's a 1v3 for Benji. 13-11. I can't believe what I just saw. That second half was outstanding by Giant X.
I mean, I gave him 10%.
Yep.
10%. That's crazy. I do want to see the Heretics. I said it through those rounds. Like, how are they going to bounce back being behind? Now, you know, throwing that map. How are they going to come into the third map?
You'd be banned in Sliggy's chat for that comment, but luckily for you, you're not there, you're with us. You should stick around as well, because we are now going the distance. Lotus is coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody. It looks like we're going the distance. What the hell was that, Tom?
Oh, it was a fun, enjoyable map. Everybody had a great time.
Oh, yeah.
I know all of us expected that this would be a close display.
I heard
that
Minnie saying there was
went
no
back and forth. Yeah, I think like me and Mitch had a conversation where he was like, oh, from this point, there's no way that they come back. And I went, well, you remember that Na'Vi Liquid game 10-2 up? And it came back on split. And look, it's happening again. So, you know, we both knew.
I thought I would come out of today angry with Benji for his Irish accent, but I think the prominent thought in my head now is he's made Tom 2 days in a row bring up that Liquid Na'Vi comeback. Yeah. And that I cannot forgive.
They had us in the first half, right? I think we were going to roll a clip because despite Giant X bringing it back and taking us to a map 3, we cannot forget the big scope of things. And as we take a look at the numbers, just look at the bottom of your screen, all of those numbers that Team Heretics was able to put in the first half. How did Giant X find the mental resilience to bring this back?
Pipson. Words of wisdom from the coach, Pipson. I feel like he puts you on a straight and narrow. Whenever you're in those bumpy waters, he comes in and really lifts the spirits. I don't know if we have any clips from those timeouts, but I saw he was saying a lot, and I think those words must have got through to the players.
He was fighting for his life. That's the real thing. But it did seem like when they started to win rounds, you could see it coming. Like I would say, like maybe even 6 or 7 rounds, there was stuff with like Cloud saying things and stuff, but you'd look back at some of the rounds they lost in that first half and you go, how did you even get to the point of 6 or 7 rounds? Because I thought this could be a 13-0.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to take a look at this round number 6 that I think everybody very enjoyed with this beautiful combo. It looks like they're literally AFK.
Yeah, well, that's what basically happens when obviously you have the Nightfall coming from the Fade. You lose all sound and the majority of your HP, so nobody thought, okay, this guy's just going to TP in behind us. Like, it looks ridiculous. You're going to sit there and call them idiots, but they can't hear anything. They don't know that he's done that. And while, obviously, there is a world where he gets one and whiffs the rest, but that was just really clean from Boo. If we ended it there, we'd be singing the praise of Heretics, saying, easy day, you've walked this match, and now you go in as one of the favorites of the group. But they have had maybe the generational choke. Like, even when you're talking about Minnie's old team coming back from a crazy deficit, I think this looked a little bit worse.
I think, well, because of how dominant some of those rounds were. Again, that was the round for 10-0, correct me if I'm wrong, when they hit that. Or it was very deep into the run at least. And I think at that point, when they were just being beaten into the ground, it was you, Tom, that said in the 2v4, you were like, oh, well, they got one at least. And it's like, wait till it's over. Didn't anticipate anywhere near that level of just insanity coming out. But from that point, and I feel like we also had 2 pauses before where I joke about Piston, but he was losing his mind at 3-0 down. He looked more calm at 7-0 down. And I don't know what was said in between that point and when they started the comeback.
We had no pauses left,
no pauses,
they didn't.
It was when Heretics. It was when Heretics.
Did have the halftime.
Well, and his opponent's pauses when things started going wrong.
Exactly. That's when things really got real, because as we looked at the reactions, we've been speaking about how Giant X have been very positive even when they were losing, and in spite of, and even when we see the pauses coming in from Pipson, and it's actually this resilience that managed to bring it back.
Happy Pipson!
Jason,
it exists!
I can't believe it.
Exactly. Of course, it is time to celebrate, and we saw it every single round after that. And one of the players that made it possible was Purpo, actually.
Yeah, genuinely had a really strong performance, and I think that switch off maybe didn't benefit Tamazi quite as much as we maybe anticipated, but Purpo certainly seems to be buffed up when he's on the Ohm, and maybe that could be a consistent factor for this team. Maybe Tamazi will be on the duelist more often, who knows?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where he sort of freed up a bit more to be in that back line and be in the late round, which normally he'd be first man in, taking the fight. So I think it gave him a little bit more space, but obviously you put a duelist on another role, a lot of the time they're still going to frag out of their mind, and Purpo seemed very comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a little bit of a look ahead and think about what our last map is going to be, Lotus. Now, we saw it last week from Giant X. It won't break. It just is, no, against Vitality. They literally looked like they did not have an option. So a little bit of what we were saying about what we saw on that Haven, but are we looking towards a Team Heretics that is also going to make changes in that map?
That was the thing I was going to look back to, is their result versus Liquid, where they kind of just got steamrolled in the series. Like, that was obviously the one that could have taken them over to a Masters event, like in that lower final. And it got worse and worse when things had gone bad. Well, things have gone as bad as they could have gone. Like, it doesn't get worse than being 10-0 up and losing the map. So it now comes down to that. We saw briefly at the very beginning sort of Boo having a talk with the team and trying to mentally get them back into a spot. Like, it's probably the angriest I've ever seen Boo, because that's got to be a frustrating loss. Like, you're talking to talented players, talented youngsters. You've just won the first map. You're dominantly in the lead. And I think we even saw it when, I think it was like 6 or 7 rounds, Miniboo makes a mistake and slams the desk. It's getting frustrating. You have to see Boo going, bro, it's still in the lead. We're very far in the lead, but clearly that didn't really happen.
Yeah, but we need to look at Boo. We need to also look at the staff, because mentally, you need to come back.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They need a Weber back massage. That's all I'm going to say.
They need
a Weber back massage.
Are you speaking from experience?
Of course.
Oh, I see.
UK scene.
Now I'm just jealous.
Got each other's backs.
Oh, there we go. All right, very much believe it. That's what the scene is known for. Yeah, again, man, like I just, even round 5, man, the rolling thunder that the GX used when they were on an eco. Like this team played one of the worst first halves. Genuinely one of the worst first halves of Valorant I've seen on just every level, and then came back to destroy Team Heretics. Even Westside digging deep for a big clutch when it was needed towards the end. I am blown away, and now I believe in GX all the way.
Are we expecting now, before we jump into Agent Select, to see changes from both of the teams, right? Because we, as we're saying, we just saw a Giant X on Split that put Tomazi on the duelist. He's supposed to be playing the Omen. Is Purple going to take that role? Are we going to see Tomazi playing on that Raze? The Yoru was not brilliant, but Raze is something that he should be very comfortable and definitely
equipped. The thing is, they got banged out obviously by Vitality, but I actually don't mind the comp they're running. I think Vice, I think Vitality did a great job to just decimate Runner on the Vice. Like, they were constantly pressuring him and forcing him into fights that he was never going to win. I think that I actually want them to stay with their comp. I think Cloud on Fade is great. I think Purple on Raze is great. Okay, sure, Tomazi's aggression with Omen, it needs some work, but I think he can get there. And as you sort of said on the first map, that was what he wants to do. Well, on this map, you do set up your Omen to get aggressive. He just had a bad game. So I think compositionally, they're fine. I'm looking at the other side maybe a little bit more after the Liquid loss, and obviously we've had developments in the meta since then with their time off, so I would expect more of a change.
Yeah, developments in the meta and in the way and the direction that Team Heretics has decided to take for this stage 1. Do we expect him to be back in that Astra, or do we expect them to maybe run some double duelists here also in Lotus?
I want him on Teo.
There's potential for that, something like Teo and Initiator, something that frees him up to, again, be that little bit more involved.
Benji
I think
back on Vice?
Astra, well, yeah, this is the other thing. Like I was saying, well, Thomas being like, I want to see a Vice come in for Heretics. I said it to you in one of the casts, Tom, that I don't think it's true on every map, and it depends on the team. But for the most part, it's a fairly strong rule that if you're not running Vice on most maps, you're trolling. I think she's just way too strong. We've seen massive nerfs are on the way for her, and that's for good reason, because it's just such an annoyance in terms of slowing down play when opponents want to blitz into you. It gets your rotates on faster, and I think there's not really a lot of drawbacks to running it, and especially if you can have someone like Benji. I think he can get the most value out of Vice compared to almost any Sentinel in the league.
I will say that that is the other argument, though, is like, I think if you have him on like a Cypher, that will still work. Like, sure, it's easier to counter, I think, with people playing against it so regularly.
You can still blitz it.
If Benji's going to play Cypher on that C site and still have coverage over on B, I'm absolutely fine with it, just because it's Benji. I think that he has always been one of those better Cypher players. But yeah, I think especially you talk about Miniboo Raze, Woot going over to Teo, they're going to maybe move away from double controller and just keep the one, like a lot of teams will do, depending or not if they want to bring in a Viper, and then you have to look at that as a sort of different thing altogether. And then if you keep Riens on the Fade, I actually think that comes out as quite a nice comp for them to take space and get aggressive and get in the face of their opponents, which, as said, when we saw them play against Vitality, that was what GX kind of struggled with. But obviously, they will have gone back to the drawing board, looked at things.
No more waiting. Benji is going to be on that Vice. Woods is going to be on the Tejo Miniboo back on that beautiful Neon. And on the side of Giant X, Purple is going to be playing the Omen, doubling down Tomasi back on that race. I think that everybody, at least on the desk, we got exactly what we wanted, no?
Yeah, I think which really is the best of both worlds. And I think moving into this, Benji on a Vice, super exciting for me. Lotus, one of the strongest maps for Vice as well. I think this is going to be one hell of a game. And for Heretics, the opportunity to bounce back again. I think that is something that you cannot undersell. Losing a map like that, I mean, we saw it earlier for Gentlemates. Sure, it went to many, many overtimes, but I think with a 10-0 lead and the way that the game felt so firmly in their control, you can draw the comparison. And we saw and we heard from Cadaver that after that game, it was so difficult to bounce back in map 3. I think Heretics face that same challenge here.
Yeah, we got what we wanted. Team Heretics needs to come back mentally after Giant X was able to come back literally on split. And for more experts on comebacks, let's throw this back to Pansy and Mini.
I don't know if I'm that witty with my comebacks, but fair enough. Appreciate it, I guess. Mini, I feel weird ignoring what we just saw on Split, but I guess we have to talk about Lotus?
Yeah, let's go to Lotus.
Okay.
Let's forget it.
Yeah, we're just going to ignore what happened, think it's
For a
perfectly
moment.
fine for a little while. Okay, fair enough, right. So, Heretics looking a little bit different.
Yeah, I like this approach. I think if you put Mini Boo on Neon, I'm not going to be unhappy.
Not mad about it? Okay.
Going into the meta read, I'll one-up Mitch with the Vice thing. I think if you're not playing Teo on every map, you're trolling. So having both Teo and Vice here, strong look from Heretics. Meta approach, I like it. Giant X side, back to that kind of standard approach that maybe I was a little bit critical of in the past, but not bad.
I mean, I'm scared to have any opinions after Split. Thought it would be fine. It was not fine. We'll be having Heretics obviously on the defending side here, Giant X on the attack. So let's see. Can Heretics mentally reset? For now, Woot has isolated West side and removed the threat over towards A.
Yeah, lots of map control from Giant X. Surprised that West side's continuing with that lurk despite no pressure on the map anywhere else. So a bit of a mistake from him, I think. But gonna be a C hit now for Giant X.
Boo. Spotting a couple on the cross. Not getting what he wants here. Gonna have to rescind away. Fall away. Wait this one out. Giant X will have at least some control, and they want a lot of control. Trying to set up towards this push on Waterfall, but that's a lot of targets, maybe too many to mention, as Rienz and Wu dealing with it well. Oh, runner. Holding that. At least catch Rienz. Now we've got Cloud as well. Utility back up in 5. Runner just a little further out by the paranoia, and Cloud's fallen. It's all on Runner, but just too many targets there. 3 of them make it away from the round, and a few to follow, and Heretics need to keep themselves focused after Split.
Yeah, just a bit of a snowball from that mistake earlier from West side. I think, again, just to reiterate, if you're by yourself on one part of the map, you need noise elsewhere to create that timing for you to push through. Go into a 4v5. Giant X tried to go for the push through. It's a nice idea, but Heretics are ready. Something to look out for this game is the retakes from Heretics in general. They have a composition that's very good at retaking, so I'll be interested to see what their approach is on Lotus. A very different look from their last time they played.
And looking at this, what we've got 2 Sheriffs, a couple of Classics, so again,
straight brawl on Rubble here.
Yeah, but hard for Giant X to try and keep competitive unless some util will tilt it their way. Maybe we wanted to go farming, it looks like. And he's going to find the first fight towards Purpo, who's not that fussed yet. Minibu down to 44, trying to do some damage, but it's Tomasi. Takes away Boo, and Cloud's going to find Minibu. This is suddenly looking a little bit more threatening. Disadvantage, yes, but Cloud, now the last one alive, did a lot of damage there. Very, very competitive.
I take that if I'm Giant X, especially just questioning the Rubble control. Doing it with full Classics, put a question mark on how good the Rubble control is. Heretics had more than enough to deal with it on a standard round, and yet still lost 3 people.
This is, my mind, those little moments that kind of keep you on your toes, definitely keep you focused in on this, and the bonus now becomes near or nothing. You're looking at a Guardian. Yeah, there's a Bulldog with Rienz, but there's not much, really. Guardian with Woot.
Seeing a lot of util being used for this man control, just making sure it's safe for Giant X. Looking like fast pressure onto Benji.
I want to see how Benji handles this, obviously playing on toward that Vice, see how comfortable he looks trying to control this space.
Yeah, Giant X just doing a good job of just baiting at this util. He does still have the wall there, which is something we need to keep in mind.
It's 1-3-1 as well. 3 players towards B. Be quite mobile.
Step 2, the protocol list is re-clearing A now for Giant X. Got that Viper wall to sneak out. Shouldn't be too difficult.
But it feels visible, doesn't it, after that drone coming in and spotting them trying to remake that cross? But the 3 aren't particularly moving yet. You're not seeing Heretics overreact to this, but
Benji's very comfortable on C.
Yeah, while that wall's still there, I don't think he's going to be calling for too much support. You've still got the mini door area.
Giant X are going to be going for a B split, which is Heretics are set up perfectly for this.
Yeah, and it looks like they've read it well. Rienz is ready for this one. Miniboo would be the one to swing off the stun that comes in. Only good for 1, but decent damage. There is a bonus, so you're looking at damage being the name of the game, and the timing not quite right there. So 4 players standing for Giant X. After actually walking into what I felt was probably a bit of, I don't want to say a trap, but it was the more stacked side of the map. And Benji and Boo, more of a formality now to see if they can do a little additional damage or cost any more towards the Giant X side.
Last player standing.
Not going to get much here, it looks like. Nicely done, Giant X. That's 4 standing, plant there. You're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, curious that Heretics did stack towards the center of that map. I'm wondering how exactly they made that read.
Yeah.
Like, that could easily have been an A finish for Giant X, so I'm going to keep my eyes on for that one. Giant X, they are going through the protocol list on attack, but I think they need to get rid of that Vice wall.
I feel like
easier with the Yoru to do it.
Yeah.
So
that's true. I do feel like it needs to be dug out at this point. I do wonder if there's going to be some versatility towards it being implemented by Benji, but beyond that,
fight again.
Yeah, and look at the rubble side of things. It does mean Tomasi is very alone here. Miniboo is prowling, spotted, but now here comes the cavalry. Oh my, wait, no, the paint shell got Tomasi in the end. Oh my word. Is that what really tilts the scales? How did that happen?
I don't know, I'm not
Did
sure.
we just like...
I'm really not sure.
I can't even call it 1G, it's not even a molly, but what just went on? Give me the replay if you can.
This is the power of the Neon. I think Miniboo's going to be more than happy to take these fights, especially with this comp. We've got the Breach Tail and a Neon for rubble control.
Oh. Just going at the end.
Nice,
That's
guys,
brutal.
well played. Let's go. Nice! Let's go.
So yeah, a little bit surprised at Giant X this early going into rubble fights. I know we sense weakness from that classic round, but this Heretics can deal with rubble control easily. And Heretics now, they don't respect the rubble control from Giant X, so shifting their positions across the map for like a trap towards the BC side of the map.
Quite like that, actually. Seeing the instantaneous reaction, the knock-on effect of it.
But West side should be calling that this util isn't being used. Just the Teo salvos. They've triggered the trap, but nothing there. A bit early from Heretics.
Giant X can refight for this area. Woot going looking. Not going to get too much. We can see him. This does put Boo on a platter. Really tricky situation for him to handle.
The Vice sub isn't here, so this fight should be fine.
Yeah, I think Boo looking to back away, but eyeing it up. Mini Boo willing to put a little bit of his life on the line. Ult going to come in as well. Still guarding, going to make them at least fall away for now. You're looking at the lurk coming in, maybe teed up with some success. Maybe some damage to be done as the plant's in play. But the lurk really is the main part of this. Mini Boo checks on it.
I don't know how they made that read.
To that extent as well? I don't know if there was a step or something happened, but they felt they were on the money. You have the Teo ult to clear out towards water, force Tomasi forward. But then you look at the rest of the team, they'll be down out by Mound.
Here's an open plant though, that's the only saving grace.
Guardian there, 2 Vandals, C's still in. C's not bad actually, but it doesn't really do what's needed. But here come the rest of Heretics flying through. Harpo, it's beautiful for Giant X. I thought they were screwed and done for, forced out by Mound, but he handles the pressure so well.
That's why it's so important when you can, at any point, getting that open plant, that's one on the run. Like, Heretics are in awkward positions having to fight out Mound, and beautiful shots from Purple.
Nice! Good job! I know!
Oh. The timeout from Giant X though.
After that?
Yeah.
What?
Might have been called early. Maybe
Yeah.
Gibson not really thinking the 3v5 was going to happen. I've been in that position a few times.
He doesn't look too irate yet. For Pipson, at least.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really important. I kind of touched on it, but West side is this Viper outside A on the attack side. And it's going to be down to him to really sense for if Heretics are fighting for rebel control or not.
Okay.
We're going to see the salvos there quite a lot, but he needs to be beyond that. He needs to think, is it just salvos and nothing behind it? Is there stuff behind it? Sometimes you just need to sense that. Sometimes you can feel it from the Gextra util or the sound from like, is there a neon moving? But it's going to be down to him to make calls as to which parts of the map are being taken, which parts of the map are being trapped. And if he can go one step further and even take that space, if he's feeling up for it.
It'd be good to see that, evaluation and the evolution off the back of it. But I'm also quite interested here for Giant X. As much as, yes, they are trailing, I do feel like the momentum swung into their favor and the way this is shaken down. Heretics pretty happy with that time, having a chance to check in.
Yeah.
At this point, I wouldn't be mad about it. Your money's just been broken. You've had a very hard second half on Split to swallow, so I feel as if this actually might work well for them here, but as it stands, Rubble will be one out, fought for, and it's going to be a swing actually from Benji. Off the swing on the door, the stun comes in, all teed up.
The salvos were used to break the door, the stun came in, the flash, everything was beautiful.
Benji with a little 1-2 step here. Benji, he kept doing the damage on it. Now Cloud and Westside. Oh, that's the spot there. Who knows now where Westside's gone off to. But look at the spike. Cloud running. Boo's got to hear it, surely. Oh, we don't think he heard it in time, but he can buy time here. He can be a nuisance, he can get out of danger. But Cloud, Westside trying to close the gap in the correct positioning on the paranoia. Blind, sending it out. Boo knows his life is the thorn in their side. They want to clear him and clear him fast. If he can just buy him a little bit of time, he did the best he could. He cost them some seconds and comfort.
But Heretics have been able to collect all these guns, so they're not in the eco situation anymore. Westside's pushed out, he's trying to find something, but he's not going to get anything.
He's gambled on the wrong side, right? It was a risky roll, but it's the plan for him. I think it is here. Westside going to have to work for it, tricky. And they've got a good read, they know where he is. The util giving away the game. This is a tough battle to be won, it ain't going to happen. Heretics, in my mind, that really starts in that combination work between Rienz and Benji, and it was lovely to see.
I mean, I don't want to call it, but like I hope Heretics would have ran that round even if there wasn't timeout. But I do wonder if like that kind of thing is kind of cooked up during, like it's a set round. You see here, the salvos used to break the door, flash on top, stun. We call it aftershock. Beautiful combo there.
I called
like
it.
Giant X aren't even safe on their eco
I do it. I did as well. I just overpeaked and I killed them.
They aren't even safe on their anti-eco rounds.
Yeah.
And love hearing that from Heretics, the confidence to know that they are essentially saying that they're better.
Yeah, and they need a bit of that. After, look, as much as we didn't overly linger on Split's results, I'm sure that's somewhere in their minds, but resetting and coming back in is the name of the game. But Mini Boo, he's trying to be a bit cheeky here, and again, the support system is so well done. Rien's really trying to bail him out of that one. He does well to find two. A little bit risky in a round like this to make the play, but if you've got the support, why not go for it? But a 4v3 isn't impossible. Benji's got to play this right. The wall is allowing a bit of room for Runner here. It's gorgeous from Runner, reading it well, but the damage is just too much for him to bear.
Tamazi's going to get aggressive again, trying to find something. Knowing that in the 2v3 he has to do something.
But it feels readable though, doesn't it? It feels almost expected.
Heretics once again going for a flank approach. But that Fadok's going to give enough information that potentially this is coming in with numbers.
Yeah, Rienz is a lot of util as well. Boo still with his smokes. Woot with his... it's not clean enough from Cloud. Rienz going to take the first step. And you got to feel that the area left a little unchecked was towards Waterfall. And Tomasi now not subtle in his way. He's trying to find an angle. That's nice. Boo down. Oh, another! Tomasi digging deep here. Gets his head down. Oh, it's brilliant from Tomasi with the Red Bull clutch.
I haven't talked about him this game yet, but in the last game we saw the roll swaps not working for him at all, and I was going to point out that it needs to work this game. And 8 to 5, a round like that is looking good for him.
That's a confidence builder for him. Genuinely, after shaky performances here and there. Ugh. That's got to feel damn good for him.
Be Brian Michael Jordan, bro. Yes, yes, you're him, bro. Let's go, Michael.
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
That's what we put to Masi now.
Do you know what, I'll let you do that, because Westside might be dead here. Again, you can see the homework that's gone into this for Heretics, but it's not the little kind of set pieces or the set plays, it's the fact that Benji's about to get a... How's he gone Cloud? That feels ridiculous, but fair play.
Yeah, nice little idea from Heretics, pushing deep on Westside, and Westside's making cool that... it feels like every time Westside lurks out anywhere, he's getting cool.
I don't get it. I really don't. I've just got like the Westside radar.
One of those games. I wouldn't want to see his POV. But yeah, the deep push from Heretics, accelerating GX towards C, and then Boo ults back towards C is all very lovely from Heretics.
It does show preparation to me.
Even again, pushing out is proactivity.
It's lovely. A lot of faith on Miniboo, but that's fine. He can kind of play to his own tune from Tree. I can hear Kuka and Yinzu next door being very loud.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Plants in.
It should be a tough post plant now for Giant X. They're kind of surrounded on all corridors, so they could isolate a duel potentially, but discipline from Rian's Miniboo.
I like this little wall put in play as well. So maybe going to try and time that, turn the attention to make him feel overwhelmed. So using it a little against them, but Runner, you can see it, right? There's nowhere to look. No good choice to be had. Heretics turning it against them. Taking a step away from keeping this as close as possible.
I might be overstaying it, but like that kind of retake,
yeah,
it's you see them from teams like Heretics, these kind of more disciplined, higher level teams, like being able to organize a pinch from 3 different sides at once that will all make sense. Beautiful.
I did realize as well, Yinzu and Kuka are like 2 rooms away essentially. It's like leaned around to see. They're very far. Very far.
They are, yeah, they are, yeah. Sorry, I thought you were going to attempt for me to go do like a James Bond mission to...
Oh, out the window?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that's fine.
We're going to have a quad cast soon. We'll bring them on. Try and cast? Nah, 4 of you.
Need more.
Yeah, just keep adding people to it.
Nice little push from Heretics.
Look at this.
But it's going to make Giant X feel comfortable scaling this A now.
Now, I guess it then puts pressure towards Benji, but he's got his ult.
This is like an ult setup. Like they're baiting Giant X to go into the A site, and I think Benji should be using his Visor.
Felt like it should have been used now at bare minimum, but now it's too late, right? No? I don't know how I feel about this. Benji! He left it to the last second and gets away with it. He's cost him so much time here, and it's a run through towards B. Trying to get out of there, finally getting their weapons back out. Westside lingering a little longer.
Again with the lurk?
Does it feel
One of them have got to work.
Nah, they're reading you. They've got the book. They've got the book open. Ooh!
That's fine. We will ignore the end.
Okay. We'll ignore how it ended, merely how it started. And Purple and Runner, I don't think they'll like the ending to this either, unless they can really... Benji? I mean, trade me, boys. And he still gets the kill on Runner anyway.
Benji, the human Sova drone.
Yeah, apparently so. Just
like
selfless.
Yeah.
What a guy.
Yeah, this is getting away from Giant X.
It is.
Lotus is a very attack-sided map, so having 6 already for Heretics, they're going to be more than comfortable.
Okay.
No, you were right. Like that's late.
Oh,
nice sub though.
Is this a double timeout for Giant X again in the first half? Because it wasn't the Heretics one earlier.
No.
And that's production.
That's production.
How sure are we?
Yes! Let's go, baby!
I trust production.
You do?
Nice mark, man.
That's your first mistake.
I knew you'd flame.
You just wanted to flame production? Nice, nice. I love production, don't worry. Oh,
yeah, I think...
oh, hands are moving. Hands are moving. The gesturing's getting more.
Yeah, I think for me it's just about... I think for Giant X, just going into the defaults, reading if they're trapping A, if they're taking rubble, trapping the other side of the map, keeping it slow, defaulting, I think that's all fine. In these later rounds, they need to make... they've fallen into traps a lot, you know? They've fallen into these crazy traps that Heretics have put up once or twice. And just need to avoid them. Are you loving that cam?
No, it's because production changed the telestrator to say always trust production and then removed it like I've gone mental. Like, they've taken it away just so if I did bring it up, they were like, nah, never say I was going to get a picture, but you ratted me out. Nice one, mate.
I was confused what you're doing. I thought you were taking a picture of Pipson. I thought you were so...
In love with Pipson.
That's not what I was going to say.
Well, maybe I am. Love the coaching. See? Alright, oh my god, Miniboo, here we go, here we go. They're going to start checking this. And Miniboo going to have to fall away at least to this. I don't even want to say, like, back of sight. He's still going to shoulder this one up. He's very close to his ult as well.
Yeah, no warmers here. So Miniboo should be in a good position.
Ooh, just Cloud, alright. A little bit of that. I'll take one of those.
There's good opening from Giant X though. There's nothing on the C side that's that scary. Just Rion's on breach, which...
Ooh, just avoid Benji, kind of, really.
Pretty much,
avoid
the
that
Viper coming in.
Ooh. Boo. Boo. Oh my god. Ah! This is wild. The Giant X with this buy are looking so good at this. Rien's, Benji, and Woot now. How do they get in? The site, no access to site.
Yeah, they're having to use the other lanes because they're gonna have to dodge this Viper ult, but it's
there's no way in.
Right.
There's no way in. So many players, so much util in the way. Visually, what are you meant to try and do here? Nothing. Giant X. What a lovely pay safe card thrifty there for themselves.
Yeah, it was nice for them to capitalize on that initial kill, getting quick with the Viper ult, but I have to question Heretics' defensive setup. Like, on an anti-eco, I just keep it simple. Put Vice towards C, it's been working. You know, take Rubble like normal. Maybe they were scared of the last time that Giant X did that Rubble take on eco. You know, it went a bit weird.
Yeah.
I think you just play default that round and you're fine.
Nice! Bro, my back is just deadly, you know? My back is just deadly, guys.
Huh.
Package is deadly, okay.
Out of context, player quotes might be one of my favorite things. We should do a segment on it.
But that's a good segment idea. Yeah. I'll pitch that one and say that I came up with it.
Valorant Classic.
Well, yeah, I've not been here long enough. I don't know.
For now, I need to be careful. Yinzu and Bayo are close enough, they can just come and beat me up. Scary, those two. Root. Easy. Oh, it's so good. Why do they make it look so easy to play Rubble like this? I feel like Giant X had like a really nice approach to it a couple of times. That Neon working so well, though. Oh, this spot. I hate it. I hate it because no one ever checks it. And it always works. Every single time. 7-4 now.
Again, too easy for Heretics. Boo's set up on Mound. He's not being pushed out of Mound. Heretics have the full Rubble control. They know that Giant X are about to hit Rubble, and then you see the Breach Taeho power coming in. Very, very simple for Heretics that round.
Chin's back. Look at it. As much as it was, you know, obviously eyes towards Miniboo, you had Rien's there. It was all together.
It's just not. GX need to default. They need to. If Omen's Mound, you're not going to win the round. There's too much information for Heretics that round.
Oh, it doesn't look like the default's coming in anytime soon, alas. So simplistic in approach.
Just putting some pressure on Rubble, Giant X, and they're going to burst that B, it looks like.
The Heretics aren't far away. Wu trying to slow him down here. Ult going to be forcing this. He's going to swing it. He's only got the Sheriff to hand. Woot's ult's going to deny runner, but it's going to be down to 3. Boo, Rien's, and Benji trying to play it back through, but it's Boo. Name on the headlines here. Boo going absolutely wild. There's Cloud left in a 1v2 and the positions are rough. Has to give it away. What are these guys up to? We had Benji doing it, now Boo's flying in. Rien's is there, an 8-4.
Yeah, that's a massive hat from Heretics. Loving the new approach with the new composition. The new meta approach working for them very well here.
Yeah, looking rejuvenated, revitalized. But we've seen the score lines fall away. Let's find out if it can stay true to that after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Eight to 4 now. This is, I'm scared of being confident in these results, Minnie. Because I look at this and I think, wow, Heretics 8 rounds, brilliant. Giant X only able to get 4, that's tough, you know, especially how this map feels sidewise. But I was there for Split.
Yeah, I was there too. I was there.
Yeah, we've witnessed what can happen.
I mean, I think I've still got confidence in Heretics here.
Yeah.
But I don't think it can happen again, surely. Cursing so hard. 8 to 4 on a defensive Lotus coming in with a Teo Breach Neon for attack. I'm more than fine for Heretics here.
Yeah?
Heretics here, sorry.
Okay. Full faith.
Full faith.
Percentage? Gotta be quick.
80.
Whoa! Giant X now, Cloud, I think. Oh! The paint shell in the seas, it's a classic.
70.
No. Boo and Benji.
Great, yeah, great combo there.
I mean, it's vintage. I thought they beat it, to be fair.
Feels like almost like they knew they were going to beat.
Did your voice break or did you get excited?
That might have been excitement.
I can't tell with you. It's a rare treat. Oh my gosh. We got the host is coming in. How you doing, Bayer? Yeah, yeah. You were really loud with Yinzu. It's great. Yeah, yeah. Well, I feel like I'm talking to myself here, but Kakuga did just wave hello and come in for a second.
She did. Lost her mind.
It's crazy you're gaslighting me like this. That's can't handle it. There's no way they do anything with this, right? Come on, come on, come on now. Benji,
Benji's trying,
I need
but I
you
don't
to
know what he's
relax a little, Benji. It feels like he's trying to win this or something. Benji, 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 I've warned you about these things. Relax a little. It's a 2v4 rather than a 2v5. Paranoia. Benji, please! We weren't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention, but now I have to. The wall's there. He's stalling him out. He's doing bits. Benji, oh, Boo, you up to it? Time's pretty good here, but it is back to the wall, right? Like, oh my God, Boo, have you done him in? Oh, it was so close as well. That was so close. I kind of believed for a minute.
I could tell. I could tell.
I got nervous.
A good attempt from Benji and Boo, but ultimately, still, Giant Axe converting. And I'm getting nervous with my cursing abilities.
It was a decent curse, honestly, mate. That was
I think it's decent.
Yeah, it wasn't like the best.
10% was good last time.
It was.
That was good. Outlaw here for Mini Builder. The hero Outlaw and Giant Axe with 4 half shields.
Seeing that clip where Mini Builder got all 5 with an Outlaw.
One shot.
Yeah, it was crazy. I don't know if it was this game, but it started similar to this. Up towards Mound, having a look around. And some would have said, well, with all that Vice utility in the way, surely it would have been fine. Well, let me tell you what happens next. Oh, well,
that was it.
There it was.
Yep.
You saw it. You saw it for a second, didn't you?
Yep.
Those playing along at home with us, it's gone now. Hope is dead. And the scoreline probably getting a bit closer.
Repositioning. He fancies A now.
Yeah?
This is shot.
Here we
Round
go.
2. I think it started on A.
Did it?
Yeah, it started on A.
I'm a play-by-play caster. I can't tell the difference between the sides. There's 3 of them here. It's difficult. Here we go. Different map. Different map. It's it's purple.
One enemy remaining.
Jens, 1v4.
30 seconds left.
He's got another in him. Oh. Oh, Rian, a little bit more of that. I just get nervous, Minnie. I get nervous because I remember Split. It haunts me. I close my eyes.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of made us forget about it, but
No, you
at
can't.
some point we're going to have
You
to
can't.
remember.
We will. You know? I see that brilliant TP and I'm like, oh my god, with a fade out. Oh! And then I remember the scoreline at the end and it just feels like something went wrong and I can't quite place it, but I need a 6.
Looking closer.
It's only the first 2 rounds, right?
Attack side lowest though.
Yeah.
Should be fine. Fast rubble up a chair from Heretics. Using the silos, the wall, smoke. Giant Hack's gonna re-clear.
Boo. A little cubby. It's nice. He's done well from it actually, as has Rienz. Where the hell did these kills happen? Has Prius come over to EMEA? Purpo certainly is on the stage here today. 2 kills already this round, eyeing up a couple more, can't make it. Runner left in a 1v3, not gonna happen. Rienz, just keep things trucking along, but I'm pretty sure that was the bonus and still did pretty good damage.
Yeah, so Giant X do this thing where they throw their Viper Orb from B. And what it means is that, you know, the typical 1-1-3 defense is very quickly able to be a 1-4 because the Viper can very quickly go to A. So you saw that round, Heretics go out rubble, and Giant X immediately have 4 on the A side. You know, the re-clear didn't work,
Well played, nice
but
balls.
the economy wasn't great. So something to look out for. Look, you see it again. Orb being thrown for C.
One thing I do like is now we've got what I like to call a game on our hands. Well, I guess we find out now. Can Giant X make a go of this? So far, Cloud says yes. Boo removed. They want a battle, and they're taking them. Woot's gone down. You've got Mini Boo sweating bullets back here. He's got problems just about everywhere. Disrespected utility goes about as well as expected, leaving Benji in a 1v4. Beautiful work from Giant X. Now starting to dig into this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised Heretics going for these rubble fights. They have a comp that's good for it, but I think they're the better team. They're the better players. You don't need to go into these gambles as much. I prefer them going slow, default out, pick their moments. I do wonder though, the last time we saw them on this map, they were playing against Team Liquid, who were in that crazy Reyna comp, and Heretics didn't have an answer on attack in that game. So I do wonder if that kind of direct approach is a band-aid for their lack of able to like mid-round this map.
That would be...
And I'm kind of talking myself into getting scared.
You have really put yourself in a corner, and you might be right about it, because, again, Tomasi is here, and Giant X starting to look like maybe Split wasn't the one off. Because as much as we can talk about that, and maybe how close this could get, map 1 is still a factor. It was still a thing. We can't ignore it. But a 9-7 scoreline, and Giant X starting...
Gun here.
Put the pressure on Heretics in 8 rounds, feeling likely. Story changes here.
Retrieving flash.
Heretics starting to get flashbacks to Split. Rien's trying to build that ult and look for the best way forward.
Yeah, Giant X ready for the C approach. No re-clear on A from Heretics. Again, something in the last series that they didn't do.
All missiles away.
They do have stuns and sabers, so it's not the end of the world, but isolated.
Oh, this is nice again. Giant X just putting the wall up. Not literally, but both of them standing there comfortably. Nothing to move them out of the way. West side, the timing good on this as well. Benji, no options here. Just about makes it through, but subtlety not the name of the game, and only classic. What are you meant to achieve? Oh, that helps matters. Woot's going to take away runner, but there's still 4 more to go. Wow. The ult on this too. That feels almost overkill at this time, but I guess if you want the round, you want the round. Benji trying to do some damage. Benji, time. Full drop. It's fine, it's fine. All good. Benji every now and then goes, I remember when I won things. It's like a couple of rounds where he's like, I remember the clutch years.
Wait. Isn't there an easy joke there? Winning things did Heretics?
Wow. From a Fnatic man. That's crazy. That's crazy. What?
Got hit with it sometimes.
I mean...
I just wanted to GP,
Which champs did you win?
I just wanted to GP.
Yeah, Potter won, I get it. Potter's really good.
Love Potter. Message her today, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ask about the team. How's that team doing right now?
Which team are you coaching?
So,
Speaking of coaching, we do have
yeah,
Weber.
something I'm thinking about here is the attack side. Like, a theme coming out that Heretics struggling on attack. Like, I don't know how I feel about that.
So let's kind of talk bigger picture then, kind of, because it feels like this... It feels weird to see them faltering like this, and I don't want to put a discredit to Giant X, because they've actually handled it really well. There's been a couple of looks at them that are really nice. I like the aggression, I like a lot of the kind of way they're approaching the map.
Yep.
But I think there is a question mark we have to place with Heretics on this side now, because it feels like they're falling flat here. It feels like they're not defaulting it out. Their mid-rounding looks a little bit weird at times. What are these symptoms of? I can't explain it, because it feels like sometimes they're on the same page, they look great, but then it just capitulates.
For Lotus specifically, they weren't going through the normal checklist in their last game.
Okay.
You take man control, you go back
Sure.
rubble. Maybe sometimes you go that fast rubble. If you got a read, they didn't. When they went fast rubble, they didn't really have a good read. Big fight though, man.
Oh my God, Mini Boo! Are you serious? While all of that happened, he was actually completely let loose. And that's the one they get away with. Up to 10. We're going to have to watch it back on a replay, because you blink and you miss it sort of situation.
Yeah. Don't need a checklist if the other team fights for you on Mound. I'm surprised Giant X are happy to go for fights on Mound.
It is.
Breach done, Salvo's coming in.
Oh, it's complete free reign, and one just drops out of the sky.
Mazzy, Razor, I think just completely whips.
Weber, you're the GOAT, bro. I know you're watching this, Weber. Good job.
Your players.
That's
you.
Weber with the timer.
Yeah. Shout out to Weber. Never saw Boast saying that about you, mate. Never gave it to the camera. Shout out to Mini.
That's true.
More pacey. Oh! Okay, we've got some of these players getting caught here, right? We just had, you know, Miniboo getting away with murder, Tomasi making a meal of it. Now it's kind of, you know, Miniboo getting caught on the other side. Rienzo going to answer back towards west side. And now down to a 4v4, but it's super quick towards his B site.
They're looking for something here, Heretics, some proactivity. Maybe we're going to see this breach shot come through.
Yeah, oh my God, Woot. Rien's trying to hunt behind them. Just every
AO
ult.
as well.
Oh dear.
No.
Oh dear. This is a horrific round to watch. Boo can't be happy, but now he's got to deal with the mess that's been made. Committed to this. Succeeded from this position before. Find both Runner and Cloud. Time ticking. They've got to make a move. Runner completely unawares, and Boo, that might have been visible. But he's up against Cloud on the other side. He wants to get to half. Boo, the backbone of the side, with a Red Bull clutch, pulling it back from the brink.
Yeah, should never have got that close. Boo's having to save his team there. Got rid of the breach ult, Teo ult, and Vice ult in that round. If Boo didn't win that round, that was looking very bad for Heretics.
Oh.
Cute. Oh, I keep saying cute. The strat was quite nice. The idea of Mini Boo just, again, like this, hey, look, I'm good at the game, I'm running out here, it feels like an A. Secretly, you've got people walking to B. Nice little distraction. Looked a bit silly because he got killed, but...
Bobber.
Fast out A again. In fact, big re-clear here from Giant X once again with the 4.
And here comes that refight. This time, Heretics go, nah. We've been on the receiving end of, you know, purpose damage, all these sort of players. We don't fancy that yet. We can re-hit in a moment's time if they have to.
But I think if I'm Heretics, I take that, like, we've only used Refresh Util and baited that Paranoia nade. This is where the mid-rounding comes in. We see already Giant X are completely mirroring what's happening. Heretics on Mound, Giant X ready on C. Are these next layers available for Heretics? Do they understand how to kind of push and pull on this map?
Sadly not easy. Show some intent on that C site, but I don't think they fancy it. I wouldn't. I can see what's on the other side though. They don't have that luxury. Runner making it look rather uninviting and a pivot through towards that B site. Still with Util, can clear out towards Blue Door, might force forward the player, but no, didn't put it towards it. It's Miniboo to try and deal with it. Now isolated, 1v1. Cloud wins out, stalls out. Looking back towards main, he knows they're gonna come through 25 seconds or they run towards C, and look who's in the corner. Runner waits. Obvious work this time from Boo, could save him. And now starting to run out of time and options, they gotta go. 15 seconds, Rien's just got 2 of them out of nowhere. I have no idea how. The plant is pivotal.
I thought Purple was going to stick that home.
I know. I was a bit worried for it myself, but Cloud has crept so close here. He's done well this early on. Oh, spotted! Couldn't snap up though. Benji outdone, leaving just Rienz, who made this look doable in the first place with the 2 picks he found earlier. But now, you give him a chance! Rienz will get you around! A Red Bull clutch, but they again bailed out by an individual.
Look at Rian's KDA here, 21, 11, 22. He's killing them all, and every time his teammates are killing them, he's assisting. Like, he's doing everything right now.
So this is Rien's second in. Gorgeous work from him, surgical. And then this. Oof. Can't believe we got Cloud first.
Okay. I'm
Coach
still
Min,
worried
he's about to have a
Heretics
meltdown.
in this. Like, they're not against Giant X, sure. Going into the future.
Not enough.
Okay. Okay, who cares? Individuals are popping.
It's done, it's done. It's cooked. Runner, Cloud, and Westside trying to get aggressive, and Benji out here making it look easy. Cloud, the last man alive in a 1v3. There's bigger conversations to be had, but for now, can he deny what feels inevitable? A run through towards A, Spike heading over to that side.
Fade out to work with, but it's going to have to be a massive round for Cloud.
Cover going out.
Cloud has the possibility to do this. He's one of those players. And look at his kills, 23. The guy's been good. Right now he's being toyed with. Tough situation for him. Next step to take. So many potential threats. Boo being passive, smart. Cloud.
Miniboo is just...
In spawn. It is weird. Go the salvos. Gonna pop the ult on this, but time's running so low here. It's just not happening. 13-8 in the end. Heretics do get across the line there. It felt like it came down to some individuals to give them that final push.
Yeah, if they had closed that split out in the manner that they should have done, we'd be having a very different conversation, I think, about Heretics today. But having to go to the 3 and looking kind of sketchy on some of these attack rounds.
Yes.
Attack half, sorry.
Yes.
So it's something that they do have stuff to iron out, but what I did love to see today was individuals looking good.
Yeah, I think that's the main point. We have seen a revitalized side looking kind of refreshed, I would say. They do look like they've been, you know, back into the lab a little bit, working on it. I do want to note as well, though, Giant X, that map 2 for me, and map 3, at times, I thought they were about to run back with this game. I mean, map 2 they did, map 3 it just went away from them. But credit there, real resilience. And of course, on the other side, the boys who had to go to map 3, take it that far. But I quite like what we saw in moments from there is work to be done, for sure. And I'm sure they'll say that themselves, but good to see Neil's getting the support there from the boys as well. Injury on display. Rienz might have to give him the piggyback out. But overall, I do think there's some positive looks from Heretics here. I think there's a lot to be said individually. Speaking of some of those individuals, we actually have a bit of a treat on the horizon for you. So, if I'm not mistaken, I believe maybe Woot and Miniboo will be joining the delightful Kukuka and Mitchman on the post plan.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yes, as you said, Kukuka joined by Mitch. We will be having a couple of players joining us in just a bit. But Mitch, it's been a long day. Let's say it like that.
A little longer than it looked like it would be.
Exactly. What is your biggest takeaway from the entire day? What is, if you had to highlight one thing that happened today?
I'm gonna
break the rule. I'm going to highlight two.
Two? Okay.
Two. And I was wrong, and I misjudged both people and their opinions. First was Kata. He said it's too early to judge GX. We need to see a bit more from them, and so on. And that today would tell us who they truly are. He was right. It's too early to judge them. And it was too early halfway through map 2 as well by the looks of things. So good to see them warm up and take their time. The other thing was you said after the first map, yes, you, I'll give you some credit here. You said that this would be just like GX, lose their opponent's map, or lose their map pick and win their opponent's. And I did not even believe you for a split. There wasn't even a moment where I went,
technically,
oh,
I
good
did
point.
say do best. You know, do better than in.
Do better.
Than in, yeah.
Do better. Okay.
Which sometimes we take.
Yeah,
sometimes we
absolutely. I mean, although not that brave of a statement, taking into account it was a 13-3 to start with.
Yeah, but
the
same last week when they picked Lotus actually against Vitality, they ended up in a 13-2. So it was just as devastating. But what about the positives? Was this just the positives?
Well,
what about the first match? Did you remember that we had a first match?
No.
Like Foot versus Mates?
No, who was that?
That was unreal.
CNED was here for that, I think.
Yes, and then Kata. We brought you Kata.
We did. I mean, Kata had a beautiful conversation. I feel like we'll have to pick that up. We left some stuff on the burner as well. But no, look, the first game was something I can't get past. The second one though, honestly, just mind blowing how we ended up here 10-0 in a 13-3 and a 10-0.
Please,
we ended up
guys,
here. Hello,
welcome
boys.
in, because obviously the day has been long for us, but I assume that for you as well. Welcome, Wood. Welcome, Miniboo. How are you guys feeling?
Yo, we are good. We are feeling good because we won.
Yeah, definitely. So, do you want? Since we're in Germany, we're just gonna cut to the chase. Do we want to talk about Lotus? No, we want to talk about Split. Do you guys want to talk about Split?
I mean, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
I want to say something. Like I think,
course.
like this is the best scenario for us. We got a very good lesson, but we still won. So it's 2-1, and it's still early in the season, you know. And having this lesson, like it's gonna teach us a lot, and it's nice experience that we had it. And I'm frustrated. I was frustrated after Split. I didn't like how we played, but in the end, like right now, I'm happy that we lost, so it doesn't repeat again in the future.
Yeah, get it out of the way early.
Absolutely, the day is not over yet, and you have already had that learning. Because, in case you guys missed it or you were not watching, you were 10-0 up. This looked very good, not only on paper, but also we were seeing your reactions and how you were cheering for each other and the plays that we were seeing. What happened?
We just lost.
But is it that, what I mean is, like, did you get too cocky? Did you get too confident? Did you? Where was your mind?
Did they wake up? Because they were making a lot of mistakes in the first half and the second. I think they played a much better game as well. I'll give them that credit, but it's definitely strange to see that change up.
I think just we played bad as a team after I think like we were not playing like for a long time again. Like we just played one game, but it's not enough. And we were just too excited for a win. Like I mean, for example, on me, like when it's like going to win, I'm always thinking about what am I gonna tweet, what I'm gonna do, like what's gonna be like words of the tweet, and so I think it's happening for all of us almost. Maybe not Boo, because he's like
a robot.
Yeah, he's a robot.
A cyborg.
Yeah. We just try to close the game like fast, you know.
Yeah.
We just rushed it. We just trolled so many rounds, especially the one before that we lost.
Yeah.
I think we are just focusing about winning so much. We are just forgetting about playing the game, playing the rounds, because it's not over. We are like still like 2-3 rounds, and we couldn't win. So I mean, we learned.
Absolutely.
I'd also like to ask, because we saw it in the previous series, and I highlighted it going into the third map, that one of the big difficulties players talk about is when you have this really close game that you feel like you should have won, and then you have to go on to another map, and it's hard to mentally bounce back. What was it like for you guys going, behind the scenes in that break that you had between map 2 and 3? What was the atmosphere like?
I mean, obviously, like, first of all, you just have to accept it and let the frustration out. And then, like, after it happens, then everyone, I think, individually has to bounce back in their heads and, like, just focus on another game. And I think we are young, but, like, last year, we got so much experience. And there was worse clutches, worse games that we lost. G2, Shanghai. And yeah, I mean, it showed that we improved, I guess. And yeah.
You know, I was having a chat before the game with your brother, with Boo, and he was telling me that one of the conversations that you guys had after kickoff and after being eliminated led to a discussion on how hungry you were for winning back again. Apparently, he told me that that conversation happened and that you guys reached a point where everybody is passionate back again. Are you guys on like 100% right now?
I wouldn't say 100% because like we are still like improving a lot, especially like individual plays.
In terms of hunger, I mean.
Almost, yeah. Like because we missed like going international event feeling, like playing so many officials in for like.
It's a lot of practice, and now you have a lot of time off.
Yeah. Like we just missed playing official, and we are just hungry to win again.
What about you? You hungry
Yeah, I mean, I think
for some wins?
I'm hungry to not like obviously like I was hungry to play officials. Like it's every player's dream just to play officials. But I'm hungry to also prac. You know, I want to prac. I want to progress. I want to get better. Because like playing officials is like a dessert. It's not. No one is going to officials like, oh, I'm gonna play officials. Everyone is hyped for officials. Like the hard part is not officials. The
It's
hard
not
part
playing
is,
officials.
It's like pracking and not playing officials. Like how you said, and I think we're excited to prac and to work together and progress.
Yeah, I think biggest difference between kickoff and like in the regular season is this like we were not enjoying the pracs, we were not enjoying the process, and we were just going for official. Let's end this like
guys
bad things.
3 more weeks, you get into playoffs, then we go to Toronto, and then you know you're back. You get the ball rolling. Okay, we need to be positive about it. Speaking about positives, you know, Minibu, the first time that I saw Waylay there in the first Masters, I can't remember, in Thailand, I said, this agent is perfect for Minibu. So I am so happy that you managed to pick it up. You also jump in on the double duelist. How is the dynamic? Because when we were watching you two on Haven, that was a delight. You know, we were speaking about this play, but let's speak about the super positives and how you guys managed to have the performance that you did on the first map.
I mean, there's always some like dessert that we have, like playing double duelist, because I mean obviously we cannot play in every map because some maps are not allowed to play double duelist, but it's like I think we have like best duelists in the world, so
I agree.
So when we play, you know, like.
Okay, so next week you're going off against Vitality. Are you a better ISO than Save?
Yes.
I think it's not even a question.
Oh, okay. Minibu, are you a better race than Derke?
Yeah, I mean, Derke was my idol, but you know, like I think we won against them more, like when they were in Fnatic, and I think like when I first time played against Derke, I was nervous, but not anymore, you know, like
I think everybody's nervous the first time that you go up against Derke.
Domi was a bit fanboy. I'm not
yeah.
gonna lie. But I remember like our first tournament, it was in Istanbul. We were playing against Sinet, and he just go and, hey Sinet, can we take a photo?
Yeah, of course. We had seen it earlier here on the desk. You could have taken a second picture.
You can kiss the chair.
What? You can kiss what?
The chair.
Oh, cool.
You're literally, I don't want to make you too nervous, but you're literally sitting where Sinet sat earlier today.
Hey guys, chill.
I also wanted to ask you, because your reactions were priceless to that big fade ult and Omen TP on the backside over on Split.
You know, that was crazy.
You guys were going crazy. Like, was that one of the best moments you've had in an official, seeing that work?
Yes, probably, yes. Like, it was amazing.
Yes.
I think last time I saw it in the like Turkish league. For 1 year or something. And now, and I said, okay, I'm gonna ult them, just ult behind them.
Yeah.
And it worked.
It worked. It was insane.
It was insane. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm just sad losing the split because of that round. Like,
yeah.
But I think it's very positive because at the end of the day, you did manage to get the win in the end. And I think that the value of the learning that Minibuju just said the moment that you sat here of like, we cannot let this happen again. We need to be able to close out the matches when we have that big of an advantage. It's good to see the best of both worlds. That you can see, you can be a team that can 2-0 a team, make them look like fools in some occasions, to losing the map and then moving forward onto, before the day even ends, already knowing what went wrong and what not to repeat. I don't want to keep you guys here for too long, so because it's already been a long day. So how about we take a look at the standings after today, because things are looking good. You're currently leading your team. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any surprises on Grupo Omega? Foot is also on the 2-0.
Your Spanish accent's just popping sometimes.
Yes, I don't know why, but it is actually. It's been a long day, okay?
Okay. I mean, I was expecting that from Foot, I'm not gonna lie. They're really playing well. Also, Liquid is still a good team. I love Pathetic. I mean, I think BBL has really good potential for playoffs. The way they're playing, hard to counter, especially like we played in Prague, like we saw in official, they are hard to counter. Also, Gentle Maze, I think it was a bit surprising for me, because
in a positive way.
Or
in a positive way.
I mean, in negative, like, what do you mean?
In a positive way, was it a good surprise or a bad surprise?
It was a good surprise. I'm happy for them.
Oh, okay, good.
They're playing really well. Yeah, I think that's all I can say.
Okay, Miniboo, tomorrow we're going to see the KC versus Koi. You see they're currently in the Group Omega. Not a lot of your business, you know. And on the Group Omega, they're in the bottom. Who do you think is going to end out this week with the 2-0?
I don't know, but it's gonna be the most viewed match in the... It's gonna be the most viewed match in the week.
Why is it gonna be weird?
I mean, their fan base are really strong.
Yeah, Spain against France as well.
Yeah,
They always show up for that.
There is so many factors that affecting, you know.
And what about the absolute banger of the Vitality Fnatic? Who do you have your money on?
We are not betting, first of all.
Do you have your imaginary money on?
I mean, I don't really know, honestly. Like, I have a feeling that Fnatic. I think Fnatic.
Split desk.
Okay. You know what, guys? You don't need to reach a decision. You already have the win for today. We will see you next week. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sina. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Our casters.
And Sean Garris.
And Sean Garris, thank you very much. And Bala, this is all from us, but do not worry. We will be back here with more VCT EMEA action tomorrow, and we'll see you there.
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it.